For 96, when the scholar woke up, he felt a splitting headache. He found himself on the edge of a cliff. Not far away was a long iron bridge that looked like a snake. It swayed slightly in the wind. The robe called the 100-eyed Dao was already gone. The talisman that was originally in his sleeve naturally fell into someone else's pocket as well. And it was tied up by a golden demon binding rope. Looking down, the quality was not low. It actually used 2 dragon whiskers. The old dragon's age was definitely not low. The so-called dragon whiskers of the green copper lake carp were probably the same as the moon palace species of the Empress of the Summer. Did it encounter a real moon palace toad? Maybe it was not that exaggerated, but it was not far off. The scholar could not help but laugh. He did not struggle at all. Because between his eyebrows and back, there was a natal flying sword hovering in front and behind. Fortunately, as long as he did not wake up from the soul-returning lotus flower lantern in his ancestral hall, it was not the worst outcome. The scholar sighed. "Good brother, you borrowed it. Remember to return it to me later." Not far away, a young wanderer wearing a bamboo hat was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, practicing the sword furnace stance. That person was silent. The scholar continued, "Good brother, your habit of taking off people's clothes is not good. Did the dragon robe worn by the white-bone monarch in the Empress of the Summer's treasury turn into ashes like I said? I did not lie to you about the robe of the Clear Virtue sect female cultivator. Its quality is very ordinary. It is the same as the ceremonial wine bowl from the Clear Virtue sect's ancestral hall. It is only a spiritual tool and cannot be sold for a good price. Unless you meet a cultivator who likes to collect robes, there will be some profit." Chen Pinggan did not reply. The scholar did not get angry at all. It was just a robe that could not see the light of day. It was not like he was naked. The 3 golden talisman inside the robe felt a bit of heartache. One of them belonged to a branch of the mountain talisman, and was known as the Azure Sky Mansion talisman. It could transform into a Thunder City True King mansion. If a cultivator was inside, they could withstand several attacks from a Yuanian cultivator's natal magic treasure. If it was a Jindan cultivator, they would not be able to break through the mansion's door within half an incense's time. A clear jade light talisman was tossed out by a cultivator. It illuminated the netherworld and shook away monsters and ghosts. Its range was extremely great, enveloping several miles of heaven and earth. It wasn't targeted at great cultivators, but was specifically used to break through formations. The last one was the most precious. It was the Cloud/Talisman, the secret of the family. The talisman's gallbladder contained 4 priceless divine lights. Once it was used, the Dharma images of the god of thunder, the goddess of lightning, the count of wind and the lord of rain would appear and attack together. Previously, in the backyard of the Guanghan Palace on Peeling Mountain, the talisman that the scholar twirled in his sleeve was this item. However, at that time, the other party was also slippery and had some hidden movements in his sleeve. The scholar couldn't grasp the other party's depth. Both parties were close to each other and the talisman's power was too great. It could easily cut off half of the entire Peeling Mountain. The scholar didn't want to kill the enemy at the cost of 800 of his own men. As for the talisman that was later destroyed by the talisman, its killing power was also not weak. However, it wasn't as majestic as the Cloud/Talisman. Moreover, it wasn't a secret of the family. It was a special skill of a talisman sect in the North Continent. It specialized in restraining sword cultivators in the world. Therefore, until that moment, the scholar was not forced to use his special skill by the group of demons. He only looked embarrassed. Previously, his real intention was to deliberately create a huge commotion that could be seen by the mountains. The scholar was sure that the other party would definitely secretly return and hide in a certain place. Then, the other party might see the situation and wait for an opportunity to assassinate him. How could the scholar not have thought of showing weakness to the enemy and taking advantage of the situation to kill the other party? Unfortunately, the heavens didn't let him do as he wished. It was true that, as the saying goes, virtue rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10 feet. The other party's sword was very strange. It was too strange. A sword lock talisman made of gold from the ancestor of the Earth Palace actually failed to lock the other party's sword. Therefore, the burrowing technique that he had prepared and the second cloud/talisman in his sleeve were useless. Otherwise, if the talisman was used to escape, even if the other party didn't die, he would be seriously injured. He could be left for the demons to deal with. How could he live? And that fellow was even more sloppy. He actually lost his mind at the last moment and forcefully seized control of most of the souls. He let down all his defenses against this person. What was the result? Wasn't he still punched by the other party without hesitation, causing him to be reduced to this state? However, the silver lining in this misfortune was that the other party didn't decisively kill him to steal his goods and destroy his corpse. Wasn't this a bit of good fortune accumulated from the other party's benevolence? Otherwise, when he woke up in his family, although he barely managed to keep his life, he would have to pay a huge price by losing a soul and a spirit. His Tao would be damaged. Even if his family had secret techniques to make up for it, it would at least delay his breakthrough for 100 years. At that time, his family wouldn't let this person off so easily. Not to mention a pursuit of 10,000 miles, even if he was a direct descendant of a sect from another continent, he would still be pursued across continents. If 10 years wasn't enough, then 100 years would be enough. The Yang clan of the Cloud Palace of the Great Yuan Dynasty's Chongqian Bureau had always been recognized by the entire continent as being extremely grateful. They held grudges for a long time and were extremely ruthless in their vengeance. The remaining 3 gold talisman from the ancestral hall and the 100-eyed Taotie's Daoist robe that hadn't been used were worth anything. No matter how valuable they were, how could they be more valuable than a cultivator's life and Tao? Therefore, the scholar was very open-minded. His father had always reminded him that on the path of cultivation, he must suffer small losses. The scholar smiled and asked, "Good brother, how did you bring me out of the demon's encirclement? It must have taken a lot of effort, right?" After the 18 holts of sword chi was completed, Chen Pingan put away the sword furnace and stood upright, saying, "It didn't take a lot of effort. The demons had fought with you for too long and were already exhausted. They were also afraid that there would be reinforcements other than me, so they didn't dare to move forward. The encirclement was a little pretentious, but it still took some time for me to take advantage of an opening and run all the way south to the Ghost Valley. However, your robe was stripped off by them and I couldn't stop them in time. I felt very guilty." Chen Pingan smiled. "I was afraid that after you woke up, you wouldn't listen to a single word of explanation from me and would want to fight with me the moment you opened your eyes. Wouldn't that have made the misunderstanding even deeper? Now, can we be considered to have talked things out?" The scholar nodded. "Good brother, not only do you have a chivalrous heart, what's even more commendable is that you're so meticulous. I really can't find any fault with you." Chen Pingan smiled. "Brother Mu Mao, can you tell me your surname now? We've been through life and death together, it wouldn't be good if you still hide it from me." The scholar smiled brightly and said with incomparable sincerity, "My surname is Yang and my name is Mu Mao. I was born in the Chongqian agency of the Dayuan dynasty since I was young. Due to my good aptitude, I relied on the connections of my ancestors in the Chongqian agency and was fortunate enough to become an inner disciple of the Yunxiao Palace's Prime Minister Yu Yi personally bestowed the surname. This time, I traveled all the way south and before I reached the Ghost Valley, I didn't have much immortal coins left. I wanted to slay demons and devils in the Ghost Valley and accumulate virtue while earning some small money. Hopefully, I could gather a decent congratulatory gift for the birthday of a prince of the Dayuan dynasty who has a good relationship with the Chongqian agency. Since this person recognized the 2 words Dragon Gate, then the 3 talismans' origins were most likely seen through. Therefore, the scholar did not treat the other party as a fool, lest the other party flew into a rage out of humiliation and punched him again. Chen Pingan smiled faintly. "This Chongqian agency of the Dayuan dynasty, even I, a foreigner from another continent, have heard of its great name. I wonder if Brother Mu Maro knows the natural Daoist Yang Ningzhen?" The scholar rolled his eyes. "As an inner disciple of the Yunxiao Palace, how could I not know this famous little immortal? Not only do I know him, I also know the eldest young master Yang Ningzhen who likes to travel the world. I have a good relationship with them. Of course, These two are the high and mighty direct descendants of the Yang family. I'm only acquainted with these two brothers and can't be considered very good friends." The scholar saw that he was half believing and half doubting. The scholar could not do anything about it. The other party could not possibly interrogate him, could he? However, if that was really the case, a magic treasure, the demon binding rope, and 2 flying swords might not necessarily be able to trap him. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, "You were playing with a bunch of stray dogs earlier because you wanted me to misunderstand that I had a chance to beat them up when they were down. You were bent on killing me?" The scholar was just about to make up a story when he suddenly frowned. He felt a stabbing pain between his eyebrows and sighed. In the next moment, the scholar's entire person changed. It was just like when he first met Chen Pinggan, who claimed to be full of pure yang. Be it a qi practitioner or a pure martial artist, their qi could be concealed and their momentum could be changed. However, it was very difficult to fake the aura of a person who was born from the unseen. Chen Pinggan frowned. "You're suffering from the soul-dissociating syndrome? Both parties are fighting over the soul?" It was just like how brothers would fight and argue endlessly within the walls. Generally speaking, this was a great taboo for cultivators. If that was the case, it would be extremely difficult for a qi practitioner to break through the level. It would already be a great fortune for them to become an earth deity in the core formation stage. It would be an extravagant hope for them to overcome the mental devil in the nascent soul stage. The scholar was sitting straight. His eyes were clear as he smiled. "In order to save me, you were heavily wounded and exhausted. The Golden Land withdrawal talisman that you offered in the end was not only precious, but it should also be related to the talisman in my family. Therefore, consider the robe 100-eyed Dao Tai and the 3 talisman in your sleeve as my thank you gift. As for me, my name is naturally not Yang Mumao, but I am indeed from the Chongshen Bureau of the Great Origin Dynasty. However, I won't tell you my real name. You can just guess." Chen Pinggan asked in confusion. After he passed out in his own small world, you were actually able to see the big world outside clearly? The scholar nodded, but he did not explain anything. Chen Pinggan said, "But it was your intention to kill me." The scholar smiled and said, "Isn't that also your original intention?" Chen Pinggan was speechless. The scholar said, "Since you ultimately chose to save me and not kill me, I feel that there is a need for me to come out and meet you again. The battle of the great Tao that I envisioned should be open and above board. If you agree with this, we can choose a day when our training ends and have a battle to the death on Kuli Mountain. Right, there is one more thing that I need to remind you of. I keep feeling that there is someone spying on you from afar in the Ghost Valley. It is intermittent and does not last long. I can only vaguely sense that it is somewhere in the north. His cultivation is profound, so you must be careful." Chen Pinggan did not comment. The scholar smiled. "I will be concentrating on refining the Dragon Gate Steely. I must not be distracted. You will have to deal with the other me, so I will have to trouble you to be more tolerant. How should I put it? He is equivalent to the evil in my heart. Although all my thoughts have been reduced to a mustard seed, they are actually very big and very pure. Evil is true evil, so there is no need to hide it. His nature is fearless. However, every time I am distracted and let him appear to control this body, I will make a pact with him. There are too many rules that cannot be broken. Right, when he is doing something, I can watch from the sidelines. I can use this opportunity to observe Tao and train my heart. However, when I speak, he can only sleep." Chen Pinggan was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, the scholar had already closed his eyes. During this time, Chen Pinggan noticed that the scholar seemed to look to the side when he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was the familiar scholar who had peeled off the mountain. He had an awkward expression on his face as if he had taken a dump in his pants. The two of them were silent. After a while, Chen Pinggan said, "Yong Ningxing, you are good. You are one of the top 10 in the North Continent and the young Lord of Heaven of the Cloud Palace. Why do you have to hide such a prestigious title?" The scholar was confused. Chen Pinggan sneered. The scholar felt that he would not be so honest with others, so he continued to set up a trap. He said helplessly, "If the young Lord of Heaven of the Chongshen Bureau heard this, he would be angry. Yang Ningxing is the most old-fashioned person and can't take half a joke. Between Yang Ningxin and Yang Ningxing, I am more willing to get along with Yang Ningxin. Also, the female Taoist who is in charge of the Chongxian Bureau's dealings with the imperial court is really a beautiful and charming person. I went on this trip and risked my life to enter the Ghost Valley to make a name for myself so that she will think highly of me. Good man, you have a good name and you are even more capable. When you return to the Great Yuan dynasty, you must meet her. She was only a young girl back then, but she already organized a Taoist ceremony, the grand ritual of cycle. She is the most intelligent. When you meet her, you will most likely fall in love with her. In the end, she will not like you either. When the time comes, we will drown our sorrows in wine. Brothers in hardship, our friendship will be everlasting. Chen Pinggan stood up and ignored the person's jesting. He looked around and kept the demon binding rope in his hand. Chu Yiwu and Chu Yiwu also returned to the blade strengthening gourd at his waist. Was the glimpse of the scholar's mind before he fell into a state of stillness the scholar had purposely done so that he would be suspicious of everything? Or was there really a mystery around the mountain? An expert had arrived and he could not meet him? If that was the case, was the spirit of the peak stage nascent soul stage Pu Meng who had traveled far and was hiding somewhere nearby? Or was it an unworldly expert of a higher realm? Was it the small Xuanju temple and the big Yuanyu temple that were not recorded in the Rest Assured collection? Or was it the heroic spirit of the north of the Ghost Valley? Anyway, it was unlikely to be Jiang Shangzhen. It was normal for Jiang Shangzhen to observe the mountains and rivers from afar and observe his movements. However, it was definitely not Jiang Shangzhen's style to come here quietly and not show himself. Jiang Shangzhen had previously revealed some of the heavenly secrets about the Jade Gui sect's plan at the Bookslip Lake. Chen Pinggan believed most of it. Therefore, for the time being, Jiang Shangzhen could be considered a friend and not an enemy. Even if he was not a friend, he would not plot to harm him. To put it bluntly, if Jiang Shangzhen really wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be easier than killing that self-proclaimed swordsman? Now that Chen Pinggan was facing a nascent soul stage cultivator, he could only run for his life. However, Jiang Shangzhen was famous in the Tongyi continent for being fond of killing nascent soul stage cultivators in the upper 5 realms. Chen Pinggan sighed in his heart. He silently told himself, "Don't be anxious." Cultivation was not like drinking wine. It was fine to drink in large mouthfuls. However, food had to be eaten one mouthful at a time. Roads had to be taken one step at a time. Money had to be earned one by one. The scholar stood up and stretched his body. "Good brother, are these 2 life flying swords of yours?" Sword cultivation is a profession that eats gold and swallows silver. For ordinary sword embryos, relying on the sect to give them money and items to raise them is already the limit. How did you do it? Just by traveling thousands of miles and robbing people? It seems like you are like me, relying on your background as an immortal master. The sect's cultivation did not help you, so you used the pretense of gaining experience to become a wild cultivator again and again? Chen Pinggan did not answer this question. He looked to the north and said, "Previously, in order to save you, I suffered a great loss. What do you say now?" The scholar rubbed his hands and laughed. "My robe and 3 talisman cards fell into the hands of the enemy. Naturally, I have to get them back." Chen Pinggan glanced at him. "That makes sense. Then we'll still go our separate ways. You can go and ask for the things you lost. I hope that Brother Mu Marrow will become famous in this Ghost Dawn Valley. As for me, I'll just honestly pick up what I left behind." The scholar exclaimed, "How can that be? I have a death grudge with the demons. If I show my face, I will be attacked by them. They will all go crazy and kill me. When the time comes, my situation will be even worse. No, without good brother to hold the line for me, I will not feel at ease. It is strange to say that with good brother by my side, I am full of courage. I am not afraid of the heavens or the earth, even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den." Chen Pinggan asked, "You don't have your robe talisman now. What is the point of me bringing you along? Are you a burden?" The scholar raised his palm and an item appeared. Then, he quickly waved his other sleeve and enveloped the item with his spiritual qi. It was actually a small purple flying sword. He smiled and said, "Hermit has his own trump card. This sword is called Purple Zorizir. It is an imitation of the flying sword of a great sword immortal in our North Continent. It is not a sword cultivator's natal flying sword, but its aura surpasses that of a flying sword. It can be used to pretend to be a great sword immortal to scare people. It is a unique skill of Hating Sword Mountain. It is a unique skill in the world. It is as famous as the protective armor made by San Lang Temple." Chen Pingan pointed at the sword behind him. "Do I need you to scare people? Show some sincerity, okay?" The scholar angrily put away the purple Zorizir and flipped his palm, revealing a small item that looked like a hornless dragon button. He said solemnly, "This is the last of my trump cards. Smash it, and a hornless dragon with astonishing battle prowess will descend. It won't be a problem for it to overturn mountains and seas. It's just that it can only be used once. This is the Cloud Palace treasure that Junior Marshal Sister Chen and I bought on credit." Chen Pingan looked at this brother Mu Maro. The scholar smiled and looked at him. Chen Pingan had some doubts. If he really fought with his life on the line, what were his chances of winning? When he was at Goddess of the Summer's Guanghan Palace, he felt that he had a 70 to 80% chance. But now, it seemed like it was at most 50-50. The reason was simple. That purple Zorizir was indeed an imitation. It was not the natal item of some peak sword immortal. It was most suitable to scare nascent soul cultivators. But it was even more suitable to kill golden core cultivators. On top of that, there was that hornless dragon button seal whose depth was unknown. If it was given to a real scholar, the other party would be able to attack and defend in a fight. What if the other party had a better magical robe and a precious armor made from the military school's armor pill? After all, the so-called 100-eyed Daotai robe was only a disguise used by this scholar to cover his eyes and ears. A true disciple of Chong Xian who was most likely born with natural Dao quality. How could he not have an ancestral robe and precious armor to protect himself? The scholar's eyes were full of resentment. He said with a face full of grievances, "Good brother, why are you not speaking? Are you tempted by the wealth? Anyway, I can't beat you. I can only take out the robe and precious armor to save my life. Didn't you say that the copper seal was your last trump card?" Chen Pingan said, "Being rich is really amazing. I'm afraid of you." The scholar sighed. "My junior sister said that if one's ability is mediocre when they go out to train, they can't talk freely." Chen Pingan said, "Let's go." The scholar rubbed his hands, to the mountain-moving Sage's mountain, or to the earth-gushing mountain. Chen Pingan said, "Follow that black river and find the old dragon cave." The scholar was puzzled. Why? Chen Pingan began to walk down along the ridge of the mountain. He said slowly, "The protective formation of the earth-gushing mountain has been torn to pieces by you. The demons must have gathered at the mountain of the mountain-moving ape. Maybe the primogenitor Pai Chen of the earth-gushing mountain has hidden all her belongings well, or simply carried them with her and moved them to her ally's side. Go to the earth-gushing mountain and drink the northwest wind? Or go to the mountain-moving ape's side and beat them up again?" The scholar clapped his fists together and praised, "That's right. Good brother, you've got a good plan. Those two turtles didn't even show up during the battle at Gushing Mountain. In your words, they don't care about the morality of Jianghu at all. Therefore, even if we went to trouble them, the demons on the side of the mountain-moving apes would probably hold a grudge against us and refuse to help us." Chen Pingan sneered, "What I am worried about now is whether the backer of the Goddess of the Summer will come after you kill and eat her. Tell me, who exactly are you?" The scholar chuckled and said, he was an old Yuanian cultivator from the Ghost Valley. He was quite famous among the northern cities and even dared to disobey the orders of Jingguan City's city lord. When he was alive, he was a great general of the Divine Providence Kingdom and had outstanding achievements. When he was alive, he was never praised as a godly commander. But after his death, he was praised by later generations of military strategists for being able to command troops properly. If it weren't for the fact that the stupid emperor he was loyal to fell for the trap and forced him to lead the army to attack, causing more than 30 members of his family to die on the battlefield, it would have been a critical turning point. Otherwise, It would have been hard to predict the final outcome of the Battle of Skeleton Beach. The scholar paused for a moment and was a little melancholy. As for how the goddess of the summer clung onto this spirit, I am not a prophet, so I don't know. A skinny old monk appeared out of thin air next to the old turtle. Compared to the hill-like old turtle, the old monk was really negligible. But in Chen Pingan's eyes, the old monk was majestic while the old turtle was as small as a mustard seed. The old monk put his palms together and chanted a Buddhist chant. He asked, "Benefactors, can I bring this turtle back to the great Yuanyu temple?" The scholar smiled, "I don't care. You have to listen to my brother. It will only count if he agrees." The old turtle begged, "Monk, save me. Save me. I know I was wrong. I will cultivate Buddhism in the temple in peace. I will not dare to leave for thousands of years." The old monk looked at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan also looked at the old monk and asked, "I don't care if you know you were wrong or not. I just want to know if this old turtle can make up for the sins of these years." The old turtle wanted to say something but found he couldn't. The old monk put his palms together and nodded, "I can promise you that after the old turtle's cultivation, he will do good deeds and bear good results. It will be more beneficial to this world than killing him now." Chen Pingan didn't say anything. The old monk smiled and nodded. He then looked at the opposite shore and chanted a Buddhist chant, "Repent and be saved." When the short old monk turned around, he and the old turtle had already disappeared. The scholar casually took back the falling copper seal that had lost its foothold. Chen Pingan stood still and fell into deep thought. The scholar smiled, "Good brother, you are really brave. Do you know the origin of this senior monk?" Chen Pingan shook his head, "I don't know. There is no record in the Rest Assured collection. I only knew about the great Yuanyu temple in the Ghost Valley when I passed by the peach forest." The scholar rubbed his cheeks with both hands and sighed, "If Chongxian Bureau's secret record is correct, this old monk is the second golden arhat and the first immovable mountain in the North Continent." The old monk stood still and didn't dodge. Even if it was a nascent soul sword cultivator's natal flying sword, the monk's undying sword would break first after stabbing it for half an hour. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to bargain with the old monk. When he appeared, I was ready to hand over the old turtle. "But good brother, your luck is really good." The old monk didn't get angry but laughed. "We didn't become enemies with the great Yuanyu temple because of this." Chen Pingan said slowly, "To be able to achieve this, one must have the heart." The scholar had a headache and said, "Good brother, don't say this. I am a Taoist disciple and I can't bear to hear this." Chen Pingan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He walked to the ice that was showing signs of melting without the support of the old turtle's spell. He sat cross-legged, grabbed a handful of ice, and smeared it on his face. He was still bleeding from his 7 orifices. Chen Pingan was in a daze, but there was a smile on his face. The scholar squatted not far away and widened his eyes. He asked softly, "Good brother, you are in such a situation where your soul is agitated and your muscles and bones are trembling. Don't you feel any pain?" Chen Pingan twitched the corner of his mouth and looked into the distance. "If I said it was just scratching an itch, would you believe me?" The scholar nodded vigorously. "Yes." However, he was cursing in his heart. "Like hell I would believe you." The scholar began to count silently. He wanted to see when the blood on that guy's face would stop flowing. Chen Pingan turned his head and asked, "What about the Lady of the Ocean?" The scholar smiled. "She was tied to a demon binding rope. She will come whenever I summon her." Chen Pingan had a strange look in his eyes. The scholar smiled and said, "Good brother, only you can have a demon binding rope, but I, Yong Mumao, can't have one." The scholar stretched out a hand and a snow-white rope appeared in his hand. He shook it gently and the burly woman was thrown out from the frozen river far away. Then, as if someone was pulling her hair, she ran all the way. In a few blinks of an eye, she was dragged to the side of the scholar's feet. Chen Pingan's eyelids trembled slightly. Just how many trump cards did this guy have on him? The scholar asked, "How should we deal with her?" "Good brother, you say the word. I will follow your lead." Chen Pingan said, "As long as she is willing to open the cave abode, she can live." The scholar nodded and smiled at the little turtle. Did you hear that? However, the woman did something strange. After glancing at Chen Pingan, she turned to look at the scholar. I want you to make a vow before you open the door. The scholar laughed and stretched out his finger. He stopped smiling and coughed a few times before saying seriously, all right, all right, all right. I, Yang Mumao, swear to the heavens. The woman suddenly burst into tears. I know I will die for sure. You are all liars. Big liars. Chen Pingan narrowed his eyes. The scholar's expression changed slightly and he suddenly smiled. Forget it. Spare her. I have other uses for her. The Great Yuan dynasty happens to be short of a granny. If I succeed in recommending her, it will be a merit. It is more worth it than killing her to accumulate merit. After she was far away from Chen Pingan, she suddenly asked carefully, Immortal Master, why don't you kill that person while he is weak? The scholar's 5 fingers were like hooks as he grabbed her head and said angrily, Do I need you to teach me how to do things? The woman felt that her head was about to explode as she wailed and begged for mercy. The scholar tossed her aside and mumbled, Bloody hell. If I could kill that guy, I would be willing to pay the price of half my life. But it's hard to say if I have to pay the price of half my life. Furthermore, what if I die? Frustrated, the scholar slapped the progenitor Fu Hai who was leading the way and sent him crashing into the ground. He then kicked the progenitor Fu Hai to the front. The woman who was rolling in the water finally managed to stop herself. However, she did not dare to get up and felt that she would rather die. Only then did the scholar give up and say, Hurry up and get going. The scholar slapped his head and revealed a bitter smile. A water-repelling pearl that he did not keep in his mouth appeared in his hand. He gave himself away. However, it did not matter. After all, that guy did not intend to follow him into the water from the start. It was meaningless whether he needed to hide his destiny mystique. The ice in the river melted faster and faster. Chen Pingan stood up and returned to the shore. He surveyed his surroundings. It was winter and the world was bleak. Chen Pingan inhaled and exhaled slowly to recuperate. About an hour later, the scholar returned alone. Chen Pingan did not ask about the whereabouts of the progenitor Fu Hai. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. That lowly servant still needs to pack up her belongings. They are all items that are not easy to move and are not worth much. Also, let her go to her subordinates and extort them. After spending so much time with you, I should learn how to make money from you. The scholar smiled and said, Let's go. We will split the loot at the ancestral temple. There is no atmosphere here. Chen Pingan had no objections. After entering the ancestral temple, the two of them sat opposite each other on the steps outside the main hall. The scholar waved his sleeves and items of various sizes fell to the ground. They were a dazzling array of items and piled up into a mountain. The scholar took credit and said, I know that you are a hero who plucks the feathers of a wild goose. No matter how valuable it is, as long as it is slightly valuable, I will bring it back. There is 1 magic treasure and 12 spiritual weapons. As for the immortal money, I am not lying. It is all in the old turtle's cave. This little turtle who is about to become the water goddess is so poor that it makes one's hair stand on end. He only found 18,000 snowflakes for me to spend. Good brother, I really put my heart into it. You don't know, but I almost broke that pair of big screens. After a long time, the scholar returned. He stood on the steps and lowered his head to look at the 2 hairpins. He shook his head and said, It's a pity that I didn't put them away. Otherwise, I could have blown up the items close to you. He carefully put the 2 hairpins into his sleeves and not the items close to him. Only then did he truly leave. This time, the scholar did not travel through the ground. Instead, he swaggered above the black river and swam with the wind. A turbulent river was split in the middle and did not close for a long time. The scholar's 2 big sleeves fluttered incessantly as he muttered, One should not be too idle. When one's thoughts are stolen, weeds will grow. If one is too busy, one's true nature will recede and scatter like birds and beasts. That is why it is difficult to have both a carefree body and a carefree mind. He followed the black river and went south with the wind. Along the way, He only glanced in the direction of Mirror Treasure Mountain but did not go near it. This was the only request his family had for him to go out. He was not allowed to go near Mirror Treasure Mountain. The scholar shook his wrist and the demon binding rope appeared in his hand. It turned out that the other end of the rope was the Lady of the Ocean cover. The burly woman was pulled out of the water. The scholar twisted his wrist again and smashed her into the Black River. It stirred up a stormy sea that was dozens of feet high. The scholar landed at the southern end of the Black River and put away the demon binding rope. The woman stood at the side shakily. The scholar began to walk south on foot. She followed behind him in fear. The scholar did not stop walking. He turned his head and smiled. You have an old man who doesn't care about your feelings. Fortunately, you followed me, a master with the most Jianghu spirit. So, did you bring the thing? The woman quickly took out a small black gold celadon water from her sleeve and said in a trembling voice, I was ordered to go to the old dragon's cave and brought out this pair of fish that my father had carefully raised for 800 years. I also ordered my father's confidant to immediately put down the 4 dragon locking walls and trap him if that person sneaks into the old dragon's cave and activates the mechanism. Even if he manages to escape, the demons who received the secret message will be waiting for him there. That guy, even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. The scholar put away the small celadon water and shook it gently. He looked down and smiled. This is the unexpected wealth that I wanted to get the most on this trip. The scholar turned to look at the Black River and the old dragon's cave. As for that place, it is most likely a waste of effort. He won't go. Isn't that right, good man? The woman couldn't help but swallow. Were all the cultivators outside of the Ghost Valley so cunning and terrifying? The scholar glanced at her and put the celadon water back into his sleeve. Don't worry, not everyone is like us. But you are too stupid. You can't be like this in the future. You can't just grow old without growing your brain. Once you become a river granny, whether you can become the true water goddess depends on you. I don't raise useless people here. Oh right, other than this pair of fish, you haven't been enlightened. What do you want to steal? The woman pecked at the rice and quickly took out a jade box the size of a palm. Yes, my father said this was a carved mother ancestral coin that the last emperor of one of the dynasties asked a great hidden immortal of the Qingda sect to carefully craft. She put on a long face. I was afraid that master would get impatient from waiting, so I hurried back. My father's secret chamber only had these 2 treasures. After taking the aqua anchovy and this box, I hurried back. I didn't dare to go anywhere else to take them. The scholar took the jade box and opened it. He clicked his tongue and said, it's really an extraordinary treasure. It's an excellent natal item that any Shang clan cultivator would dream of. The scholar smiled. Very good. From this moment onwards, you are already the true river god of the great Yuan dynasty. You only lack an imperial edict. No problem, there are many imperial edicts with imperial seals in my house. Year after year, I have accumulated a huge pile. She couldn't believe it. Hearing such good news after such a disaster felt like a lifetime ago. The scholar had already turned around and continued on his way. He laughed and said, as long as I am willing, I can make you a river god. What's so difficult about that? Her footsteps became light. She was grateful to the back of that figure. The scholar wore a smile on his face. He was lazy and enjoyed the scenery. He made her rise from a river granny to a river god. It wasn't because of some carved mother ancestral coin. It wasn't because it wasn't valuable. It was because it was a servant's property. Wasn't it right and proper that it belonged to the master? Handing it over with both hands and asking for a few words of praise was already a great reward. If she dared not hand it over, she would be beaten half to death. Thunder and rain were all heavenly grace. At the end of the day, for the sake of the great round moon temple, he went with the flow. After all, the old turtle would most likely travel the river under the nose of the Yang family in the future. With this good karma as a foundation, many of his schemes could be carried out smoothly and naturally. But when he thought of this, his face instantly darkened. Scheme? Who was it for? Himself? Thinking of that fellow's last gaze in the ancestral temple, he became even more unhappy. That gaze wasn't one of schadenfreude or even pity. It was unclear. It made him puzzled and angry, because he actually began to pity himself. He suddenly thought of the iron chain bridge between the two cliffs, as well as the two ant-like monsters. Kill them. Just treat it as a parting gift to that good man. But at this moment, he stopped in his tracks. His face twisted. Then, her expression slowly relaxed. That's enough. There are 3 rules, not child's play. It turned out that the real young Ningxing had returned. He smiled and said, I traveled thousands of miles and gained a lot. What's there to be unhappy about? Lady Fu Hai also noticed the change in the person in front of her. She stopped in her tracks and was filled with fear. That person turned around. His expression was gentle. In her eyes, his bearing was completely different from before. He smiled and said, Don't be afraid. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yang Ningxing from the Cloud Palace of the Great Yuan Dynasty's Chongqian Bureau. The woman instinctively wanted to kneel and kowtow. The scholar raised his hand, preventing her from kneeling. The scholar said softly, On the same path of cultivation, you and I are already friends. In the future, you can't be arrogant or belittle yourself. The woman sobbed and sobbed, I'll remember. I won't dare to forget Master's teachings. The scholar laughed and shook his head. He didn't say anything else. He brought her along and continued on their journey. The scholar glanced in the direction of Treasure Mirror Mountain, wondering how it was going. Wei Gaowu rushed over again. When he was still a dozen steps away from the young woman, he suddenly knelt and prostrated himself on the ground. He sobbed, Fairy, please teach me Tao. Wei Gaowu is willing to be your slave. On the path of cultivation, regardless of my realm, Wei Gaowu will have no regrets even if I die. Li Liu smiled, You don't deserve to be my slave, do you? Wei Gaowu's face was covered in tears. He kept kowtowing and begging for her to teach him Tao. At the Sheep Intestine Palace. At the entrance, there were only one spiritual monster from 2 small fries with wooden spears in their arms. Chen Pingan smiled and slowly walked over. The little rat spirit was stunned. It quickly stood up with a wooden spear in hand and shouted, Who are you? Tell me your name. Actually, it already recognized the person in front of it. However, it still had to pretend. Chen Pingan waved his hand, indicating that it didn't have to pretend anymore. He asked, Your ancestor didn't vent his anger on you after losing a box of military books. If that great demon hunter still had the guts to stay in this Sheep Intestine Palace, Chen Pingan would willingly call it a great immortal. The commotion at the Black River wasn't small. Divine General Kai Lei's pitiful end was most likely known to everyone. Although that small spirit had already transformed into a human face, it could still vaguely recognize the rat spirit's original appearance. After all, its cultivation was still shallow. It scratched its head. Reporting to Master Sword Immortal, my ancestor returned late and I had already woken up by myself. I was afraid that the ancestor would suspect something, so I slammed the door twice before finally knocking myself unconscious. I never expected that when I woke up, the ancestor had yet to return, so I steeled my heart and slammed the door again. Only then did the ancestor return. After kicking me awake, I said that I had fainted without knowing anything. The ancestor ignored me and ran to the tunnel to investigate. I hurriedly slipped away and dug a hole to hide underground far away from the Goat Intestine Palace. Indeed, the ancestor could not find me and flew away on a cloud. Chen Pingan sat on the steps. The little rat spirit hesitated for a moment before sitting down as well. However, it was a little far away. It wanted to sit closer to this sword immortal and get some immortal aura, but it didn't have the guts. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, Where's the book that I gave you? The little rat spirit pointed at the place where the book was buried and said with a happy smile, Sword Immortal, it's hidden there. I didn't dare to take it out. I was thinking of carefully flipping through it in a few days. Just as Master Sword Immortal said, if my ancestor were to discover this, there would be huge trouble. The books say that a lack of forbearance in small matters will spoil great plans. Master Sword Immortal, is that how you use this saying? Chen Pingan held back his laughter and nodded, You can use it that way. The little rat spirit hugged the wooden spear and laughed foolishly. It probably felt that it had done something impressive. Chen Pingan covered his sleeves with his hands and bent slightly. He turned his head and asked, if possible, "Do you want to take a look outside?" The little rat spirit nodded and said, "Of course. My ancestor said that the books outside, no matter what is written or which saint wrote them, are sold at a cheap price. It's as if they are free. I want to buy some books back." Chen Pingan asked again, "You're coming back?" The little rat spirit nodded and looked a little shy. "My home is here." It didn't dare to sit like the sword immortal. Instead, it curled up its knees and placed its arms on its knees, curling its body there. It whispered, "I know that you don't like my ancestor. If you meet him, you might even kill him. Therefore, I'm very happy that you didn't meet my ancestor in the 2 times you came to our goat intestine palace." Chen Pingan smiled and took out a flask of wine. "Do you want to drink?" The little rat spirit shook its head. "It'll be terrible if my ancestor sees me." Chen Pingan said, "In the next half a month, this great demon hunter won't dare to come back." The little rat spirit waved its hand vigorously. "Thank you for your kind intentions, sword immortal. I won't be drinking. Well, anyway, I heard that wine will burn the stomach." At this point, the little rat spirit looked a little dejected. Chen Pingan nodded, opened the mud seal, took a small sip, and narrowed his eyes. Only this time, Chen Pingan only felt warm and comfortable, basking in the sun and drinking a little wine. Sitting beside him was a little spirit from the Ghost Valley who liked to read books and take notes. Chen Pingan felt as if he was living the life of an immortal. The little rat spirit plucked up its courage and asked carefully, "Sword immortal, did you come to our Ghost Valley to train?" Chen Pingan nodded. "I even earned some money. 3 years of new, 3 years of old, and 3 years of mending. Such days were really good." Moreover, in this Ghost Valley, he had indeed earned a lot of immortal money. Chen Pingan drank a few mouthfuls of wine and put it away. He stood up and said, "Let's go." He took out a bamboo hat and put it on his head. He also took off his old face and revealed his true appearance. For 97, Chen Pingan left the boundary of the sheep intestine palace and quickly put the sword back into its sheath. He landed on a lofty mountain ridge overflowing with miasma. Overlooking the land, he figured that as long as he walked out of the mountain ridge and walked towards the southeast for about 50 miles, he would arrive at the tall stinky copper city. Qinglu town, where the cultivators of the Zhuang sect lived, was not far away. Learning how to ride the sword was a very interesting thing. The sea of clouds in the world was ever-changing and one could never get tired of looking at it. Besides, one could also do something to relieve boredom. When he left the sheep intestine palace earlier, Chen Pingan purposely chose the bottom layer of the sea of clouds that was as neat as a knife. He submerged his head into the sea of clouds and slowly swam on the sword. If there were demons and ghosts in the wilderness below who looked up and saw this scene, they would probably think that this chi cultivator without a head was sick in the head. In addition to such childish and ridiculous self-entertainment, Chen Pingan also liked to submerge himself into the sea of clouds with only his head exposed. He then swung his arms up and down like a duck. This was actually similar to how Pei Qian put his head on the counter in the shop in the Riding Dragon Alley. They were indeed a pair of master and disciple. In the deserted mountain ridge, it was lonely and barren. The trees in the forest were twisted and sickly. Chen Pingan passed by a cliff and looked up to see a slender plum tree growing in the crevices of the cliff. It was surrounded by clouds and smoke. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a large pile of broken bones. It was most likely a plant spirit that had the potential to cultivate. It had already learned how to hunt birds and small animals after being slightly enlightened. Generally speaking, it was the most difficult for plants to become spirits in the world. Most of these spirits had already reached the end of the road when they turned into human form. For example, the cute little spirits standing on the pine and cypress bonsai at Qingfu Square at the ferry of Shushui country were destined to have no hope of cultivation. They could only waste their time by relying on the natural longevity of plants. Most of them were reared by cultivators for the sake of pleasing festivities. Therefore, before the Pearl Cave fell, The older generation under the locust tree in the town liked to tell stories of ghosts in the mountains and rivers. They deliberately fooled and scared the children. However, most of the old people would also say that it was not easy for them to be born as humans and that they should cherish it. Otherwise, if they did not live a good life in this life, they would be reincarnated as pigs and dogs in the next life. Chen Pinggan liked to squat far away and listen to stories when he was young. Liu Xianyang, who was not scared of anything, never liked such stories. He always said that ghosts and spirits were all lies. Therefore, it was mostly Ji Yu Kan who accompanied Chen Pinggan to enjoy the cool air under the shade of the locust tree. It was not until the woman in the mud bottle alley asked Ji Yu Kan to eat and sleep that she rose and left. Chen Pinggan dashed to the top of the cliff. His fingers were like hooks as they pierced into the cliff and hung in midair. Then, he took out 3 snowballs and held them in his hand. Using the refining arts that the goddess of the buried river had given him, he refined the snowballs and the spiritual energy contained in them into deep green water droplets, which dripped from the gaps of his fingers onto the border between the old plum tree and the cliff. After Chen Pinggan finished everything, he patted the cliff softly and slowly landed on the ground, continuing his journey. If one's Taoist partner was in a difficult situation and urgently needed a sum of money that could save one's life, he might have seen this strange plum tree. His first thought would be to wonder how much it was worth. In the end, he would have the courage to take the risk, climb the mountain, and cut it down. As for whether the plum tree's lucky chance had been cut off, he would not have cared. If his Taoist skills happened to be higher and he did not have enough money, wouldn't it have been a battle as dangerous as the competition of the Great Tao when he encountered the 2 monsters on the Iron Chain Bridge? Chen Pinggan had never been disgusted by the fights of the Taoists. Even if their methods were more ruthless, Chen Pinggan could understand it. The only people that Chen Pinggan disliked and even hated were the deities on the mountain who had occupied all the advantages. For example, the dragons hiding in the clouds were high and mighty, but they did not have the slightest pity for the human world. As long as their level was lower than theirs, their lives were as worthless as grass in their eyes. After suppressing and killing the eyesores casually, they would be able to keep their Taoist heart as firm as a rock by simply saying that the Great Tao was merciless. What kind of Taoism was that? Walking alone in the forest, Chen Pinggan mumbled to himself, "What I don't like must be wrong. Aren't you a bit too domineering, Chen Pinggan? Who do you think you are?" Chen Pinggan asked himself again, "The merciful don't command troops, and the righteous don't command wealth." Chen Pinggan shook his head. Chen Pinggan felt that when the ancients spoke, they only said half a sentence. It was not the real enlightening words. Once some words were taken out of context and were regarded as a standard by the world, it could indeed save a lot of trouble in life. It was not that it was bad, but in the end, it was still a fly in the ointment. For example, the book said again, "The merciful don't command troops. After grasping great power, there must be great benevolence. The righteous don't command wealth. After becoming rich and powerful, there must be great righteousness." Chen Pinggan stopped and leaped onto a high branch. Sitting on the tree, he took out the carving knife and bamboo slip that he had not seen for a long time and engraved the 2 sentences on the bamboo slip. Thinking about it, he engraved the words he had said to the little rat in the Yangchang Palace, the words about cultivating the heart and cultivating strength on another scroll. Chen Pinggan put away the carving knife and held a bamboo slip in each hand. He raised it high and smiled brightly. "Now, it's the real book. Okay." It turned out that it was all Chen Pinggan's nonsense. Probably in the whole world, only those bootlickers of the Luo Po mountain would be willing to take these words seriously. Chen Pinggan carefully put away the 2 bamboo slips. He was in a good mood. After that, Chen Pinggan did not rush to the stinky copper city. Instead, he drank a few mouthfuls of wine. There was still a lot of wine left in the jug that he took from the Yangchang Palace. Chen Pinggan began to carefully count and calculate his belongings. This time, he gained a lot from entering the Ghost Valley from the Skeleton Beach. However, the damage to the spring grass robe on him was not light. To really repair it to its original state, he estimated that he would need at least 5,000 to 6,000 snowflakes. When he escaped from the siege in front of the scholar at the earth-surging mountain, in order to appear weak, he did not dare to reveal the true strength of a pure martial artist. He could only purposely suppress the pure essential chi in his body. With just the robe, he took a heavy blow from the mountain-moving ape. Afterwards, at the bank of the Black River, he fought with the Thunder Divine General of the Jixiao Mountain. He was trapped in a pool of lightning, and the spring grass robe was seriously damaged by the lightning. This was not a small expense, and it made Chen Pingan's teeth itch. Chen Pingan could only comfort himself. The world's smallest bag shop still needs some capital to do business. Your attitude of making money without any capital is not good. And in the pool of lightning, it was like frying one's skin and soul. This was the real Ghost Valley experience. Although compared to the torture in the Luo Po mountain, it was lighter, but the benefits were not small. Moreover, the pool of lightning was the most torturous cage in the world. There were other benefits to being tortured. Chen Pingan actually felt that his bones and soul had become slightly tougher. At the Crow Ridge, he took a snowflake robe from the white concubine of the greasy city. According to Fan Yun Luo, the market price was 2 or 3 grain rain coins. If he sold it to the greasy city, he should be able to get a premium of 1 or 2 grain rain coins. But when he thought of the white concubine, who liked to be mysterious, Chen Pingan felt depressed. At that time, she changed her face, and used it to bewitch people. This made Chen Pingan angry and guilty at the same time. In addition to the 5 skeletons that the lower 5 realms Dao couple carried out of the Ghost Valley, there were also the skeletons of more than 10 female officials and maids from the greasy city. As for how much they could be sold for after leaving the Ghost Valley, Chen Pingan did not know. Thinking of this, Chen Pingan could not help but look to the south. He did not know if the Dao couple had been sold for a high price. The so-called 1-month agreement. In fact, Chen Pingan did not take it seriously from the beginning. He just let the other party be at ease and collect the money. It was not easy for the Dao couple to earn money in the Ghost Valley. Chen Pingan did not care whether they would keep their promise for a month. Because the Dao couple had sold the 5 sets of Greasy City's white jade bones, whether they waited for a month or not, Chen Pingan would not appear in the market. Without waiting, they would abscond with the money. They were worried that they would be held accountable after the event. It was more or less a burden on their minds. If they waited for a month, it would be even better. They could leave with a clear conscience and let the lower 5 realms female cultivator break through the bottleneck to the cave realm. The immortal money should be more than enough to help her stabilize the cave realm. As for the remaining surplus, whether the male cultivator could take advantage of the situation to break through, it would be up to fate. As for why Chen Pingan was like this, the reason was very simple. Just like when Chen Pingan was at the goddess of the summer's underground vault, he had to collect the 2 sets of white bones. It was not for money. Chen Pingan not only did not covet the white bones and dragon robes of the emperor of Longxi country and the female cultivator from the Qingda sect, his only thought was to return to their homeland and find a place to bury their white bones amidst the green mountains and clear waters. He hoped that there would be lovers in the world, pairs, and finally married. He hoped that the people who had already passed away would live and die together. The Tao was long and the road to immortality was long. In the process of cultivation, other than diligently practicing the sword and fist, and not being afraid to fight against the strong, he did these small things that others were not willing to do. How could it not be a great joy in life? In the Guanghan Palace of the Peeling Mountain, there were gains from the goddess of the summer's boudoir and the treasury. He received more than 1,000 pieces of snow from the scholar. However, Chen Pingan felt that the most valuable thing was the piece of cold iron that acted as the door. It was meticulously built into a winter moon palace by the Mohist's mechanical master. As for the bottles and jars in the moon palace's boudoir, Chen Pingan was still very concerned about them. In the future, when he left the skeleton beach and continued his journey to the north, who knew if he would meet a few wealthy ladies or mountain fairies who had nowhere to spend their money? Perhaps they would be blinded by lard and would buy it at a high price. Zhu Lian had vowed that there was no woman in the world who did not want to be prettier. If there was, it was only because they had not met a man who was worthy of making themselves beautiful for the one who loves them. As for the big box of military books collected by the great demon hunter at the end of the Sheep Intestine Palace's tunnel, Chen Pinggan did not have the time to carefully flip through them. He planned to only flip through them one by one after he settled down in Qinglu town. They should be the books left behind by the two great dynasties and a dozen vassal states at the Skeleton Beach. After thousands of years in the Sheep Intestine Palace, they just happened to be one of Chen Pinggan's assets. However, he still needed to carefully select the best ones and place them in his own library on Luopo Mountain. When he thought about the future when a disciple of Luopo Mountain entered the library to borrow books and flipped through them, he would hear the old man of the library say that these books were the loot of their mountain lord when he traveled to the Skeleton Beach in the North Continent. The old man would embellish some nonsense and say that he must be careful when he flipped through the books because these were treasures found in the dragon's lair and the tiger's den. Wouldn't that disciple feel that he had to be even more attentive when he went back to reading? Then, under the lamp when he was tired of reading, he would more or less admire that young mountain chieftain who had walked through thousands of mountains and rivers. Chen Pinggan sat on the high branch and could not help but laugh. He continued to calculate. Similarly, an accountant wearing a green robe could only think of less losses at Bookslip Lake. In this ghost valley, he could think of earning more. His days were getting better and better. In divine General Kai Lei's territory, Jiaoxiao Mountain, he dug out 5 golden lightning whips of different sizes. The true value of these treasured golden lightning bamboo whips was unknown for the time being. However, why did the monster with 2 golden eagle heads say that he was the thief who stole the thunderpool? Because of this, Chen Pinggan was worried that something big had happened at Jiaoxiao Mountain. After leaving the Black River, he deliberately avoided Jiaoxiao Mountain. In fact, Jiaoxiao Mountain was the same as the old dragon's lair. If one was not afraid of death, one could explore to the end and perhaps obtain unexpected gains. Of course, in this way, he would be like that pair of Dao companions who did not have a high level of cultivation. They were really risking their lives to earn money. In the ancestral temple by the Black River, he and the scholar sat on the ground to split the loot. They worked together to divide the cave treasury that the scholar built at the bottom of the river from the progenitor Fu Hai. 6 spiritual weapons. Chen Pinggan gave up that so-called magic hairpin, and only wanted those pitiful 800 snowflakes to spend in the treasury of the underwater mansion. P.S. The 18,000 snowballs in the main body of the previous chapter has been revised. It should be 800 snowballs. In the small turtle's cave, the scholar conveniently swept away the items close to him. A pile of junk similar to the collection of the Moon Palace's boudoir. Even after returning to Luopo Mountain from the Book Lake trip, Chen Pinggan knew that his dhow was close to water. However, he still rejected the magic weapon that could only benefit cultivators who were close to water. Occasionally, a few pies would fall from the sky and hit his head. However, Chen Pinggan did not believe that Yang Ning of Chongxian Bureau used a mysterious Dao technique to condense all the evil in one's heart into a pure mustard seed. However, Chen Pinggan was very curious about how this unique Dao technique of Yunxiao Palace's Yu Yi Qing Xiong was able to refine the mind like refining an object. After Chen Pinggan finished calculating, he discovered that he had actually earned so much from this trip to Guiming Valley. On the way, he discovered that the mountains and rivers at Mirror Treasure Mountain had collapsed. It was very likely that Yang Chongxian had finally obtained the mirror opportunity. Moreover, the thunder pool of Jixiao Mountain had been secretly moved to the sky. This was a great fortune. However, Chen Pinggan didn't feel that the bountiful profits of others were enough to make him jealous. In reality, the scholar who schemed everywhere and lost to Chen Pinggan in everything, on the other hand, when he left Guiming Valley, even if he did not mention the 3 mountains that Yang Ning painstakingly made for him, just the golden fish in the small pond of the old dragon cave and the carving mother ancestral coin that a certain great hidden immortal of Qingda sect had personally made, just these 2 items, he could already be considered to have returned from a fruitful trip. However, even if he knew the truth, Chen Pinggan would not take it to heart. You walk your path, I walk my single plank bridge. You take your great fortune, I pick up my little junk. Chen Pinggan suddenly laughed, a smile that could not be concealed. He said cheerfully, this kind of junk, the more the better. Then, Chen Pinggan shook his sleeves and said, besides, you're not trash. You're all godly money. Moreover, In the big sleeve of the 100-eyed Dao Tai that he had taken from Yang Ning, there were still 3 talisman that looked extremely valuable. Chen Pinggan jumped down from the high branch. His footsteps were cheerful, imitating Kui Dongshan's swaying sleeves, and imitating Pei Qian's footsteps. Chen Pinggan felt that he was indeed a little carried away. But so what, I am very happy now. Chen Pinggan carried the wine jug. After drinking, he did not even bear to throw the jug away. After keeping it close to him, he felt a little regretful that he did not encounter any demons or ghosts along the way. It was similar to Mount Tongguan. However, just as he was about to leave the mountain, he suddenly discovered that at the foot of the mountain far away, there were 2 groups of people arguing. Both sides were facing each other, with weapons pointed at each other. Chen Pinggan quickly stealthily moved over with familiarity. He restrained all his qi and chose a place to hide. On a huge coarse carriage, although it was called a carriage, there was actually no cover around it. It looked more like a wooden raft, with a throne. On it sat a burly man with bulging muscles. He was 2 feet tall, his fists were as big as alms bowls, and he held a huge wine bowl in one hand. He was drinking with his head tilted back. The wine casually poured out, and his dense chest hair looked like it was raining. Empty wine jugs were placed beside the burly man's feet. Beside the throne, a female demon with 2 pointy ears sat curled up. She held a big bowl full of wine with both hands. From time to time, she secretly glanced at a certain person in the enemy camp. Her eyes were like silk. The carriage was carried on the shoulders of the 8 little demons. Near the carriage, dozens of demons were wearing iron armor, holding swords and spears, clamoring incessantly. Confronting this group of demons from the mountain were more than 10 tall ghosts in elite soldier attire. They were armed with swords and crossbows, like elite soldiers on the battlefield. The leader was a general ghost in silver armor, his face full of anger. Beside him stood a living man who was a head shorter than him. Accompanied by the ghosts and demons, he was still arrogant and fearless. He was actually wearing a bright red civil official's uniform embroidered with a white pheasant on the chest. Inside, he wore a white gauze shirt, white socks, black shoes, and a jade belt around his waist. This young official was pointing a finger at the carriage, cursing incessantly. The burly man who was sitting like a small hill heard the man's long-winded curses. He lifted his leg and lightly kicked the woman beside his feet, asking in a low voice, "What are you talking about?" The charming woman smiled and said, "He's saying that you're not a human, master." The burly man was stunned for a moment. When was I a human? Between us and those skeletons in Stinky Copper City, which one is a human? Isn't this pale-faced scholar the only one who's a human? The woman lowered her head and covered her mouth, giggling. When the burly man threw away the wine bowl in his hand, she quickly raised it and caught it. The woman massaged his legs and laughed. "Master, the words of the scholars in Stinky Copper City are all so nonsensical. It's good that you don't understand. Even if you do you still want to go to Stinky Copper City to be an official?" The burly man grinned and said, "I actually want to be a sesame official for that prime minister. During the day, I'll talk with her about books, and at night, I'll have a great battle with her. Listening to her moaning sounds like she's singing. Just thinking about it is enough to make me ecstatic." That ghost general heard it clearly. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his face gloomy as he angrily said, "My family's prime minister is like a fairy. Is she someone that a beast like you who hasn't even shed all of its fur can insult?" The burly man did not take it to heart. After drinking half a bowl of wine, he spilled half a bowl of wine and smashed it outside the carriage. He wiped his mouth and leaned forward. As he reached into his mouth to pick his teeth, he smiled and said, "I'm the sworn brother of the great demon-catching immortal. I'm also one of the adopted sons of the mountain-moving great sage. Eating a few woodcutters in your city Lord Tang's territory is nothing to me." The civil official loudly scolded, "You old dog, stop pretending to be stupid. We're here to ask you for that new grand scholar. This person is the Prime Minister's most valued scholar. Hurry up and return him, or else our Stinky Copper City will send an army to your border. We won't care about the relationship between neighbors anymore. You better weigh the pros and cons. Is your life tough, or is our Stinky Copper City's army sharper? Chen Pingan vaguely saw that the burly man on the carriage had the appearance of a mountain dog behind him. However, the image was very blurry, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The Grand Scholar of the Great Demon Hunter? Could it be the rat spirit that stole the sharp knife at the entrance of the sheep intestine palace and then flicked him to death? Chen Pingan looked at the carriage. He was afraid of comparing goods to goods. Compared to Fan Yunluo's treasured carriage, it was indeed too shabby. No wonder he would become sworn brothers with that sheep intestine palace rat spirit. The new Grand Scholar from Stinky Copper City must be the one who was captured by the gentleman with the fan to Peeling Mountain to claim credit, Yong Ningxing. Chen Pingan was more interested in the civil official. It could be seen that when he left Stinky Copper City this time, he had official business to attend to. But looking at the hint of Schadenfreude in his expression, in the depths of his heart, he must still be hoping that the colleague who could compete with him for favor in the palace would be eaten by the mountain dogs and turned into fertilizer for the mountain. The burly man who was exposed was also furious. Spitting everywhere, he started to scold the Stinky Copper City official for being a short-lived person who couldn't enjoy life. Both sides cursed for a long time. Chen Pingan also didn't see anyone make the first move. In the end, they just went back to their own homes. Chen Pingan was also a little convinced. After patting the blade-strengthening gourd, he jumped down from the tree and followed the Stinky Copper City ghosts from afar. On the carriage, the burly man didn't move. He seemed to be unable to tolerate alcohol and was dozing off. When they returned to the cave residence and the carriage slowly landed, the charming woman suddenly screamed. It turned out that his master, whose divine power was invincible, had died suddenly and inexplicably. Only a bead of blood seeped out from between the brows of this Mount Tong Guanshan's mountain dog that had transformed into a human form. When Chen Pingan got close to Stinky Copper City, he took out the Zhuang sect token and hung it on his waist. She also carried a large bag on her back, which contained the bottles and jars she had obtained from the Mountain Moon Palace's boudoir and the Black River underwater mansion. As for whether or not he would give himself away, Chen Pingan naturally didn't care. He hoped that the demons would follow the clues and seek revenge. However, that demon hunter didn't even dare to stay in his own sheep intestine palace. Why would he dare to come to this Stinky Copper City to die? Previously in the blade-strengthening gourd, Chu Yi didn't seem willing to show himself to kill demons. It was the demon that Flying Sword 15 killed. Chen Pingan held his bamboo hat and then covered the old man's face. Previously at the Water God Temple by the Black River, the scholar said that he wanted to keep the young man's face as a small memento. Chen Pingan didn't agree. The scholar took a step back and said that he was willing to buy it at a high price. Chen Pingan said that he could buy it, but the price was 10 grains of grain rain money. Since they were good brothers who had gone through thick and thin together, talking about money would hurt their relationship, so he gave a 10% discount. Only then did the scholar reluctantly return the skin of his face. He said that it was hard to find such a good brother in the world. Stinky Copper City was located in the southern part of the Ghost Valley. It was not a small city, with tall walls and 3 city gates. Because the northern part of the city was built to look like a monarch's palace, a large number of ministers, civil and military officials, who were appointed by the city lord, lived nearby. There were more than 10 big and small markets in the city, and trade was flourishing. There were many detailed records in the Rest Assured collection written by the Linen Sect. It was written that if one entered Stinky Copper City with the Linen Sect's Jade token, not only would there be no restriction on entering and exiting the city, all transactions in the city would also be treated well. From this, it could be seen that the Stinky Copper City lord who took root near Qinglu town and expanded his business was a person who knew how to conduct himself, to be a ghost. Sure enough, when the guards saw the jade token on Chen Pingan's waist, not only did they take the money and interrogate him, they also changed to a humble and respectful attitude. They bowed their heads and greeted him with a smile. Not only that, they also congratulated him in unison, "We wish the immortal master a prosperous future." This caught Chen Pingan a little off guard. After thinking for a while, he didn't leave quickly. Instead, he put on the air of a foreigner traveling around Qinglu town and flicked a snow coin to a ghost general who was in charge of the city gate. The latter hurriedly caught the snow coin with both hands and gently bit it with his mouth. Suddenly, he couldn't close his mouth. In Stinky Copper City, there were 3 big markets that were famous in Ghost Valley. One was the Daughter Square, which had many brothels filled with the smell of cosmetics. After all, the women in Stinky Copper City were very beautiful. In addition to some flesh business, the Daughter Square also sold human beings. They selected some beautiful girls and clearly marked the price there. In history, there were foreign immortal masters who took a fancy to the young girls in Stinky Copper City and took them away from Ghost Valley. It was said that one of the girls was a cultivation jade with pure yin 8 characters. Together with the benefactor who saved her from the fire and water, they joined the ranks of the Earth Immortals. In the world, the immortal mansions of the sects in the mountains went down the mountain to select disciples and examine the aptitude of others. Usually, each had their own strengths and weaknesses. It was very difficult to truly see through them. Not to mention, there were all kinds of strange opportunities in terms of bone structure. One person's honey was another person's arsenic. One person's jade was another person's mountain rock. Chen Pingan had a deep understanding of this. When he left Bookslip Lake and headed north, he accidentally passed by the gold and silver shop in the county town. There were 2 young men who did not know how lucky they were at that time. Because there were 2 old immortals who hid their identities and traveled the world watching them, the old cultivator with a higher cultivation chose the seemingly simple and honest young man to be the target of his teachings. The cultivator with a lower cultivation realm chose the clever young man to be his disciple. There was also a horse shop, mostly bartering. The jade and minerals in the Ghost Valley, spiritual flowers and herbs, white jade bones, as well as the various relics of the dynasty that one inadvertently obtained, could all be bought and sold here. After all, the cultivation of ghosts also had many things to pay attention to. On the road of cultivation, each higher cultivation realm meant that one could live longer. The last shop was the gold powder shop, which specialized in the secret treasures of the Prime Minister. Of course, the traveling immortal masters could also take out their own treasures and sell them to the sister of the city lord. This was the destination of Chen Pingan's trip to the Stinky Copper City. If he wanted to come here to be a bag shop, he had to practice and learn to be thick-skinned. Along the way, the ghosts walked freely in the daytime. The living men and women, old and young, were also fearless. They strolled and shopped, each having their own fun. It should be that the small world of the Ghost Valley had already refined the light of the sun and the moon, especially the sunlight no longer hurt the ghosts. The gold powder shop was not big. Outside the shops on the street, most of them were scholars who had not yet passed the imperial examinations but had spread far and wide. This girl's idea of the Prime Minister was indeed a bold and imaginative one. Chen Pingan came to the first shop at the corner of the street. The shopkeeper was a young female ghost in luxurious clothes, and there were 2 little ghosts with snow-white faces, a boy and a girl. Seeing Chen Pingan with the hemp sect's jade token hanging on his waist, the 2 little guys were a little scared. There were many disasters in the history of the Stinky Copper City, but they were all caused by these foreign immortals, killing and injuring countless people in the city. The girl's expression was normal, and politely asked, "Old immortal master, do you want to buy or sell? Since this shop of mine can be opened on the street, naturally the goods are not bad, nor are they fake." Chen Pingan changed his voice, and said with a hoarse laugh, "If I came from that side, wouldn't it be the end of the street?" The girl smiled sweetly, and did not mind. After all, the shop's business had always been up to the customers to decide whether to buy or sell. The 2 little guys, who were originally timid, looked at each other and smiled. This old immortal wearing a bamboo hat actually knew how to joke. Chen Pingan looked at the antiques and treasures on the shelves in the shop. There were very few that had spiritual energy flowing, and most of them were relics of the previous dynasty excavated from the ancient battlefield of the Skeleton Beach. They were similar to the armors and equipment at the Crow Ridge, except that one was well maintained and bright as new, and the other was lost in the wilderness, covered in rust. Moreover, the treasures on the mountain could not be called spiritual weapons just because they could hide some spiritual energy. Only when a cultivator refined them meticulously, could they be used to nourish chi cultivators and nourish the chi residents, could they be considered spiritual weapons. Furthermore, they had to be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and be able to refine it to make it pure. This was another difficulty, and was the so-called shape of heaven and earth, and spiritual weapons. There were many palace treasures in the world, and they were priceless in the eyes of ordinary teachers. However, the masters on the mountain did not pay attention to them, and regarded them as worn-out shoes, because of this. However, the treasure of the shop was a well-deserved spiritual weapon. It was a featherless heavy iron arrow. Presumably, the owner of this object must have had astonishing physical strength when he was alive. He must have been a valiant warrior on the battlefield. The tip of the arrow was stained with blood. Even now, the blood had not faded and had soaked the arrow. The female ghost shopkeeper saw the man staring at the arrow, and smiled, "Old immortal master, you have a good eye. This object is called mountain-breaking arrow, and it was once used by a general in the Longxi kingdom. That general was a military cultivator, and his natal item was a mountain-breaking bow. Together with 12 mountain-breaking arrows, one arrow could blow up a mountain, and its power was amazing. This mountain-breaking arrow is even rarer, because the arrowhead was stained with blood, because it pierced through the eyeball of another military general. Therefore, my master named it mountain-breaking arrow. Old immortal master, if you buy it, you can travel across mountains and rivers with the arrow, and you will be able to ward off evil spirits and ghosts." Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "Where is the mountain-breaking bow now?" The female ghost shopkeeper said regretfully, "In the soul-stirring battle at the Skeleton Beach, it was pulled taut by my master on the battlefield. Not to mention the broken bowstring, the body of the bow was the same." Chen Pingan sighed, "What a tragic battle." The female ghost smiled, "If it was not so, how could we ghosts have the chance to come back to life? We have to thank those warriors on the battlefield who did not hesitate to sacrifice their lives." Chen Pingan nodded, "I'll walk around a bit more." The female ghost did not force him, and let the old man with the bamboo hat leave the shop. Chen Pingan walked around all the shops on the street, and found that they were all similar. Each shop had a spiritual weapon. For example, at the end of the street, there was an iron peeper, and it was in good condition. As for the rest of the scattered antiques, they weren't really up to standard. Even if Chen Pingan wanted to buy them at a low price and resell them at other places, he could not pick out one or two. Presumably, the real good things had been given to the girl, and the Prime Minister had kept them in the palace. Chen Pingan had learned a little from Ma Duyi and the old ghost from the book lake about picking up scraps and discerning eyes. However, after seeing so many good things, Chen Pingan had some confidence in whether an item was good or bad. But as to how good it was, he still lacked experience and skills. In the end, Chen Pingan returned to the shop he first set foot in. The two little guys were no longer afraid of him, and were sitting on the door sill, basking in the sun. They just moved their butts to make way for him. The female ghost shopkeeper smiled and asked, "Old immortal master, did you have any unexpected gains in our gold powder shop?" Chen Pingan shook his head, "I couldn't find anything with a suitable price." She glanced at the big bag Chen Pingan was carrying and asked, "Old immortal master, are you selling your treasures?" Chen Pingan nodded, "I'm just trying my luck. I don't know if it's good enough for you." She smiled, "Let's see first. If it's really good, I'm not afraid of spending money in this shop." Chen Pingan took off the bag and gently placed it on the counter, and moved the items out one by one. This was only 30% of the items in the Lady of the Summer's room and the Lady of the Sea's mansion. It was obvious that Chen Pingan had the ability to scavenge 3 feet of the ground. It could be said that wherever he passed, not even a blade of grass grew. The female ghost had a strange expression at first. Because the first few items were all women's boudoir items, such as a powder jar, a makeup mirror, a silver box with inscriptions of mandarin ducks, and a woman's head ornament. It was only as big as a fist, but it was delicately carved with a cluster of dark red peonies and hundreds of dancing flowers. This old immortal master was really a shameless pervert. The guy with the bamboo hat seemed to feel that something was wrong. He stopped taking things out and finally began to rummage through the items. He took out a few items that were slightly normal. Only then did the female ghost shopkeeper's angry and embarrassed expression become slightly better. When Chen Pingan took out a pair of golden chopsticks, Her expression changed slightly. Compared to the exquisite golden flower head ornament, she was even more tempted. In the end, Chen Pingan only took out half of the items in the bag. They were scattered and densely packed, and had already piled up on the counter. He asked, "Shopkeeper, is there anything you like?" The female ghost shopkeeper's gaze casually swept through all the items, and only stopped for a moment on a powdered porcelain bottle. She seemed to be slightly tempted, but more than that, she was greatly disappointed. Chen Pingan sighed, "Since neither of us can take out anything I like, I can only waste my trip to Stinky Copper City." The female ghost saw that the old man was about to pack up the bag. She gently stretched out a finger and pressed on the top of the powdered porcelain bottle. She said, "Old immortal master, may I know the price of this small porcelain bottle? I think it's small and cute, so I plan to buy it myself." Chen Pingan glanced at the small powdered porcelain bottle and deliberately revealed a hint of sarcasm. He smiled and said, "It's the least valuable among all my treasures. I'll just give it to you, shopkeeper." Chen Pingan was sure that it was really worthless. Noble ladies and women might like it, but it could only be sold for a few dozen or 100 taels of silver. The reason why the female ghost shopkeeper had her eyes on it was just one of a series of methods to lower the price. Chen Pingan did not know how to do business anymore, but he did not lack this bit of insight. In terms of shrewdness, could this female ghost shopkeeper of Stinky Copper City be compared to that scholar? Therefore, Chen Pingan began to stuff the items on the counter back into the bag. He looked as if the shopkeeper was blind and he was determined to leave. As expected. The female ghost could not hide the anxiousness in her eyes. She asked again, "Old immortal master, my shop has not been open for a long time. How about this, if I pack up all the items in your bag, I'll pay you 90 snowflakes. How about that?" Chen Pingan once again glanced at the female ghost, who had a pained expression on her face. He reached out and pushed the pink porcelain bottle, but his hands didn't stop moving. He said in a bad mood, "I'm not a beggar, so I'll just give this to you. As for the rest of the real treasures, I'll go somewhere else to find a buyer with real money. I don't believe that in such a big Stinky Copper City, there's no one with good insight." The female ghost seemed to be angry from embarrassment. She did not pick up the powdered porcelain bottle, nor did she say anything to persuade the old man to stay. She let him put all the things he took out back into the bag and carried it on his back. Seeing that she did not pick up the porcelain bottle, the old man did not hold back. He took it in his hand. If she did not want it, then forget it. Finally, he stepped over the threshold and left. When the bad-tempered old man left the shop, the female ghost shopkeeper murmured a dozen times. Then, she hurriedly waved her hand and called a little ghost girl to the counter. She said, "Follow that person. If he turns around and walks back to our shop, don't bother about him. If he walks all the way back and doesn't seem to want to go back to Golden Powder Shop, go up and tell him that our shop is willing to negotiate the price with him." About a quarter of an hour later, the little girl ran back to the shop with a sullen face. Her little face was wrinkled, and she was about to cry. She said, "Sister Zhengguan, I followed that old grandpa secretly all the way, and he really didn't notice me. I followed him for a long time, but when he passed by the daughter's shop, he turned into an alley. I didn't dare to follow too quickly, because I was afraid that he would see me when he turned around. In the end, when I stuck my head out and waited for him to leave the alley, I ran in and out, but he was gone." Sister Zhengguan, that old grandpa really disappeared with a whoosh. I ran up and down that street several times, but I still couldn't find him. The little ghost girl covered her face with both hands. She began to sob when she spoke of her sadness. The female ghost shopkeeper was worried and distressed. She hurriedly went around the counter and squatted down. She stroked the little girl's head and said softly, all right. It's not a big deal. Don't cry." The boy standing to the side made a funny face and gloated. He said, "Sister Zhengguan, if you let me follow that old man just now, he definitely wouldn't have been able to run away. Little Q is stupid. Sister Zhengguan, you know that." The little girl finally managed to stop crying. Now, she started bawling. The female ghost shopkeeper glared fiercely at the little ghost. Then, she went behind the counter and took out a silver bell. She threw it to the little ghost. I can't leave the shop. Take this token and remember not to lose it. Then, quickly go to the northern palace gate and report to General Chu, who is guarding the gate. Say that an old immortal master from outside the village came to Gold Powder Shop earlier and has many treasures on him. Tell the Prime Minister not to miss this opportunity. It would be best if she could meet that immortal master in person. The little ghost boy nodded vigorously. All right, Sister Zhengguan. Don't worry. I'm much more reliable than little Q. The little girl cried even harder. The female ghost shopkeeper pointed outside the door and glared at the little bastard who kept adding fuel to the fire. Quickly disappear. Understood. The little boy immediately dashed out. A moment later, the shopkeeper, who was squatting on the ground and comforting the little girl, turned her head and was dumbfounded. Outside the shop, a tall woman was carrying the motionless little boy. She walked into the shop with a smile and said, Zhengguan, you don't have to look for me. Stinky Copper City has been very tense recently. Our city lord has ordered people to keep a close eye on all suspicious people coming in and out. So, when that old immortal master from outside the village walked into Gold Powder Shop, I got the news. The woman put the little ghost boy on the ground. She sniffed and looked intoxicated. She laughed and said, Oh, what a strong aura of treasure light. Zhengguan, you really missed out on a great deal. The young ghost girl said guiltily, this servant wanted to help the Prime Minister lower the price. I didn't expect that old man to have such a bad temper and leave in a fit of anger. The woman waved her hand. No matter. As long as he's still in our Stinky Copper City, we can find him. I've already sent people to invite him over. The woman was the sister of City Lord Tang of Stinky Copper City. Her name was Tang Jinxiu. For a long time, she was like a child playing house. She built a court in the city and even prepared for the imperial examination. The city lord, Tang Jingyi, was an old gold core ghost, but he had never fought with anyone before. This was not surprising, as Pu Sheng was the most powerful ghost in the 10 cities in the south. If not for his own sins, he would have been a shocking unpolished jade-level ghost sword cultivator. As for the other city lords, except for the Grand Tutor city's spirit near Lanmusk town, none of them had reached the Yuanying realm. Further north, there was only one Yuanying city lord. He was the hidden backer of the goddess of the summer, the powerful spirit of the city of Unyielding. He was one of the 3 ghost commanders of the Divine Providence Kingdom who died on the battlefield. He was also the owner of the Mountain Breaker bow in Stinky Copper City. He had personally visited the Gold Powder Shop and only took a glance at the Mountain Breaker arrow in the shop. Not only did he not take it, but the Jindan Ghost Commander did not accept it when the Stinky Copper City offered to return it. Tang Jinxiu said with a smile, when he comes, I'll tell him that I'm the owner of this Golden Powder Shop, the one who really manages the money. Once my identity is exposed, that immortal master will raise the price to death. The female shopkeeper smiled and nodded. Tang Jinxiu glanced at the 2 little ghosts and scolded with a smile, You 2 idiots, go play somewhere else. The 2 little ones quickly ran out of the shop. A slender figure appeared in the shop out of thin air. The surrounding yin qi rippled. Tang Jinxiu was stunned. She smiled and said, Brother, why are you here? If I remember correctly, this is the first time you come to my Gold Powder Shop. Alas! The young female ghost called Zhengguan was already kneeling on the ground. She said in a trembling voice, Greetings, City Lord. The middle-aged man said, I'm here to tell you that you'd better not have any other ideas except doing business with that person. Tang Jinxiu smiled and said, Isn't he just an old man? Why? Are you afraid that I'll take a fancy to him? He's not a young handsome guy. I don't have any ideas. Tang Jingyi said helplessly, This person just used some camouflage. If the spy is right, he should be the young sword immortal who made Fan Yun Luo and the demons in the mountains suffer a lot. I just got the news that the mountain dog is also dead. It was killed by a flying sword that pierced through its head. It was quiet and didn't even show up. Tang Jinxiu licked her lips. Tang Jingyi said seriously, I don't care about you when you're just playing. But this time, it's a serious matter. If you're not careful, you'll lose half of the Stinky Copper City. If you still dare to mess around, don't blame me for grounding you for 100 years. Tang Jinxiu felt wronged and said, since it's a serious matter, why don't you come out yourself? Tang Jingyi laughed angrily and said, me? Do what? If word gets out, are you secretly planning to eliminate the other demons? Or are you ambitious and want to swallow up the surrounding cities? Or maybe I'll sit in this shop and eat melon seeds. I'll ask him for a sky-high price and bargain with him on the spot. Since he doesn't plan to make it public and only comes to our city to do business, even to hide your identity to prevent him from raising the price. How can I bargain with him here? He only needs a small amount of money for an item, and I buy it with a grain of money. Otherwise, wouldn't our stinky copper city be disrespectful to a young sword immortal? Tang Jingyi stretched out his finger and pointed at his ashamed sister. Next, you just need to make sure that it's a business deal. Don't paint a snake with legs and don't deliberately curry favor with him. But if he keeps being aggressive, you don't need to be too afraid. Our stinky copper city and Qinglu town have signed an alliance agreement. Those Zhuang sect cultivators will definitely not sit by and do nothing. Tang Jinxiu said with resentment in her eyes, I know. Tang Jingyi turned to look at the young female ghost and reminded her, remember to remind her not to be infatuated with him. Our stinky copper city's prime minister really doesn't deserve a young sword immortal. Tang Jinxiu stomped her foot. Brother, how can you talk about your sister like that? The spirit of the city lord had already hurried over and quietly returned. About an hour later, a female ghost woman who purposely didn't wear her palace attire led the old immortal master to a shop on the corner of Gold Powder Lane. The female ghost, Zhen Guan, looked as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Tang Jinxiu was already standing at the shop's entrance with her hands behind her back and one hand gently pressing the air, indicating that the real shopkeeper behind her didn't need to be nervous. After the woman explained the situation, Tang Jinxiu looked at the old man who wore a bamboo hat and carried a luggage bag and said with a smile, Old immortal master, you didn't enter Gold Powder Lane and hid to drink. It took us a long time to find you. Tang Jinxiu then began to introduce herself. I'm the shopkeeper of all the shops in Gold Powder Lane. Zhen Guan is blind and doesn't have much money in her pocket, so it's better for me to do business with you. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, okay, I hope you don't bully the customers. My old bones can't withstand a few knocks. I can't even listen to half a sentence of those threatening words. Tang Jinxiu cursed in her heart, but the smile on her face deepened. The shops in Gold Powder Lane are the youngest, but they are 400 or 500 years old. They have a golden signboard and a lot of returning customers. Old immortal master, don't worry. Chen Pinggan entered the shop. Tang Jinxiu and the female ghost Zhen Guan stood side by side behind the counter. The woman who found Chen Pinggan guarded the shop's entrance. Chen Pinggan took off the bag and took out the items one by one, putting them on the counter. He still took 30% of the items first. There was a dazzling array of treasures. Tang Jinxiu picked them up one by one and put them down one by one. When she saw the beautifully carved golden flower jewelry with hundreds of peonies, her heart trembled slightly. She smiled and said, it's really a beautiful item. Even if it's placed outside in the market, it should be worth 10,000 taels of silver. After all, this item has a great origin. It was once the beloved item of a beautiful empress in Anting Kingdom. As long as the snow is crushed and money is dripped into all the stamens, it is said that a strange scene will happen. Well, I'll give you a small sum of money. Tang Jinxiu picked up the pair of golden chopsticks again. After carefully examining them, she knocked them against each other. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully. Then, she nodded and said, it's really them. This object is also recorded in the history books. It was bestowed by the last emperor of the Magpie Mountain country to a famous minister, Song Jing. At a banquet, in order to commend Song Jing's honesty as an official, he specially ordered the immortals to make this pair of chopsticks. It's not made of ordinary gold, but some secret treasures of the mountain. Therefore, the knocking sound is like someone whispering honest and upright in the ear. Song Jing is worthy of this item. As a civil official, he led the army to fight. He has outstanding military achievements and made great achievements in the battlefield. It's a pity that he alone can't resist the general trend. Chen Pinggan suddenly said, in that case, this item is not for sale. Tang Jinxiu was stunned. Old immortal master, why? I'm willing to give you a small sum of money. What's more, this pair of golden chopsticks can't be sold at such a high price elsewhere. Since I took the initiative to tell you the history before you named the price, you can see the sincerity of our gold powder shop. It can be said that we really treat people with sincerity. Sincerity is naturally very sincerity. Chen Pinggan nodded and said with a smile, but I plan to give this pair of golden chopsticks to someone. Tang Jinxiu had to give up. Normally, she would be tempted by this pair of golden chopsticks, but she would only offer 50 pieces of money. She would just treat it as the other party saving money for her. In the end, Tang Jinxiu bought about half of the items in the bag, including the golden flower headdress. The total was 9 small summer coins. Including the premium of the small summer coins to the snow coins, Tang Jinxiu bought about 920 small summer coins. Among them, there was an old gilded incense burner that Chen Pinggan couldn't find any clues about. Unexpectedly, the price was the highest. Tang Jinxiu didn't explain in detail, she only said that she was willing to pay 4 pieces of money. Chen Pinggan raised the price by 1 piece. Tang Jinxiu also hesitantly agreed. When she asked the female ghost Zhengguan to put away the small incense burner, Tang Jinxiu suddenly laughed and was very proud of herself. Chen Pinggan knew that he sold it cheaply. But it didn't matter. Tang Jinxiu was earning money for her eyesight. In fact, including this package, Chen Pinggan estimated that he could sell all the bottles and jars in the remaining items. At most, he would be able to sell them for 500 snowballs. If he could sell 300 pieces of money, it would be a big profit. His trip to the Bag Jai was originally a shady business of chopping the meat off the legs of birds and eating the fat in the abdomens of mosquitoes and flies. He didn't expect to make a fortune, he just wanted to accumulate small amounts of money. Tang Jinxiu endured for a long time, but in the end, she couldn't bear it anymore. She took the small incense burner from Zhengguan's hand and rubbed it with both hands. She really loved it. She looked up and smiled at the old man who took off his bamboo hat. The origin of this small incense burner is very, very complicated. It was once a great recluse immortal of Qing de sect when he was young. It's just that the seal script at the bottom doesn't show the Qing de sect's identity. However, this great recluse immortal once wrote a travel book that was handed down to the world. Although the incense burner isn't a magic weapon and is only a spiritual weapon, its real price should be 1 piece of money. Under the land immortal, no matter if it's a ghost or a demon, as long as they light a landscape incense, they can quickly calm their qi and enter the state of meditation. It's very rare. The female ghost, Zhengguan, was a little anxious and gently pulled her sleeve. Tang Jinxiu then resentfully stopped talking and didn't continue to show off her textual research. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "That means this thing is not destined for me, but it is destined for the owner." Tang Jinxiu handed the incense burner to Zhengguan and said, "Just because old man is so free and easy, I'll be generous this time and add 1 piece of money to make 1 piece of money." Tang Jinxiu took out 1 piece of money from the pouch on her waist and handed it to Chen Pinggan. "The money and the goods are done." Chen Pinggan took the immortal money and rubbed it with 2 fingers. After weighing it for a while, he carefully put it into his sleeve and nodded with a smile. "Both sides are happy, it's rare. If I get some rare treasures in the future, I must come to the owner's place to show them off." Tang Jinxiu pointed at the package and then covered her mouth with a smile. "Old immortal master, did you forget that there are still 60% of the items in the package?" Chen Pinggan patted his forehead and said, "I haven't touched many pieces of money in my life. The owner of the musical house is laughing at me. I'll slowly take out the rest of the items, and you can look at them carefully." Tang Jinxiu smiled and didn't say anything. She was very considerate. She sneered in her heart. "Act, you continue to act." As for the young female ghost holding the incense burner, she felt that it was an eye-opener. This young sword immortal who disguised himself with the camouflage skill was really born to do business. When Chen Pinggan took out the items from the package, Tang Jinxiu didn't stay idle. She began to put the treasures she bought with money on the shelf behind her for the time being. As for the items that she failed to buy, she first moved them to the side of the counter. Her movements were skillful, and she stacked them cleverly without any collision. Therefore, even if Chen Pinggan took out more than 30% of the items, the counter still didn't seem crowded. Tang Jinxiu picked 3 items one after another, but this time the price was only 2 pieces of money. One was a mutton fat jade handpiece, and the other was a spear point inscribed with gold inscriptions. It was also because they were the relics of the emperors of the 2 dynasties. However, Tang Jinxiu frankly said that if the spear point was sold elsewhere, it might be sold for 2 pieces of money if it met a military cultivator who knew the value of the goods. However, in this Ghost Valley, the price of the spear point was not high, and it could only be a decoration. No wonder the golden powder shop didn't offer a high price. Chen Pinggan didn't care and still chose to sell it to the golden powder shop. The counter couldn't hold the items, so Tang Jinxiu asked Zhen Guan to put down the incense burner and then moved the items on the shelf behind the old immortal master. This time, Tang Jinxiu picked out 4 small items: a silver duck goose bowl, a scroll with 2 peonies painted on it, a golden cricket cage, and a pair of small boots. When Tang Jinxiu put down the scroll painting and picked up the small boot, Chen Pinggan's expression was normal. It was all money. In the end, Tang Jinxiu spent 4 small coins on the most precious painting. It was a painting of 2 peonies leaning against each other, named Little Yellow Lady and Husband in White. They were 2 of the 10 most famous peonies in the Divine Strategies Kingdom. This painting cost 3 pieces of money, and the other 3 items were just pleasing to Tang Jinxiu's eyes. Because of the historical allusions of the Skeleton Beach and other countries, they were not worth a few pieces of money. Tang Jinxiu of the Stinky Copper City sold them to the old man in front of her. As for the painting scroll, the golden flower headdress, and the incense burner that she and Stinky Copper City had picked up, as long as one was not an old man from the Skeleton Beach or the Ghost Valley, no matter how good one's eyesight was, they would have missed it. After paying the bill twice, she handed out the pieces of money. Chen Pinggan began to pack. His trip to the Stinky Copper City's bag shop was a little unexpected. It was 1 piece of grain rain money and 6 pieces of grain rain money. The rest of the items in the bag that could not be sold were not really junk. Even after leaving the Ghost Dawn Valley and the Skeleton Beach, there was still a chance to sell them for real money. Chen Pinggan made up his mind. When he left the Stinky Copper City, he must reward the ghost of the gate officer with a piece of snow money. That guy must be blessed. His trip to the gold powder shop was a great way to make money. Carrying his bag, Chen Pinggan put on his bamboo hat again. He took out the pink porcelain jar from his sleeve and placed it on the counter. He looked at the young female ghost and said with a smile, "Take this as a gift to express my sincerity. I wish the shopkeeper's business will be prosperous." The shopkeeper named Zhen Guan quickly glanced at Tang Jinxiu. Seeing that the latter had no reaction, the young female ghost accepted it with a smile. Chen Pinggan left the gold powder shop and left the Stinky Copper City through the previous city gate. He threw a piece of snow money to the gate officer. The latter was overjoyed and bowed to thank him. Chen Pinggan went to Qinglu town. He found a place to rest. In addition to recuperating, he also had to draw 2 golden distance shrinking talismans. After all, in the Ghost Valley, the only place that could be called safe was Lanmusk town. Only Qinglu town was personally overseen by Zhu Quan of the Hemp sect. Qinglu town was not far from Stinky Copper City. It was just a detour. Chen Pinggan did not fly on his sword. He walked on foot. After seeing the outline of Qinglu town, he was slightly relieved. After Chen Pinggan left the shop, Tang Jinxiu's finger gently tapped the counter with a smile. It was said that it was easier to invite a spirit than to send it away. Not only did she succeed in inviting a spirit, she also made a little profit. However, Tang Jinxiu was a little apprehensive. She was afraid that her brother, who rarely scolded her seriously, would scold her for drawing legs on a snake. The moment Chen Pinggan walked out of the city gate, Tang Jinxiu came to the gold powder shop. Tang Jinxiu's gaze wandered. Tang Jinxiu smiled. "Very good. Your response was appropriate. You even made a good deal. How rare. You even know how to help Stinky Copper City earn money. Tang Jinxiu was relieved. Tang Jinxiu was proud. She asked, "Brother, do you think that guy knows my identity?" Tang Jinxiu's mouth twitched. At first, he might not be sure. When he left the shop, he should already have a good idea. Tang Jinxiu was puzzled. Did I give myself away? As the owner of Gold Powder Shop, he should know so many historical stories. It shouldn't be a flaw, right? The few female officials by my side have followed me to read hundreds of years of books. They can also count them like family treasures. Tang Jinxiu glanced at the female ghost Zhengguan and pointed at her. The fair-skinned female ghost was so frightened that her face turned even paler. She knelt on the ground with a thud. Tang Jinxiu exclaimed and said in hindsight, "That guy gave out the small pink jar. Was he deliberately testing Zhengguan?" Tang Jinxiu seemed to be in a good mood. He smiled and said, "Get up. It's not a big mistake. It's something that can't be hidden. For qi cultivators, the truth is often not important. It's far less important than the guesses in their hearts. Furthermore, as long as any cultivator of the outside world could reach this level, they wouldn't have lived in vain even if they had lived for a long time. Your words and actions, and the final result are already the best. As the city lord and brother, I have no reason to be strict with you." Before Tang Jinxiu left, he said to his sister, "Remember to reward her with a small sum of money. If you can give some of the generosity of the men in Stinky Copper City to women, it'll be good." Tang Jinxiu rolled her eyes. On the other side, Chen Pinggan had already taken off his mask and walked into Qinglu town. It was not big. It was even smaller than the market at Naihe Pass. There were only 2 crisscrossing streets. The total number of buildings was estimated to be less than 100. Moreover, there were no mansions or mansions. There were only a few pedestrians on the streets. However, there were tea stalls and restaurants. Those who sold tea and wine were all outstanding young women. They must be the women who made a living in Stinky Copper City. Moreover, most of them had some cultivation foundation. It was a pity that they could not become cultivators of the linen sect. There were 2 immortal inns in Qinglu town, one in the south and one in the north. The one in the north was more expensive. It cost 10 snowflakes a day and a night. The one in the south only cost 1 snowflake. Chen Pinggan asked if it was because of the difference in spiritual qi. He did not expect the woman in the north to smile sweetly. She was very honest and said that there was no difference. It was just that the inn in the north was closer to the sect master's cultivation cottage. Rich immortal masters were willing to gather here. Moreover, immortal master Du lived in this inn all year round. Therefore, they often met. Therefore, Chen Pinggan turned and went to the south. The woman blinked her eyes and seemed to be a little surprised. The cultivators and pure martial artists who were able to reach Qinglu town were all rich and overbearing. There really wasn't a single person who lacked money in their pockets. There were only 2 types of people who had money and those who had more money. How could the most precious face under the heavens be thrown to the ground and not picked up just because of 9 snowflakes a day? After Chen Pinggan asked for a room, he began to move the things in front of him and the bag. He exchanged them for some fresh things and put them into the bag. He planned to go to Stinky Copper City's golden powder shop in a few days. This was called catching a fat sheep and using all his strength to pull out the wool. If he missed this village, there would not be another shop like this. After doing all this, Chen Pinggan continued to use snowflakes to repair the spring grass robe on his body. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Chen Pinggan stopped. Repairing the robe was not something that could be done just by throwing money. It was a meticulous job. Chen Pinggan began to practice the sword furnace stance. He still could not completely break through all the barriers of the 18-Holt sword chi. 2 hours later, Chen Pinggan drank a large mouthful of the deep stream water in the blade-strengthening gourd and began to refine the essence of the water to replenish his water mansion. It only took him more than 2 hours to refine 3 drops of spring water in one go and give them to the 3 boys in green clothes in the water mansion. Chen Pinggan's shallow cultivation was already so time-consuming. Once he went into seclusion, He would not hear anything about the world. That was why there was a saying that the mountains did not know the weather of the world. When Chen Pingan took advantage of the time to rest and immerse his mind, his yin spirit turned into a mustard seed and patrolled the water mansion. As a result, he was met with the resentful eyes of those little guys. They were probably saying that if his talent was mediocre, he should be more diligent in his cultivation. The clumsy bird flies first. Why was it that after building such a big mansion with such a key acupoint, not to mention fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days, it was simply like fishing for a day and drying the net for a year? Chen Pingan felt guilty and left the water mansion awkwardly. The fire dragon condensed from the pure genuine chi of a warrior was at a fork outside the water mansion. It silently stared at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan was gloomy and did not speak. It swung its head and tail and quickly swam away. In the early years, there was a golden little man in a scholar's robe and holding a sword on its head. Together with it, they patrolled around and expanded the territory in this small world. They were invincible and complemented each other like the civil and military officials of the imperial court. Chen Pingan put away his thoughts and withdrew the inner vision. After he came back to his senses, he sat at the table and lowered his gaze. He was in a daze and did not speak. When it came to reasoning, it was not easy to convince others, but it was also difficult to convince oneself. Then why did he have to reason? A bowl of common rice and a boxing manual. Was it worth it? The price he had to pay was extremely huge and had hurt the foundation of the Great Way. But was his choice really right? What if it was wrong? Chen Pingan was not entangled in the first question that he already knew the answer to, and the question that he was destined to not know whether it was right or wrong. But Chen Pingan was afraid and his heart was palpitating because he did not know why he was thinking about these things. Chen Pingan suddenly took a deep breath and stood up. He left the table and turned upside down. His green robe fluttered. He closed his eyes and began to walk upside down with the heaven and earth pillar. On the lake, there was a green bamboo raft. The youth from Sanlang Temple, Yuan Xian, was fishing as usual. This time, there were no outsiders, so he was even more relaxed and carefree. The female martial retainer and the old Jindan sword cultivator each held a fishing rod. The young man had just returned and was a little disappointed. It was said that the young ranger who had made a name for himself in the Ghost Valley did not come. Yuan Xian glanced at the surface of the lake that remained still all along. He turned his head and asked, "Big Sister Fan, Grandpa Liu, didn't you say that person was a pure martial artist? Why did everyone in Qinglu town say that he was a sword cultivator with an unfathomable realm?" They were only guessing whether or not he had stepped into the Golden Core realm. Or was he a terrifying nascent soul realm sword immortal that concealed his strength? The woman surnamed Fan looked embarrassed. He should be a warrior. The old man was more experienced and knowledgeable. He smiled and said, "Little Fan and the cultivators of Qinglu town's guess may not be wrong. There are some strange people in the world who are both chi cultivators and pure warriors. But these kinds of proud sons of heaven, the further they go, the weaker they become. For example, on the path of martial arts, one has already reached the far travel realm, or on the path of cultivation, one has finally reached the nascent soul realm. This will be very troublesome. Unless one has great willpower and courage, decisively abandoning one of the paths, it will be extremely difficult to truly reach the peak. It will only be like fighting with oneself, reaching a dead end on both paths." Yuan Xian was speechless. If he is really a far-travel realm warrior who is only one step away from the peak realm, and also has the magical skills of a nascent soul realm cultivator, wouldn't he be invincible in the entire continent? Invincible? That's still far from it. The old man smiled and shook his head. Ordinary immortals in the pure jade realm, as long as they are not sword cultivators, would indeed have a headache when facing this kind of rare freak. But if it is a sword cultivator or an immortal realm cultivator, they would be able to handle him with ease. Yuan Xian's thoughts were like antelope's antlers, jumping thousands of miles away directly. He smiled and asked, "Grandpa Liu, you are a sword cultivator, then tell me, why is it that among the thousands of weapons in the world, only you people who use swords are so powerful and are even known as the #1 in killing power?" "Grandpa Liu, don't casually fool me. I know that sword cultivators are the most expensive, and the innate sword embryo is 1 in a million among us chi cultivators. These 2 reasons are not the entire reason. The old man laughed and said, "This is a very, very old almanac." The old man did not speak anymore, raising his hand and pointing to the top of his head. Yuan Shen glanced and nodded. The young man from Sanlang Temple who loved to get to the bottom of things actually did not ask anything this time, and began to fish quietly. But Yuan Shen still felt a little itchy. After hesitating for a moment, he stretched out 3 fingers to the old man. The old man shook his head and stretched out his hand again, pointing to a higher place. Yuan Shen withdrew 2 fingers, leaving only 1. The old man smiled and still shook his head. Yuan Shen finally began to fish peacefully. On the contrary, the female warrior who was older than the young man was confused and did not understand what the old man and the young man were talking about. After an hour, there was still no fish. Yuan Shen threw a handful of bait into the lake. There were water veins in the lake. The surface of the lake looked calm, but in fact, there was a lot of attention to the bottom. The young man did not throw the bait casually. He asked casually, "I heard that the old turtle at the Black River raised a pair of golden fish that lived for at least 1,500 years. Grandpa Liu, if I tell Uncle Du, can we kill our way there and buy the fish from the old turtle?" The old man explained patiently, "Unless you kill it, otherwise, you are destined to not be able to buy such a spiritual creature. But the old turtle has lived in the Ghost Valley for so long. It is extremely difficult to kill it successfully, unless Lord Zhu personally takes action. Otherwise, if it hides in the depths of the old dragon cave, it will be difficult to find it again. Even your Uncle Du can't do anything." Yuan Shen sighed, "Forget about killing it. I won't do it even if I can. Everything in the world has its own reason. Cultivators are originally going against the flow. I always feel that it is not a good thing to kill again. I really don't know why those military cultivators can kill without blinking an eye and not be stained with karma." The old man smiled. As long as it can become a sect, a family, or a sect, it naturally has its own Tao root. It can stand firmly in this world. Yuan Shen scratched his head and said bitterly, "Grandpa Liu, our bait are more stable than the door god. Each one is more stable than the other." The old man laughed. The woman also laughed. Du Wenxi stood at the door of the inn in the north of Qinglu town. The woman who was born in Stinky Copper City but grew up here was no stranger to this Jindan cultivator of the hemp school. Du Wenxi was famous for his gentlemanly demeanor, so the woman in charge of the inn's door was not reserved. Seeing Du Wenxi standing at the door for a long time, she asked curiously, "Immortal Master Du, are you waiting for someone?" Du Wenxi shook his head and smiled, "It's stuffy inside, so I came out to take a breather." The woman was speechless, but soon remembered something. Last time, Immortal Master Du was also like this, standing alone at the door in a daze. A few years ago, there was a young Taoist nun with an extremely high cultivation base. She acted domineeringly and did not enter the Ghost Valley through the archway. Instead, she directly split open the sky with a sword. After she appeared, she turned around and left. Then, she split open the legendary indestructible barrier twice. The last time, she happened to be not far from Qinglu town. Only then did she stop and landed in Qinglu town. Then, she stayed in this inn. Immortal Master Du was the guest, and later, even Sect Master Zhu came. She trespassed into the Ghost Valley several times and attracted several heroic spirits to intercept her. The last time, the Sect Master slashed out with his saber, but the female Taoist priest managed to block it. Moreover, Sect Master Zhu Quan was just a symbolic demonstration and did not use his full strength. After a few words, Zhu Quan directly returned to the thatched cottage and allowed the nun to enter, passing the test of the hemp sect. That nun only stayed in the inn for a day. When she left, she still split open the sky with a sword, very rude and unreasonable. However, compared to when she came, she was slightly more reserved. First, she rode her sword to the sky above a city in the north, then she broke the barrier and left freely. Then, Immortal Master Du stood at the door for a long time. When she asked him, it was still the same answer as before, stuffy inside, taking a breather. Immortal Master Du was really a gentleman, He did not even know how to lie. Later, she heard from the immortal guests in the inn that the Taoist nun who traveled here was a female cultivator from the Tongya continent. She fought with a cultivation genius named Liu Jinglong on the Julie Mountain. Liu Jinglong was a genius among geniuses. Even a small rogue cultivator like her, who was just a gatekeeper, had heard of Liu Jinglong's great name. He and the Taoist nun from another continent fought fiercely on the Julie Mountain, and both sides were injured. An average-looking woman with a sword slowly walked over from the street. The female cultivator guarding the door hurriedly held her breath and waited for the person to approach the inn. Then, she called out in a trembling voice, "Sect Master." The woman with the sword smiled and nodded in return. Then, she called Du Wenxi, saying that they would walk together. Du Wenxi and Sect Master Zhu Quan walked side by side. Zhu Quan smiled and teased, "That's enough." That Huang Ting said that when she returned south, she would come to Qinglu town again. But whether she will come or not, when will she come? Is it something you can wait for at the door? Du Wenxi's face slightly reddened. Zhu Quan continued, "I heard that the young sword immortal who caused a ruckus has already entered the small town." Du Wenxi nodded and said, "He just came back from the stinky copper city and is staying in the inn south of us." Zhu Quan smiled and said, "This guy is very interesting." The first time the deer-riding goddess left the scroll, she went after him. I don't know why, but it didn't work. I don't know who didn't take a fancy to who, but in the end, the deer-riding goddess followed the youngest sect master in the history of the North Continent. This little girl actually stole my title. If I didn't meet her in this Ghost Dawn Valley, but somewhere else, I would definitely exchange pointers with her. If I win, only the heavens, earth, me, and her will know. If I lose, she doesn't need to release the news, I will announce it to the world myself and make a name for her. Du Wenxi smiled knowingly. This was her sect master's temper. Zhu Quan suddenly said, "The treasure mirror mountain was completely destroyed. That fight caused a lot of noise, but I didn't have the face to peek, so I didn't know the details. That young man should be as you said, the one ranked at the bottom, Yang Rantu. It seems that he has already obtained the opportunity of the treasure mirror mountain. In any case, since he didn't cause any trouble in the Ghost Dawn Valley, he was allowed to return with the treasure. However, in the territory of Jixiao Mountain in the Peel Mountain, because of this young man who entered the small town and a scholar of unknown origin, the two of them worked together and turned the place upside down. My goodness, they are quite capable and even more scheming. They played all the monsters in the palm of their hands. Guess what happened in the end?" Du Wenxi smiled bitterly, "Sect Master, how could I guess?" Zhu Quan said helplessly, "Your temperament is too boring, no wonder you are still single. It's not that I want to criticize you, but if you meet that Huang Ting again, if you like her, then say something. If she wants to leave, then you kneel and kowtow. What's the point of having a face? After she is tricked by you, when the time comes, do you still need others to teach you how to deal with your wife in bed? I don't believe that even if you can't beat her in bed you. Forget it, since ancient times, men can't beat women in bed. Alas, if that's the case, it's not wrong for her to look down on you. I originally wanted to be the matchmaker, but now it seems that I should forget about it. It's your fault for being useless. You say, why haven't you reached the nascent soul realm yet? Is it fun to crawl around the gold core realm like a turtle? Do you really think you are a relative of that old turtle? Then why don't you go and marry the old turtle's daughter?" Du Wenxi's face flushed red, wishing he could dig a hole and hide in it. He angrily said, "Sect Master, fine, 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 I won't poke your sore spot. I'm just worried about your cultivation. You always say that I am lazy as a sect master. I was just about to put in some effort, but look, you are unhappy. What do you want me to do?" Du Wenxi began to rub his face. Zhu Quan patted Du Wenxi's shoulder. "My condolences. I advise you to give up. When that Huang Ting comes to our Qinglu town, don't ask me to help you knock her out. Although I am the sect master of you melons, in the end, I am not your parents. However, Wenxi, I think you are more pleasing to the eye than that young Lin. Why don't you try calling me mother? Maybe I, as both the sect master and your mother, will change my mind at the last moment. Even with Du Wenxi's good temper, the corner of his mouth began to twitch. Zhu Quan laughed heartily. He couldn't hold back his laughter for a long time. When he finally managed to stop, he muttered something that almost made this old lady laugh until her mouth split open. Her appearance was only average, so how could she find a handsome and smooth-skinned husband in the future? Du Wenxi could only remind him, "Sect Master, can we get back to business? Your marriage, how is it not business?" Zhu Quan coughed and nodded. The old monk from the Great Round Moon Temple and the Daoist from the small mysterious capital monastery both left the peach forest. As for where they went, I still follow the old rules and won't go look. But if you think about it, the young sect master of the drifting cloud boat, the deer-riding goddess, and that smelly bastard who threw the net and took the flying sword twice, as well as Pu Cheng's sudden appearance, plus the several big cities in the central part of the Ghost Valley, colluding with each other. Wenxi, what do you think this means? Du Wenxi shook his head and sighed. Sect Master, you know that I have never been good at these kinds of schemes. Zhu Quan nodded heavily, seemingly very pleased. He slapped Du Wenxi, causing her to stagger. Very good, you are exactly the same as me. You just saw something interesting. At the end of the street, Zhu Quan took the lead to turn back to the inn. Du Wenxi also turned around. Zhu Quan didn't say anything else. Only when they reached the entrance of the inn did he slowly say, "You're at the critical juncture of breaking through the Jindan bottleneck. So as soon as the battle starts, you should run back to the ancestral hall. There's no need to hesitate. Perhaps that old fellow who squats on the ferry all year round and drinks the wind might be right in saying that our hemp sect needs a sect master who can use his brain. So, if others die in battle, including me, it doesn't matter. The cultivators of the hemp school still have this bit of responsibility. Only you, Du Wenxi, if you want to die, you shouldn't die in this foul Ghost Valley. It's best if you don't die in the Skeleton Beach. You should die in the north, even further north." Du Wenxi shook her head. "Sect Master, I can't do this. Running away without a fight, even if I, Du Wenxi, give up my Dao and life, I will never." Zhu Quan suddenly gently pushed Du Wenxi's head. Her expression was calm as she indifferently said, "Don't be silly, Du Wenxi. I'll put on the airs of a sovereign one last time and tell you something from the bottom of my heart. In this world, at least in my eyes, a real man with an indomitable spirit is one who can endure great hardships and even greater humiliation. Even if you're a mountain pressing down on me, my spine will always be straight." Du Wenxi stood in place. Zhu Quan continued to walk forward slowly. On top of the city's towering Jingguan city wall, a handsome middle-aged man was leisurely strolling. In the distance, two women and a skeleton stood on a horse path, looking to the south together. Dao Sect's sect master He Xiaoyong, the deer-riding goddess, and the owner of this city, Jingguan City's city lord Jiao Cheng. The most powerful yin spirit in the history of the Skeleton Beach and Ghost Valley was guarding this small world. It was almost comparable to an immortal realm cultivator who was good at fighting. But Jiao Cheng's life experience and background were not recorded in the history books of later generations. It was not that the historians and the cultivators on the mountain did not want to trace back to the origin, but they really could not find any record in the archives of more than 10 vassal states of the two dynasties, not even a word. They only found the name Jiao Cheng in the lowest household register of a country's Ministry of War. Foot soldier Jiao Cheng. It was as if this ghost who stood up from the millions of bones in the Skeleton Beach was really a nameless soldier lying in the pile of corpses on the battlefield. It was as if when he stood up as a skeleton ghost, he began to rise step by step. Jiao Cheng's figure was not tall, and he still appeared as a snow-white thin skeleton. He just wore the most simple and damaged iron armor, and the saber on his waist was even more ordinary. Jiao Cheng asked, "He Xiaoyong, after you came to my Jingguan city, you only said that you wanted to take a look. Have you finished?" The young woman wearing a Taoist robe and a lotus crown smiled and said, "City Lord, are you going to drive me away?" Jiao Cheng said, "I'll give you 3 more days. If you don't leave, it won't be driving you away, but killing you." The deer-riding goddess on the side was a little frightened. The evil spirit in the Jingguan city was too strong. The five-colored deer god was a spiritual creature blessed by heaven and earth, and it could not stand the erosion, so she had already put it away. The goddess did not doubt that the city lord's words were not a threat. He Xiaoyong smiled and said, 3 days it is. When the time is up, I will leave the Jingguan city. Jiao Cheng glanced at Zhu Fei, who was walking on the wall in the distance. This Jiang Shangzhen better not leave on your flowing cloud boat, or I'm afraid I can't help but use my saber. He Xiaoyong did not comment. Jiao Cheng walked down the wall. Jiang Shangzhen walked back to He Xiaoyong, and the deer-riding goddess jumped down the wall and said with a smile, as long as Lord He still doesn't say anything and doesn't do anything, it's okay if you don't take me with you. At worst, I'll leave Jiao Cheng in the Jingguan city. Those white-bone beauties have a different taste. He Xiaoyong asked in his mind, what do you think this ghost valley lacks the most? Jiang Shangzhen leaned on the wall and rubbed his buttocks. He also said lazily in his mind, of course it's a living person. In fact, the spiritual energy in the small world hasn't changed much, and it can't change anything. After fighting for so many years, it's just to let Jiao Cheng attach himself to Pu Cheng's body. However, living people with yang energy are too few. That stinky copper city, that precious land with good feng shui, is also closely watched by Qinglu Town and Zhu Quan. It's clear that if Jiao Cheng dares to snatch it away, she will dare to shed all pretense of cordiality and fight. He Xiaoyong smiled and said, then what if Jiao Cheng can create his own reincarnation? In the Ghost Valley, so many immortals and gods can't gather the remnant yin qi of the scattered souls. Can he be reincarnated in the Ghost Valley? After 100 years, yin and yang will complement each other, and the Ghost Valley will jump 2 big steps. It can be said to be a different world, and really become a treasured place with both a cave and a blessed place. What will happen then? Jiang Shangzhen's face was dignified at first, and then he shook his head in relief. Jiao Cheng's cultivation is high, and I can't beat him in the Ghost Valley. I reluctantly admit that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts. But if Jiao Cheng has another ancient forbidden secret method, but he can't master the method of reincarnation, I, Jiang Shangzhen, can also pinch my nose and admit it. But this lord of the Jingguan city just happens to have such a supreme celestial instrument in his hand that can bear the karma of heaven and earth. In the Ghost Valley of the world of the living, I don't believe that he can create a world like Fengju for him. He Xiaoyong smiled and said, then let's wait and see. Jiang Shangzhen's face was gloomy. For the first time, his mood became dignified. He Xiaoyong suddenly smiled and said, Jiang Shangzhen, you actually guessed wrong about one thing. Jiang Shangzhen recovered his smile and said, Lord He, please say it. He Xiaoyong did not say anything. Her expression was complicated. Jiang Shangzhen began to deduce silently in his heart. Unfortunately, there were 2 more barriers that could not be broken, and this was very troublesome. In the world, the slightest difference could lead to 1,000 miles of error. Because the Daoist of the small Xuanju temple and the old monk of the big round moon temple had left the peach forest one after another, and each used supernatural power to conceal the mysteries of heaven. One appeared at the southern cliff where the iron chain bridge was hung, and stood there for a night. The other appeared at the bank of the buried river near the water god temple. In comparison, the old monk came and went in a hurry. As for Chen Pinggan, after arriving at Qinglu Town, he could not watch. Jiang Shangzhen was like this, and presumably He Xiaoyong was no exception. As for Jiao Cheng, it was hard to say. Over at the inn of Qinglu Town, although Chen Pinggan was in a state of unease for a long time, he still forced himself to calm down, and wanted to draw 2 golden contraction talismans overnight. However, after picking up the brush, he realized that he could not move the brush, because he knew that if he forced himself to put the brush down, he would not be able to draw a talisman on the golden talisman paper, but he might be able to do it on ordinary talisman paper. Chen Pinggan put down the brush, got up and practiced the sword furnace stance for 2 hours, but he was still unable to calm down. He pushed open the door and walked around Qinglu Town in the night. After returning to the inn, he took out some bamboo slips, flipped them over and over under the lamp, and looked at them for a long time. Just like that, Chen Pinggan sat by the lamp for the whole night. At dawn, Chen Pinggan put on his skin, carried the bag, and went to Stinky Copper City. He was a little regretful that he did not see the familiar ghost of the gate officer. When he went to Golden Powder Shop, it was just opening. The female ghost shopkeeper was stunned for a long time, and let the little boy ghost hold the silver bell to call the shop owner. The little ghost was indeed clever, and just nodded. Without saying anything, he went to the North Palace Gate to find the Gate God General. Soon, Tang Jinxiu carried him to Golden Powder Shop. Entering the shop, Tang Jinxiu saw that the counter was already full of items. Tang Jinxiu smiled. "Old immortal master, you're here again? Is our Ghost Dawn Valley full of treasures? Can you fill a sack with anything you pick for a night?" Chen Pinggan smiled. "Isn't it? It's really a good place." Tang Jinxiu was speechless, and both sides started to buy and sell according to the old rules. But this time, Tang Jinxiu looked through the items in the bag, only bought 2 items, and took out 2 small coins. It was not that she was stingy with the immortal money, but in fact, it was so. If it was not for the fact that the other party was a young sword immortal, she would have been honest with the old and the young by paying 1 small coin. Chen Pinggan took the money and left Stinky Copper City. He did not feel that he had taken a wrong path. 2 small coins was not a small amount. Returning to Qinglu town, Chen Pinggan continued to practice the heaven and earth stance in the inn. He planned to practice this strange fist stance 1,000,000 times in addition to the walking stance. That day, he only had 1 meal. At dusk, he went to the wine shop to buy a pot of wine. There were few customers, so Chen Pinggan sat there and drank the wine, and just finished a dish with wine. He still could not draw talismans overnight, but compared to the day before, it was much better. Chen Pinggan did not practice the heaven and earth stance in the second half of the night. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes to rest, thinking about the past. The more he thought, the more time passed, until he went up the mountain to pick herbs in his youth. Unknowingly, Chen Pinggan fell into a deep sleep. After dawn, Chen Pinggan suddenly woke up and felt refreshed. He packed a new bag and went to Stinky Copper City again. This time, he finally met the ghost captain at the city gate. Chen Pinggan was more anxious than the other party, so he threw a snow to spend money. Under the guidance of the ghost general at the city gate, he heard the familiar auspicious words, "Money roll in." Chen Pinggan went straight to Gold Powder Shop. This time, Tang Jinxiu was already waiting at the door of the shop. When she saw Chen Pinggan, she smiled and said, "Old immortal master, give me a definite answer. Are you coming tomorrow or not? If you're still coming, I'll sleep on the floor in the shop today." Chen Pinggan laughed and said, "After today, there will be no more treasures to sell for the time being. It's my fault. After drinking yesterday, I fell asleep immediately. That delayed me from going out to pick up things at night. Nothing could be better than being greedy for wine." Today, after Tang Jinxiu looked through all the items, she picked 6 and gave him 5 snow coins. Although it was not as good as the first day, it was better than yesterday when they stared at each other in the shop and asked with a look, "Are you sure you don't want to buy it?" Again and again, he answered with a look, "I really can't bear to do that shabby scene." Today's business was much more festive. After Chen Pinggan put away the snow coins and parcels, Tang Jinxiu walked him to the door and joked, "Old immortal master, are you really not coming tomorrow?" Chen Pinggan adjusted his bamboo hat and turned his head with a smile. "Tomorrow, Prime Minister, you can sleep in peace." Tang Jinxiu was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Okay." Chen Pinggan thought for a moment, then turned around and cupped his fists to bid farewell. "Sorry for the inconvenience." Tang Jinxiu also curtsied and said with a smile, "Senior Sword Immortal, take care. Come again when you have time." Chen Pinggan nodded. Tang Jinxiu suddenly could not hold back and said with a smile, "Sword Immortal, in the future, don't barge into a woman's boudoir to plunder. It's degrading." This time, Chen Pinggan didn't even turn his head as he quickly left. Tang Jinxiu held her stomach with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. In the end, she did not dare to laugh out loud. She was afraid that the thick-skinned young sword immortal would turn around and give her a flying sword. When Chen Pinggan left the city gate, he did not forget to give the guard a snow coin. When he was a few steps away from the city gate, Chen Pinggan inexplicably stopped and looked back, muttering to himself. Then, without hesitation, he took out another celestial coin and threw it. This time, it was not a snow coin, but a snow coin. Chen Pinggan laughed heartily and said, "General, you can treat us brothers to the best wine in the city." The ghost guard felt as if he was dreaming. He repeatedly looked at the snow coin in his hand, then laughed loudly and said, "That's great. In our stinky copper city, this thing is really the ancestor of celestial coins. It's more valuable than anything else." When Chen Pinggan returned to Qinglu town, he had nothing to do anyway, so he began to practice the 6-step stance. After all, the heaven and earth stance was too strange. The more he walked, the calmer he became. Unknowingly, Chen Pinggan arrived at Qinglu town. After laughing, he continued the 6-step stance to the inn. Anyway, there were only a few steps left. When he arrived at the inn, he put the whole package into his near-hand item. This package house was more or less the same in the Ghost Dawn Valley. When he thought of the snow coin he gave at the end, Chen Pinggan took a deep breath. Chen Pinggan sat at the table and took a deep breath again. It seemed that because he had made up his mind, he no longer had any distracting thoughts. He once again took out the brush, ink, and 2 pieces of golden talisman paper from his core item and began to draw the contraction talisman. In one breath. After resting for a moment, he shook his wrist and got up to continue the 6-step stance in the room. After sitting down, he once again drew the second contraction talisman in one breath. After drawing the 2 contraction talismans, he carefully put them into his sleeve. Chen Pinggan closed his eyes and began to think about all his experiences in the Ghost Dawn Valley again. From himself, San Lang Temple, Yuan Xian and the others, and that pair of Dao companions walking through the archway, Crow Ridge, Mirror Treasure Mountain, Peach Forest, Peel Mountain, and finally landing on the bank of the Black River. The old monk once said, "Repent and be saved." Previously, at the city gate, Chen Pinggan had thought of these 4 words for no reason, which was why he had given the small sum of money. After Chen Pinggan opened his eyes, he squinted his eyes. After a moment, he took out some new things from his core item and put them into the package. For example, the paintings of immortals fighting in the goddess of the summer's boudoir and the 5 golden bamboo whip. After leaving the inn, Chen Pinggan did not go straight to Stinky Copper City. Instead, he went to the small town's wine shop and asked for another bowl of wine. When the old shopkeeper put the wine bowl on the table, he could not help but laugh. "Little sword immortal, what's wrong? You just finished your business in Stinky Copper City and now you want to earn money again?" Chen Pinggan smiled. "Immortal money doesn't grow legs. What's in other people's pockets won't move. I can only rely on myself to run a few more steps." The old shopkeeper had served him a bowl of wine before, so he knew that this young sword immortal in front of him had another young face. He joked, "Have you seen the city lord's sister, Tang Jinxiu? If you want to earn more money from her, I suggest you don't rely on that old man's face." Chen Pinggan drank a mouthful of wine and joked, "Forget it. Otherwise, if she takes a fancy to me, wouldn't it be troublesome?" The old shopkeeper laughed, "That's true." The old shopkeeper looked at Chen Pinggan sitting there drinking wine and asked, "You are a sword immortal. How many times have you been to Stinky Copper City to be a bag shop for those wild cultivators? Aren't you afraid of being tainted by the stench of copper?" Chen Pinggan smiled, "I should be able to earn more this time. The previous few times were just to warm up my hands and hook her appetite." After Chen Pinggan drank his wine, he went to Stinky Copper City, only to find that the ghost general at the city gate was no longer there. Chen Pinggan seemed to be very disappointed. He asked a ghost soldier at the city gate where the general went. The ghost soldier grumbled, "This old immortal teacher, it's all because you rewarded that piece of snow with money. The general went to Daughter's Square to have fun by himself. We, as servants, didn't get to drink wine anyway." Chen Pinggan looked speechless. He sighed and turned to leave. Then, he turned back and threw a piece of snow to the ghost soldier, exhorting, "Remember to tell your general that I will come to your Stinky Copper City tomorrow. You must be there." The ghost soldier was overjoyed after receiving the money. He nodded and bowed, shouting, "Don't worry, old immortal master. Tomorrow, I will bring the general here even if I have to tie her up." After Chen Pinggan returned to the inn in Qinglu town, he continued to shut himself in. Jingguan City in the north of Ghost Valley. The city lord Jiao Cheng, who was sitting on the white bone throne, slowly withdrew his hand. When the young man didn't see the Lucky Star ghost at the city gate, he returned to Qinglu town in disappointment. The city lord of Jingguan City sneered. At this moment, Jiao Cheng no longer looked like a skeleton. He returned to his appearance when he was alive. However, his appearance was still ordinary. Go to Stinky Copper City tomorrow? Jiao Cheng thought of the blade-strengthening gourd hanging on the young man's waist. It gently pressed on the hilt and began to wait for the female sect master to leave. Jiao Cheng could see some of the scenery inside Qinglu town. To be precise, there were 2 places, but every time he spied, he had to be extremely careful. Firstly, strictly speaking, Qinglu town actually did not belong to the small world of Ghost Valley. Secondly, there was Zhu Quan watching over there, and there was also a precious treasure of Linen sect. Therefore, when he used the divine ability of mountain and river view, it was very vague and could only be barely seen. However, even if those 2 pawns revealed their whereabouts, it was still worth it. Jiao Cheng actually hoped that the young man could leave Qinglu town and take a few more steps to the north. It seemed that the guy would continue to travel north. Now, he just had to wait for that little Daoist nun to leave Ghost Valley. She was in Jingguan City. In addition, there was also the notorious Jiang Shangzhen. The situation would become extremely complicated. Jiao Cheng closed his eyes. His hands gently pressed on the armrest of the throne. It was the heads of 2 fallen emperors. Night fell. The drifting cloud boat slowly rose to the sky. Jiao Cheng stood up and instantly arrived on the boat. He Xiaoyong looked at the lord of Jingguan City with a faint smile. Jiao Cheng suddenly thought of a vague truth. He laughed loudly, pounded his chest with his fist, and said in a deep voice, "Although I don't know why you are doing this, but I don't care about these crooked things. In short, as long as it succeeds, my Jingguan City will reward you handsomely in the future." He Xiaoyong ignored him. He still didn't do anything. He didn't say anything. Jiao Cheng didn't delay the boat any longer. He left Ghost Valley and quickly returned to the throne of Jingguan City. He waved his hand and took the initiative to open a large door between Ghost Valley and Skeleton Beach in the direction the drifting cloud boat was heading to. On the wall, Jiang Shangzhen indeed didn't take the drifting cloud boat. Instead, he continued to stroll on the wall. He looked up at the door-like hole in the sky. The drifting cloud boat flashed away. After returning to the Skeleton Beach, the large door behind him instantly closed. The deer-riding goddess asked cautiously, "Master, why is that?" He Xiaoyong said indifferently, "In the world, Daoist companions always rely on each other. And I, He Xiaoyong, am even more blessed and famous in the 2 continents. So wherever I am, if I have a Daoist companion, then he will naturally be blessed. The closer the 2 sides are, the more so. And I'm in Jingguan City, where our Daoist skills are worn down, naturally it's not a good thing." The deer-riding goddess was a little speechless. "So I walked out of the picture scroll? Is that why Master deliberately came to this Ghost Valley and left tonight?" He Xiaoyong didn't say a word. The deer-riding goddess face was pale. He Xiaoyong, who was in the sea of clouds above the Skeleton Beach, suddenly turned his head and slightly opened his mouth. Her face was full of emotions. Finally, she calmed down and looked deeply at the south. The deer-riding goddess was trembling with fear. He Xiaoyong turned his head and only said one word, "Let's go." In Jingguan City, after Jiang Shangzhen caught a glimpse of that inconceivable scene, he fiercely wiped his face. "I'm really convinced this time. How could he think of this and do it?" Jiao Cheng suddenly stood up and roared angrily, "Leave the flying sword." In the great round moon temple, the old monk looked up at the moon and put his palms together. He smiled and said, "Good." In Qinglu town, after 2 flashes of golden light, a young swordsman who had changed into a golden robe appeared near the sky screen in an instant. With a sword in his hand, he split open the sky screen and rode his sword straight to the hall of ancestral masters of the draped hemp sect. Zhu Quan held the hilt and stopped in the air, looking to the north. Not only did the master of the drape sect not stop him, But she also helped the young sword immortal who secretly came to her and made a big deal with her to keep an eye on the north. In Jingguan City, a white-boned swordsman more than 10,000 feet tall suddenly appeared. He was going to split the barrier between heaven and earth and go out of the skeleton beach to chase after the young sword immortal. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and threw out a net bigger than the previous 2 snowy spending nets. The previous 2 were only children's nets, but this one was the ancestor's net. The big net instantly wrapped around that mountain-like white bone ankle and fiercely pulled it down. Jiang Shangzhen leaped up and used a willow leaf to open the sky. He had actually completely abandoned that big treasure net that was worth dozens of grains of Guyu money. When he flew out of the hole in the sky, Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and laughed. "You skeleton, come and hit me. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. If you don't come, you'll be the obedient grandson of Zhu Fei." Even though Jiang Shangzhen was spouting vicious words, it did not hinder him in the slightest. In the Ghost Valley, Zhu Quan swung his sword. A white rainbow went from the south to the north and cut the huge white bone's waist. There was also a rainbow sword that came from Baigong City and cut the white bone's skull. Zhu Quan was surprised and asked, "Bones Pu, what are you doing? You've been coveting my beauty for a long time, so you follow your wife's lead?" The white bone in the green robe said indifferently, "We swordsmen are unrestrained by heaven and earth." Zhu Quan and Pu Meng swung their swords and sabers respectively to stop the white bone from tearing the barrier. Outside the skeleton beach, Chen Pinggan rode his sword all the way to the ancestral hall of the Drape sect. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and grinned. "I'm also the one who broke the sky curtain with one sword. Awesome." For 98, the ancestral mountain of the Drape sect was called Mui. It was a towering mountain, but there were no luxurious buildings. Due to the scarcity of Drape sect's cultivators, it seemed even more deserted. Only a plaque with a Dharma idol hanging on the mountainside was used to entertain guests. 3 days ago, Mui Mountain was sealed off and no longer entertained guests. Not only that, the archway at the entrance of the Ghost Valley was also cordoned off. Those who came for training could only leave but not enter. From the Naihe Pass Bazaar to the Mural Town, to the Swaying River, and to the entire Skeleton Beach, no one felt that this was unreasonable. Because they had already seen more unreasonable things. First, the 3 paintings of the heavenly official and goddess in the Mural Town turned into white paintings on the same day. Compared to the great changes that followed, this was nothing. Many cultivators at the Skeleton Beach were still immersed in the loss of the 3 blessings. Not long after, they witnessed a thrilling scene with their own eyes. In the middle of the night, above the Skeleton Beach, a huge white skeleton appeared out of thin air. It was as tall as a mountain. It appeared in an invincible manner. It should be the Dharma idol of the Ghost Valley's Jingguan City Lord, Gao Cheng. It used brute force to open the barrier between heaven and earth. When the white skeleton Dharma idol that was supposed to be hiding in the underworld appeared, it clashed with the yang world. The white skeleton and the skeleton beach's spiritual chi rubbed against each other, creating brilliant sparks. The white skeleton Dharma idol was like an ancient fire god descending to the human world. That white bone was obviously chasing after a streak of golden light that was rushing south towards the ancestral hall of the Woodcloth Mountain. Although Gao Cheng was being delayed by the blade and sword of the Ghost Valley, the person who wielded the blade was hovering in the air, confronting the 1,000-feet-long white bone. The person was as small as a grain of rice, but every time he wielded the blade, the wind and thunder would shake violently, and the brilliance would skyrocket. The attack from a distance was like a long bridge. Looking at the aura, there was no doubt that it was the head of the hemp sect, Zhu Quan. But there was still a sword. Its momentum was not inferior to that of Zhu Quan of the Jade Primitive Realm. The white bone Dharma form with its crooked shoulders seemed to be restrained by another force in the Ghost Valley, but it still raised its palm high and slammed it down heavily. Suddenly, a thick sea of dark clouds rolled up. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. The sea of clouds seemed to be piled up with dozens of ghosts that could not be reincarnated, struggling bitterly in the sea of bitterness. The sea of clouds pressed down on the Hempen sect's ancestral hall rapidly. Soon after, The hempen sect's protective formation was activated. Thousands of armored puppets rushed out from the Muyi mountain. Each of them was dozens of feet tall and wore talisman armor. Golden light and silver threads swirled around their bodies as they crashed into the sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was constantly being thinned, but it still had the momentum of falling. In the Muyi mountain, groups of armored heroic spirits advanced dauntlessly. In the end, the sea of clouds and the thousands of hempen sect's heroic spirit puppets fought each other. At the same time, a ray of light spread down the mountain from the ancestral hall of Muyi Mountain, like thunder and lightning. It intertwined into a bright formation at the memorial archway. Then, a 5,000-foot-tall golden bodygod rose from the ground, holding a giant sword, and swept the sword toward the waist of the white skeleton Dharma idol. Jingguan Cheng's white skeleton Dharma idol's attack failed. At the border between the Ghost Valley and the Skeleton Beach, another golden body Dharma idol suddenly attacked. The giant white skeleton grabbed the sword with one hand, and golden sparks fell on the ground like rain. For a moment, the whole Skeleton Beach shook. The white skeleton Dharma idol swung its arm to shake off the giant sword, and its body fell down into the shadow of the earth. It should have returned to the small world in the Ghost Valley. The golden body Dharma idol also returned to the formation. The ray of light also returned to the ancestral hall of Muyi Mountain, and condensed into a precious pearl in the mouth of a bronze flood dragon statue in the ancestral hall. The night of the Skeleton Beach slowly returned to silence. In the immortal mansion halfway up the mountain, Pang Lanshi, the young man whom the hemp sect had high hopes for, sat beside a stone table and stared at the young ranger sitting opposite him. The young ranger was reading a yellowed military book that he had plundered from the sheep intestine palace. Although Pang Lanshi was young, his seniority was high. He was the only direct disciple of an ancestor of the Linen sect. Several practitioners of the Gold Core realm had to call him youngest uncle. As for the practitioners of the middle 5 realms, they could only call him youngest uncle master. In the past 3 days, the green-robed swordsman in front of him was the only guest in the mansion. Pang Lanshi had been here several times. Out of curiosity, he talked about what he wanted to talk about and asked what he wanted to ask. The other party was very sincere and did not deliberately beat around the bush. However, after Pang Lanshi thought about it, he did not seem to get to the point. It was hard to imagine that the person in front of him was the poor painter who had cheekily bargained with him in the mural town. At that time, Pang Lanshi, who was his childhood sweetheart, had to run out of the shop to remind this person to avoid showing yellow and white objects in Jianghu. It turned out that they were all fooled by this guy. The ancestor of the sect who was in charge of the discipline in the ancestral hall did not want to reveal the secret of heaven. He said that he would wait until the master returned to Muyi Mountain. However, before he left, he sighed with emotion that with such a low realm, he could escape from Jiao Cheng in the Ghost Valley. Pang Lanshi became more and more curious about what had happened in the Ghost Valley. How did the person in front of him provoke the governor of Jingguan City? Chen Pingan put down the military book written by a general of the Divine Prowess Kingdom. He thought of something and asked with a smile, "Lanshi, the 8 murals in the mural town have all become white paintings. What will happen to the business of the shops at the foot of the 3 goddesses, riding deer, hanging inkstone, and traveling in rain?" Pang Lanshi was also a little troubled. She said helplessly, "What else can we do?" Xingzi was worried to death. She said that there would not be any business in the future. Now that the mural town has lost the 3 blessings, the number of customers will definitely decrease. What can I do? I could only comfort her. I told her some great principles that I had heard from my senior martial brother and junior martial nephew. However, not only did Xingzi not appreciate it, she became angry with me and ignored me. Chen Pingan, why is Xingzi like this? I was clearly being kind, why is she unhappy? Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "Do you want to know why?" Pang Lanshi nodded and said, "Of course." Chen Pingan's smile became even wider. "Lanshi, I heard that your great-grandfather still has a few boxes of complete sets of the goddess paintings. Furthermore, they are the most time-consuming works of your great-grandfather. They are the proudest works of his life. Pang Lanshi was stunned for a moment. After a moment, she said resolutely, "As long as you can help me clear up my doubts, I will steal the paintings for you." Chen Pinggan was a little speechless. He stretched out his hand and gestured for Pang Lanshi, who had already stood up, to quickly sit down. "A gentleman does not take what others like. I also do not covet those sets of goddess paintings. I only hope that you can persuade your great-grandfather to draw 1 or 2 sets of goddess paintings that are not too inferior. I will spend money to buy them, not for you to steal them. 1 set is enough. 2 sets would be better. 3 sets would be the best." Pang Lanshi was a little doubtful. "Just like that?" Chen Pinggan nodded. Pang Lanshi was still a little hesitant. "There are pros and cons to stealing. The downside is that you will definitely be scolded. You might even be beaten up. The upside is that it is a one-time deal. However, if you are shameless enough to pester my great-grandfather to pick up the brush, it will not be easy to truly paint the paintings. Everyone in the linen faction knows that my great-grandfather has a strange temper. He always says that the more effort he puts into the paintings, the more similar they will be to the paintings. Therefore, if you buy the paintings from a vulgar man, you will offend the 8 goddesses even more." Chen Pinggan nodded. Sincerity is the key to success. Without this sincerity as a foundation, your great-grandfather might not have been able to draw that kind of charm. Otherwise, how difficult would it be for a so-called master painter to copy a painting to the finest detail? But why is it that your great-grandfather is the most marvelous one? It is because your great-grandfather's state of mind is pure. Perhaps the 8 goddesses even saw it in their eyes back then. Their minds are connected, and the paintings are naturally marvelous. Pang Lanshi blinked her eyes. Was he speaking the truth, or was he just flattering? Outside the mansion, a tall white-haired old man with a brush and inkstone hung on his waist turned to look at his best friend, the linen faction's patriarch. The latter was putting away his hand. The white-haired old man asked, "With this kid's state, he should not know that we are eavesdropping, right?" The patriarch smiled. "I helped you conceal your chi, so he should not know. However, there are countless spells in the world, so there might be accidents. Just by seeing how he could escape from the Ghost Valley, we can't judge him with common sense." The white-haired old man stroked his beard and smiled. "No matter what you said has won my heart." The linen faction's patriarch was the one who followed Jiang Shangzhen into the secret realm of the mural. "Are you really willing to sell it?" Pang Lanshi's great-grandfather, Pang Shanling, had a great ambition when he was young. He swore to paint the most spectacular mountains in the world. However, for some reason, he settled down in the linen faction. Pang Shanling asked softly, "Let's wait and see. I'd like to hear how this outsider boy will guide Lanshi." The patriarch frowned and said unhappily, "He is a guest. I couldn't persuade you, so I used some skills. If I continue to eavesdrop, it will not be in line with the linen faction's hospitality." Pang Shanling glared at him. "Lanshi has already lost the chance to be a deer-riding goddess. If she stumbles in love again, I would like to see how Lanshi's master will scold you." The patriarch sneered. "He is good at scolding people, but I am better at beating people up. Every time he scolds someone, he will be bedridden for a month." Pang Shanling suddenly smiled. "I will give you a hard copy of the goddess painting later. It is worthy of the title of Wonderful Blossom." The patriarch raised his hand and looked at the mountains and rivers. He smiled. "I was waiting for you to say that. You are too slow, so annoying." However, the patriarch quickly retracted his skills. Pang Shanling was puzzled. "Why?" The patriarch smiled. "He is not very happy. Let's stop while we are ahead. Otherwise, when we go back to the faction master and complain to him, I will have to bear the consequences." After such a big commotion in the Ghost Valley, Jiao Cheng finally took the initiative to show his Dharma form and left his lair to appear at the Skeleton Beach. Not only did the faction master take action, we also used the mountain guarding formation. However, we only managed to reduce his cultivation by 100 years. The faction master must be in a terrible mood when he returns to the mountain. Pang Shanling was a little worried. For the past 2 days, the Ghost Valley had been completely isolated from the outside world. Although the natal lamps in the ancestral hall were still lit, this meant that there were no casualties in the linen factions Qinglu and Lanshi town. However, only God knows if Jiao Cheng would fight to the death with the linen faction in a fit of anger. The confrontation between the Skeleton Beach and the Ghost Valley for 1,000 years would be broken in an instant. Pang Shanling was afraid that at any moment, the natal lamps in the ancestral hall would be extinguished one by one, and the speed of extinguishing would be extremely fast. At that time, no one could guarantee how many would be left. Neither the faction master Zhu Quan nor the gold core Du Wenxi were an exception. If there was really a big battle, with the style of the linen faction cultivators, the first ones to extinguish their natal lamps would be the great cultivators like them. The patriarch guessed Pang Shanling's thoughts. He smiled and comforted him. This time, Jiao Cheng has damaged his vitality. It is reasonable that he would be furious. However, there is still some good news in the Ghost Valley. The one who attacked was Piyu Chang from the White Cage City. There is also the nascent soul spirit from the Shun Ce Kingdom. He has always been at odds with Jingguan City. When the sky was broken, I saw that he seemed to want to interfere. Don't forget, there is still the peach forest in the Ghost Valley. The two otherworldly masters in the temple, and the temple will not let Jiao Cheng kill as he pleases. Pang Shanling nodded slightly. I hope so. At the mansion, Pang Lanshi did not care anymore. His childhood sweetheart, Apricot, was the most important. She said, well, you can say it. But I must think it is reasonable. Otherwise, I will not go to great-grandpa to ask for a scolding. Chen Pinggan first raised his hands and cupped his fists, indicating that the immortal masters outside should not push their luck. Then, he gently placed one hand on the military book and stroked it gently. After leaving the Ghost Valley, he found that most of the books carefully collected by the demon-hunting immortal in the Yangchang Palace were well maintained and in good condition. These were rare books that had existed for thousands of years, and some were even the only copies. Thus, he was in a good mood and began to explain to the young man in front of him. He chuckled softly and said, Lanshi, do you think it is difficult for you to enter the Jindan realm and become a land immortal in the eyes of a mortal master? Pang Lanshi said sincerely, Chen Pinggan, I am not boasting. It is easy to reach the gold core realm but not the nascent soul realm. Chen Pinggan nodded. What Pang Lanshi said was the truth. Over the past few days in the mansion of the Linen Sect, Chen Pinggan had a rough idea of Pang Lanshi's position in the Linen Sect through chatting with the young man in front of him, as well as Yang Lin, a gold core cultivator from the Mural City. It was very likely that Pang Lanshi was groomed as a future sect leader, or at the very least, someone who would be in charge of the Linen Sect. Moreover, Pang Lanshi was talented, pure and kind. Whether it was his innate talent or his acquired temperament, he was very compatible with the Linen Sect. This was the wonder of the Great Way. If Pang Lanshi was born in the Book Lake, the same person, his achievements in the Great Way would not be high. This was because the Book Lake would constantly wear down Pang Lanshi's original temperament, which would affect his cultivation and opportunities. However, in the Linen Sect, he was like a fish in water. It was like a match made in heaven. Perhaps this was the so-called one's own environment nurtures one's own people. Some people blamed the heavens and blamed others, but they were not completely ignorant. There were times when they were unlucky. Seeing Chen Pinggan in a daze, Pang Lanshi could not help but remind him, Chen Pinggan, don't be muddle-headed. 1 or 2 volumes of filler stories are waving at you. Why are you daydreaming? Chen Pinggan apologized and then asked, you are an immortal on the mountain who is destined to live a long life, but your Miss Xingzi is a commoner at the foot of the mountain. Have you ever thought about this? An ordinary woman will have some white hair when she is 40 years old. When she is 60 years old, she may already be an old woman with white hair. At that time, how do you expect Miss Xingzi to face Pang Lanshi, who may still be a teenager, or at most a young woman? Pang Lanshi's heart skipped a beat. He murmured, I can deliberately follow the heavens and people and not let my appearance stay there forever. I will still become a white-haired old man. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, you are wrong again and again. Pang Lanshi raised his head with a blank face. Chen Pinggan said, let's not talk about the fact that you, Pang Lanshi, will still be an old man. Let's not talk about it. Chen Pinggan paused for a moment and asked softly, have you ever put yourself in the shoes of Miss Xingzi, whom you have been thinking about all this time? Some things, no matter how you think about it, no matter how you think about it, no matter how kind your intention is it really good? Is it always right? Have you ever thought that giving true kindness to the other party is never our wishful thinking? Pang Lanshi wanted to say something but stopped. Chen Pinggan slowly said, at the Mural City, I was just a passerby who had met by chance. Since she allowed you to chase after me out of the shop and reminded me to be careful, she must be a good girl who is worthy of your affection. Previously, when I was observing the two of you in the shop, as a bystander, I could roughly see that Miss Xingzi is a person with a meticulous mind and a broad-minded state of mind, which is extremely rare. Therefore, just because you are already an immortal who lives on the mountain and she is only a merchant at the foot of the mountain who deals with money all year round, she would not feel ashamed of her own inferiority when interacting with you. She did not feel that way. Do you really know how rare and how good it is to have such a state of mind? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, you don't know. Pang Lanshi was stunned and speechless. Her lips moved slightly. Chen Pinggan said, so all these years, it was actually her who took care of your state of mind. She hoped that you could cultivate in peace and climb up the mountain step by step. If I didn't guess wrongly, every time you went down the mountain to help out in the shop, when you parted, she would not show too much reluctance. After that, you would be a little depressed and worried that she did not like you as much as you liked her, right? Pang Lanchi's eyes were a little sore and she pursed her lips tightly. Chen Pinggan sighed and took out a pot of wine. It was not some immortal wine, but the rice wine from Longquan County that was sold to Dallas Capital. Chen Pinggan took a sip and said, you have never really thought about her thoughts, but always thought about what I should do. Is this good? Pang Lanchi shook her head, no, it is very bad. So, this time, the painting of the goddess in the Mural City lost its fortune and the shop might not be able to continue operating. You only think that it is a small matter, because to you, Pang Lanchi, it is naturally a small matter. How much money can a shop in the marketplace earn in a year? How much money do I, Pang Lanchi, receive from the hemp sect's ancestral hall in a year? However, you don't know how big of a deal it is for a young girl in the marketplace to open a shop at the foot of the hemp sect's mountain. Without this business, even if it is just moving to the Limbo Pass market, to her, wouldn't it be a big deal? Chen Pinggan took another sip of wine. His voice was soft and mellow, and the content of his words was like the wine. He said slowly, the thoughts of a young girl are always more far-sighted than those of the same age. How should I put it? The difference between the two is like the thoughts of a young man walking on a mountain and only looking at the top. The thoughts of a young girl are like a meandering river that bends and flows into the distance. Pang Lanchi furrowed her face. It was unknown what sad scene she was thinking about. Just thinking about it made this young man who was originally carefree feel worried. There were already some tears in her eyes. Chen Pinggan glanced at her and sighed softly. It could be said that Liu Larocheng of Gongliu Island, who had a tough Dao heart and seemed to have a heart of stone, had also taken a big tumble when it came to love. Chen Pinggan suddenly laughed. What are you afraid of? Now that you know more, you should do a better job in the future and think more for her. If you can't, if you feel that you are not good at figuring out a girl's thoughts, then I'll teach you the stupidest way. Tell her what's in your heart, don't feel embarrassed. A man's face is not lost outside, but when it comes to the girl you like, there's no need to force yourself. Pang Lanchi nodded and wiped her face. She smiled brightly. Chen Pinggan, how do you know so much? After all, she was a cultivator. After being enlightened, Pang Lanchi's state of mind became clear again. Chen Pinggan raised the wine pot in his hand and shook it. When I travel in Jianghu, I drink wine. Pang Lanchi asked curiously, is the wine really that good? Chen Pinggan did not speak and just drank. He was still patiently waiting for the news from the Ghost Valley. In fact, there were some things that Chen Pinggan could explain to the young man more clearly. However, once he did, it might involve the Great Dao. This was a big taboo for cultivators on the mountain, so Chen Pinggan would not cross this line. Moreover, The young man and woman's love was muddle-headed, which was a kind of beauty. There was no need to break it down too much. Pang Lanchi said goodbye and left. She said that she would get at least 2 copies of the goddess painting. She just had to wait for his good news. When Pang Lanchi was about to leave the courtyard, Chen Pinggan suddenly called the young man and said with a smile, "Oh right, remember one thing. If you feel that what I said to you makes sense, you still have to think more before you do it. It doesn't mean that it will suit you." Pang Lanchi waved her hand and smiled, "I'm not really stupid. Don't worry, I'll think about it myself." Chen Pinggan got up and walked around the stone table to practice the 6-step stance. That day, in the twilight, Chen Pinggan stopped his stance and turned his head to look. From the direction where the white bone apparition and the golden-armored deity appeared at the skeleton beach, there was a figure riding on the wind. When an earth immortal didn't hide his aura deliberately and flew away with the wind, there was usually a thunderous rumble, causing a huge commotion. However, after reaching the upper 5 states and merging with heaven and earth, they could do it quietly, even without ripples of qi. The figure that rushed to the Muyi mountain should be the master of the school, Zhu Quan, who was in the jade primitive state. However, he still caused such a big commotion. Either he was deliberately showing off his power to intimidate some forces lurking in the skeleton beach, or he was in the Ghost Valley, where the master of the draped hemp school was seriously injured, causing his state to be unstable. After the figure rushed into the Muyi mountain, he suddenly stopped and then shot toward the mansion on the mountainside like an arrow. In the small courtyard, the strong wind blew, making Chen Pinggan's sleeves rustle. It was Zhu Quan, who cultivated in Qinglu town. Chen Pinggan clasped his fist and said, "Thank you, Master Zhu." Zhu Quan waved his hand and sat by the stone table. He saw the wine pot on the table and waved his hand, "If you are sincere, quickly treat me to a pot of wine to satisfy my craving." Chen Pinggan sat opposite him and took out a pot of rice wine. "It's just rice wine from my hometown, not the wine from the mountain." Zhu Quan opened the mud seal and drank a big mouthful. He wiped his mouth and said, "It's a bit bland, but it's wine and not water." She glanced at the young man sitting opposite her and asked, "Are you familiar with Bones Pu? When you were traveling in the Ghost Valley, even when you were running around with Yang Ningxing, I didn't see you. I don't know how powerful you are to make Bones Pu fight for you." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "I'm not familiar with him. To be precise, we have some conflicts. At the Crow Ridge, I had a conflict with the female ghost in the Greasy City. It was Pu who stopped me from killing Fan Yunluo. Later, Pu appeared to find me again. I saw him wearing green clothes and wielding a sword, so I asked him why he didn't covet the long sword on my back." Zhu Quan said that the rice wine was bland, but he drank a lot and soon finished it. He slammed the wine pot on the table and asked, "Then what about Bones Pu?" Chen Pinggan smiled but didn't say anything. Zhu Quan exclaimed, "These two are really the same kind of people? What, wearing green clothes and using the same sword? Then you're so great." However, Zhu Quan glanced at the wine pot. Forget it. Since he had already drunk his wine, he had to be polite. Besides, any man who came from another place would be a good man in Zhu Quan's eyes if they were compared to Jiang Shengzhen's dogshit. Moreover, the young man in front of her had said Chen Pinggan of the cloud-splitting mountain in Dali to get straight to the point. Zhu Quan had heard of the cloud-splitting mountain in Dali, and she had even heard of Wei Pai a few times. There was no other way. The hemp sect's source of income in other continents depended on the cross-continent ferry. Moreover, she believed the second sentence of this Chen Pinggan. The young man said that he owned half of the Oxhorn Mountain ferry, so for the next 500 years, the hemp sect's ferry would dock without spending a single snow. Zhu Quan felt that this long-term deal, which she didn't need to spend a single copper coin, was definitely worth it. If this spread out, who would dare to say that she, the sect leader, was a spendthrift? But Zhu Quan was still a little annoyed. The guy in front of her was too similar to her archenemy, Skull Pui. She smiled and said, "Actually, your actions were superfluous. Previously, when you found me, you didn't need to give me any conditions. As long as it was against the north, not to mention Jingguan City, even if it was any skeleton I didn't like, I would stop them. Do you feel heartache now? Is your little heart trembling?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Sect leader Zhu is heroic and righteous. This is the demeanor of the hemp sect. But I am a guest and a junior, so I have to behave. The proper etiquette should still be shown." Zhu Quan rubbed her chin. "Your words are good, but why do I feel that they are not pleasing to the ears?" Chen Pinggan took out another pot of wine. Zhu Quan nodded and smiled. "Your words are not pleasing to the ears, but you are much more pleasing to the eyes." Chen Pinggan picked up the unfinished pot of rice wine and slowly drank it. Zhu Quan glanced at the way the young man was drinking and shook his head. He was not pleasing to the eyes again. "No need to take out more wine." Zhu Quan finished the second pot of wine and put the empty pot on the table. Skull Pui really angered Jingguan City this time. He won't have a good time in the future. But this guy never cared about these things anyway. Jiao Cheng was also annoyed by him. If he didn't use his full strength, he could really kill Skull Pui, but Jingguan City would lose some vitality. He had no choice but to fight. After all, Jiao Cheng lost face this time. First, he failed to kill you, and was caught by that dog thief Jiang's broken net for half a day. When Jiao Cheng returned to the Ghost Valley, guess what? He couldn't bear to tear that broken net into pieces, so he could only pinch his nose and put it away. Haha, before Jiao Cheng became famous at the Skeleton Beach, perhaps he was used to doing this kind of thrifty business, but after he became famous, he never thought there would be a day like this. Jiang Shangzhen, this rotten maggot, actually did a good thing in his life. Zhu Quan felt satisfied and laughed. He naturally stretched out his hand. Chen Pinggan sighed in his heart. He took out the third pot of rice wine and put it on the table. Zhu Quan began to drink. He probably felt that it was not right to ask for more wine, so he also began to drink in small sips, drinking sparingly. Sure enough, it was the Lord of Jingguan City, the most powerful spirit in the Ghost Valley. Previously, when Chen Pinggan decided to escape from the Ghost Valley, he also had a guess. He carefully selected all the nascent soul ghosts recorded in the Rest Assured collection in the north. Jingguan City's Jiao Cheng naturally thought of it, but he felt that the possibility was not big, because just like the two masters of the White Cage City, or the Great Round Moon Temple and Small Xuanju Temple in the Peach Forest, the higher the realm, the higher the vision. Chen Pinggan said by the Black River, to achieve this, one must have this heart. In fact, the scope of application was not narrow, of course, except for the wild cultivators, and then there were many accidents in the world. There was nothing inevitable in the world. Therefore, even if Chen Pinggan felt that Jingguan City's Jiao Cheng was the least likely of Yang Ning's so-called spying in the north, Chen Pinggan just happened to be a person who was used to thinking of the worst. He directly regarded Jiao Cheng as an imaginary enemy. Otherwise, Chen Pinggan was already in Qinglu town, and the leader of the hemp sect, Zhu Quan, was just a few steps away from him. Why would he need to spend 2 golden material contraction talismans to break through the sky and leave the Ghost Valley? Moreover, before this, he began to believe that Jingguan City's spies were hidden in Qinglu town. He also deliberately made an extra trip to Stinky Copper City. This self-rescue plan, from the time he threw a small coin to Stinky Copper City's guard officer, Gui Jiang, had already begun to quietly operate. In fact, in the depths of Chen Pinggan's heart, he had already found a hidden line, a network. On this line, there would be many key points. For example, at the Cliff's Iron Chain Bridge, Yang Ning spoke of her feelings. On the bank of the Black River, the old monk looked at the opposite bank, sang a Buddhist chant, and said a seemingly casual sentence, "Repent and be saved." Logically speaking, after entering Qinglu town, which was the most stable place in the Ghost Valley, he was unable to put down his brush and draw talismans. The kind of restlessness where he could not even set up his sword furnace was extremely rare. If he were to look further ahead, it would be Tu Fuyuan, the heavenly official of the City of Murals. The deer-riding goddess walked out of the painting and went to the crossing of the swaying river, turning into an old woman to test him. The City of Murals could be said to be the first place Chen Pinggan set foot in the North Continent. Yang Ning's pure evil thoughts were refined into a mustard seed. The scholar once said unintentionally in the ancestral temple by the water, that he had never won against Chen Pinggan even once. In the world, fortune and misfortune always came hand in hand. Chen Pinggan was deeply touched by this. If his mind was blindly immersed in the endless good fortune, what would the consequences be? At this moment, even though Chen Pingan was already far away from the Ghost Valley and was in the Linen Sect's Mori Mountain, he still had some lingering fear. Just imagine, if he became the Bag Jai in the Stinky Copper City, under normal circumstances, he would naturally continue his journey to the north. This was because the previous journey was filled with constant disturbances, but it was frightening without danger. Instead, he picked up scraps everywhere. There was no great fortune at hand, but he was lucky again and again, earning a little here and there. Moreover, the deer-riding goddess had nothing to do with him, the thunder pool in the Jixiao Mountain had nothing to do with him, and the fortune in the Mirror Treasure Mountain had nothing to do with him. He, Chen Pingan, seemed to rely on his own caution and a little bit of luck. This seemed to be the most comfortable and least dangerous state for Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan narrowed his eyes and drank the rice wine in the pot in one gulp. Zhu Quan glanced at the long sword on Chen Pingan's back and gently shook his head, thinking that it should not be this item. Although Jingguan Cheng was the archenemy of the entire Linen Sect, the previous masters of the Linen Sect all acknowledged this spirit master of the Ghost Valley. Whether it was cultivation or ambition, he was not bad, and could be called a hero among ghosts. Therefore, even if this young man was really carrying a half-immortal weapon, Jingguan Cheng would not be so covetous, nor would he be so flustered and exasperated. It was rare for Zhu Quan to prepare a draft before speaking. After a while, he said, "I won't ask why Jingguan Cheng is against you, and you don't have to take the initiative to say it. This is a grudge between the two of you. Of course, fighting to the death with Gao Cheng and Jingguan Cheng has always been the duty of us Zhuang sect cultivators. There is no resentment between life and death. Similarly, you don't have to feel that you must get involved in the future just because you escaped this time and hid in my Mui Mountain. There is no need for you to do me a favor. There is no need for you and I to be so polite." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Okay." Zhu Quan smiled and said, "Good boy, you're really not polite." In the peach forest of the Ghost Valley, inside the small mystery capital temple, the old Taoist stood under the towering peach tree with mist around his feet. Then, a huge landscape painting was slowly unfolding. When the painting showed a scholar walking into the Stinky Copper City to participate in the imperial examination that was like child's play. The little Taoist boy Shuku, who was holding a horsetail whisk, was frightened and said in a trembling voice, "Master, is this the legendary time scroll horse painting?" The old Daoist nodded. The sect master of the Cloud Palace of the Great Yuan Dynasty's Chongxian Bureau personally wrote a letter to our small Xian capital temple, asking me to help protect Yang Ningxing's Dao. Since I wanted to do good deeds to the end, I drew this painting. But don't worry, this is only a copy of the real time scroll horse painting. The price is not too high. Others can only see it 3 times. The reason why I showed it to you once is because I want you to learn a thing or two. You can learn from others, so look carefully." Shu Ku was shocked and said, "That young heavenly lord of the Chongxian department has that brother to retrieve the item from the Mirror Treasure Mountain. Yang Ningxing is just here to play in the Ghost Valley. Why does he have to do this?" The old Taoist smiled and said, "I was also confused at first, but I guessed that it was related to the Battle of the Great Dao. When you finish looking at this painting, the truth will come to light." Shu Ku widened his eyes, unwilling to miss a detail in the painting. However, what Yang Ningxing did in the Stinky Copper City was really unsightly. If this painting was not a time scroll horse painting, Shu Ku would think that his master was making a fuss over nothing. The headmaster of the Cloud Palace was worried for nothing. But when Shu Ku saw the goddess of the summer of Peeling Luo Mountain being turned into black smoke and swallowed by the scholar, and the young swordsman squatting on the wall, Shu Ku's expression turned solemn. After that, many things happened. Shu Ku's heart trembled with fear as his thoughts fluctuated. When the painting finally ended and turned into a painting scroll, his master gently held it in his hand. The old Taoist smiled and said, "What do you think?" Shu Ku blushed with shame and said, "If I were that good person, I would have died in Yang Ningxing's hands many times." The old Taoist nodded, "If you were that person, you wouldn't be able to escape from the Ghost Valley." Shu Ku thought of the commotion in Qinglu town and the battle between immortals that followed. This little Taoist boy was a little discouraged. The old Taoist looked at this proud disciple and smiled. Why? Do you feel that you are inferior to him? If I were to tell you that this wanderer's true age is only in his early 20s, would you still want to bang your head against a peach tree and die? Shu Ku's forehead was covered in sweat. The old Taoist shook his head and sighed. Silly child. In a situation where fortune and danger coexist, is it really a good thing to take the risk every time? Being trapped in the mortal world and being entangled by karma, it is very scary for a cultivator. Taking a step back, if you are really inferior to this person, do you not cultivate and comprehend the Tao? If you become me, will you be disheartened and tell yourself to forget it when you think about the Tao ancestor at the top and the 3 sect masters at the lower level and the ascended immortals in the Beko Keikyang building? Shu Ku raised his head, his eyes blank. The old Taoist bent his finger and lightly touched Shu Ku's forehead. We Taoists cultivate our own kung fu and our own affairs. Our greatest enemy is the cage of rules and regulations, not others. What does the rise and fall of others have to do with me? In my opinion, perhaps the true Tao is not to be fought for, but, forget it, there is no point in talking about it. Xu Ming took a step back and cupped his fists. Master, this disciple understands. The old Taoist nodded. That's enough. Originally, every mural was a door in the immortal mystic realm. As the 8 murals became white paintings, the immortal cave lost more than half of its spirit qi. It was reduced to an ordinary mystic realm with insufficient grotto heaven and plenty of blessed land. It was still a place with good feng shui, but it was no longer breathtaking. Jiang Shangzhen walked in it again, feeling very disappointed. After he cut open the sky with his natal item, the willow leaf, and returned to the skeleton beach, he did not leave the North Continent. Instead, he quietly came to this mystic realm. There were some things that would make one's heart itch if one did not understand them. Moreover, hiding here was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, it was safer than hiding in Mui Mountain. Secondly, he was worried that if he became enemies with He Xiaoyong, the repercussions would be more terrible. That ruthless woman was a person of great fortune. Once she hated him, it was very likely that as long as Jiang Shangzhen was in the ordinary North Continent, he would inexplicably suffer a calamity. It would not be a disaster, but it would be very disgusting. For example, Jiang Shangzhen was very worried that if he casually showed his face at the Skeleton Beach or Mui Mountain, he would meet an old lady who was wandering in the south. Then, she would cry her heart out to him. Jiang Shangzhen really could not stand this kind of reunion. However, as Jiang Shangzhen lay among the flowers in this secret realm and thought, sitting on the bed with beautiful bedding, leaning on the dressing table with a lingering fragrance, and sitting on the railing of the tall building where the fairies must have leaned on, there were still some things that he couldn't think through thoroughly. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, about 3 days had passed. If he could not figure it out, he could just ask. Jiang Shangzhen controlled his natal item and kept knocking on a door. Soon, the familiar elder of the hemp sect came. When he saw this person, he was furious. He shouted angrily, Jiang Shangzhen, why are you still here? Our hemp sect has no dog-tea for you to eat. Jiang Shangzhen sat on the railing and looked down at the hot-tempered old man. He smiled and said, don't be like this. Let's talk nicely. I'm your hemp sect's ally now. The hemp sect's elder did not talk nonsense and was about to start fighting. Jiang Shangzhen quickly raised his hands and said seriously, I have something to discuss with your sect leader Zhu Quan. Of course, there's also the guest on your mountain. It's best if they come here for a chat. The elder had already controlled his natal item. Judging from his posture, it was not as simple as stretching his muscles and bones. Jiang Shangzhen patted the railing with both hands and said helplessly, this is a precious property of your hemp sect. Won't it be your loss if we fight here? The old ancestor sneered. When the life-bound wooden tablet appeared, there were already 4 heavenly king statues standing around. Their limbs moved slowly, and golden light condensed in their eyes. Jiang Shangzhen was afraid that the North Continent's cultivators would do this, so he decided to fight them first. If it was back then, Jiang Shangzhen would have fallen for this trick. Back then, Jiang Shangzhen was only in the Golden Core realm, but he dared to claim that he was the best at causing trouble, the best at fighting and scolding, and the best at running away when things went south. He claimed to be one of the top 3. However, after this trip to the North Continent, Jiang Shangzhen had no intention of returning to the Jianghu. Jiang Shangzhen glanced up and heaved a sigh of relief. In a sea of clouds high in the sky of the mystic realm, sect leader Zhu Quan's embroidered shoes appeared again. At first, they were as big as a hill and covered the sky. The moment they landed, they returned to their normal size. Chen Pinggan was beside Zhu Quan. The two of them appeared in the corridor on the top floor of the towering pavilion. Zhu Quan asked the elder to return to Mui Mountain. The elder cursed and put away his natal item and the 4 heavenly kings. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and jumped down from the railing. Little Quan, they say that a day apart feels like 3 years. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. Did you miss me? I know you didn't miss me at all, right? Zhu Quan couldn't be bothered to look at him. He said to Chen Pinggan, "Don't worry. I'll rush over if there's trouble. I'm more excited to kill this pervert than to flatten Jingguan City." Jiang Shangzhen didn't mind. He leaned against the railing and fanned himself with his hand. He smiled and said, "Little Quan is just as lively and cute as before." Zhu Quan disappeared in a flash and returned to Mui Mountain from the sea of clouds. After the Hempen sect's ancestor and sect master Zhu Quan left, Jiang Shangzhen waved his sleeve. Strange magic treasures appeared one after another from his sleeve. He actually sealed the Sea of Clouds gate that led directly to Mui Mountain and the other 8 small doors with murals. Then, from the Sea of Clouds, came Zhu Quan's muffled voice, "Jiang Shangzhen, are you looking for a beating?" Then, the Sea of Clouds shook. Zhu Quan probably started to smash the door on Mui Mountain. Jiang Shangzhen waved his sleeve again, causing numerous magic treasures that flowed with dazzling lights to constantly fly out of his sleeve and completely block the entrance to the Sea of Clouds. After that, he swore loudly, "If I commit murder here, then I'll kill you, Zhu Quan, as soon as I leave this place." Chen Pinggan was indifferent to this. He took a pot of wine and threw it to Jiang Shangzhen. He said, "Thanks." Jiang Shangzhen no longer had the joking expression from before. He sighed and said, "I'm curious. Have you guessed who attacked you?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Wasn't it Gao Cheng?" For the first time, Jiang Shangzhen didn't make any jokes. He just stared at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan gently jumped up and sat on the railing. Jiang Shangzhen also sat on the side and drank. Chen Pinggan said, "Since you asked, I'm sure." Jiang Shangzhen said doubtfully, "Then I'm even more puzzled. I've investigated your past through various channels. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have such a deep grudge with her." Chen Pinggan first said something off-topic. "Sect Master Zhu told me before that after Pu Tong of Bailong City attacked Gao Cheng, he replied to her with a sentence, 'When a swordsman does things, heaven and earth will not restrain him.' That was really well said." Jiang Shangzhen drank a big mouthful of wine. His cheeks moved slightly and made a gurgling sound as if he was gargling. Then, he raised his head and swallowed. Jiang Shangzhen raised his head and drank another mouthful of wine. He was still not in a hurry to swallow it. He had only lost a broken net worth 70 or 80 grain rain coins in the Ghost Valley. But he had watched such a good show from beginning to end. He didn't lose anything. To talk about money with me, Jiang Shangzhen, is he trying to humiliate me? The reason why you're involved with He Xiaoliang is unclear. Chen Pinggan was expressionless. He slowly said, "It's that bastard Lu Chen who tricked me." Jiang Shangzhen spat out a mouthful of wine. For 99, Jiang Shangzhen hurriedly wiped his mouth and said bitterly, "Even in the ruins of the immortal mansion, it's not appropriate to call a saint by his name." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "There are some grudges that can be scolded more or less. Nothing will change. Chen Pinggan, tell me something from the bottom of your heart." Jiang Shangzhen blinked his eyes, lifted his butt and pointed to the top of his head. "That person, must he kill you?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. "It's not that exaggerated. Our old debts have almost been settled. He's such a big hierarch master who's in charge of all the people in the world. He doesn't have that much free time to deal with me. But I'm sure he doesn't like me. So I'm very hesitant about going to Qingming World in the future. Chen Pinggan wanted to visit all the 9 continents of Haoran World and the other 3 continents. Jiang Shangzhen sat back on the railing. If Lu Chen was determined to target Chen Pinggan, he would obediently run back to Book Lake of Aquarius Continent and be a coward. Anyway, the lake there was deep. If he didn't cower, would he be a bird out of the forest? Old Man Zun had said 10,000 times that when he arrived at Book Lake, he had to quickly do as the Romans do and be a local snake, not a dragon crossing the river. Chen Pinggan said, I know you won't get involved in some things, so can you just say something that can be said? Jiang Shangzhen took a sip of wine and nodded. Jiao Cheng's ambition is great, the kind that can scare people to death. He wants to build a Fengju underworld in the Ghost Valley, a place between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The cycle of life and death is created here. Once it's done, there will be 2 great benefits. One is to reverse the feng shui of Ghost Valley and upgrade it into a complete paradise, no longer a small world. With the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man, it will really give birth to the big picture of the sun rising and the moon setting, the 4 seasons orderly, and the cycle of the solar terms. Jiao Cheng will be the true god of this place. He's even more superior than all the saints who oversaw the small world. Maybe he can reach the sky in 1 step. Jiao Cheng will directly cross the immortal realm from the Jade realm to the Ascendant realm. At that time, Jiao Cheng will be similar to those few eccentric existences in the world, who will really obtain great freedom and break the cage of heaven and earth. Those who can kill him will most likely not do it because they have too high a view, and those who really want to kill Jiao Cheng will not be able to do it. In any future battles and killings, even if they are suppressed in Ghost Valley by Hemp Sect, Jiao Cheng and Jingguan City can be considered in an invincible position. Every time a cultivator of Hemp Sect dies in battle, it's equivalent to Ghost Valley. SSSSS. Hemp Sect with less than 200 cultivators, even SSSS, even the several sect sexes and SSS. Hemp SS Sect with his. Jiang Shangzhen twisted the neck of the wine pot with 2 fingers, gently swaying it, and slowly said, So, Jiao Cheng's. This is a very taboo thing. However, for Jiao Cheng to be able to reach this step from a nameless ordinary soldier, he was naturally not a fool. He would act with great propriety and advance step by step. My guess was that within 100 years, he would be extremely restrained. He would stop after taking over the Hemp Sect, including the territory of the Skeleton Beach, and then Jiao Cheng would stop. Then, within 1,000 years, he would make friends with those far away and attack those close to him. He would maneuver freely and strive to take over another sect. Slowly, the capital would become more and more legitimate. It's hard to say what the Confucian Academy will do. There are too many rules, and they often fight among themselves. After a while, many things will be done. Therefore, during this period, there are only 2 forces that will really fight with Jiao Cheng. One is this Hemps, and the Buddhists. After all, the Buddhists don't want others to build Fengju in the human world and open up the 6 paths of reincarnation without permission. As for the North Continent's Taoists, the Yunxiao Palace's Chongshuans, and the Lord of Heavens, Xieshe, they may not hate Jiao Cheng's actions. The former will probably sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and let Jiao Cheng and the North Continent's Buddhist forces wear each other down. Especially the latter. As for the reason, you should already know, so I won't say more. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, It was Jiao Cheng himself who shouted, Leave your flying sword behind. Chen Pinggan sighed and lowered his head to look at the blade strengthening gourd. He recalled a detail from before. I understand now. I'm like a child carrying gold across the city, and I just happened to bump into Jingguan City's Jiao Cheng. No wonder Jiao Cheng was so angry. If the ancestral hall of the Wood Clothing Mountain hadn't activated the mountain protection formation, even if I escaped from the Ghost Valley, I wouldn't have been able to leave the Skeleton Beach alive. Jiang Shangzhen waved his hand. What child? You don't have to look down on yourself. It's more accurate to say that an ordinary man carries a jade. Chen Pinggan asked, What do you think Jiao Cheng is going to do now? Jiang Shangzhen smiled, I guess he's going to make straw men in Jingguan City. Once you miss your opportunity, it's harder to catch it again. This kind of thing is hard to explain with reason, But the people on the mountain have to believe it. The older they get, the more they believe it. So you don't have to worry too much now. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Chen Pingan smiled bitterly. I don't even dare to leave the wood clothing mountain now, let alone cross the skeleton beach and head north. Who knows if Jiao Cheng will sneak out of the Ghost Valley and stab me? Jiang Shangzhen wanted to explain. Chen Pingan suddenly looked into the distance, his eyes gloomy. If I were Jiao Cheng, Chen Pingan would definitely die if he still dared to travel around the continent of Juluju. Jiang Shangzhen was speechless for a moment. If he said too much, persuading Chen Pingan to continue traveling around the continent of Juluju would make it seem like he had ulterior motives. Chen Pingan turned his head and smiled. Jiang Shangzhen, why did you do something unnecessary in the Ghost Valley? Why did you deliberately make enemies with Jiao Cheng? If I'm not wrong, according to what you said, since Jiao Cheng is so ambitious, it's very likely that he'll do business with you and Yugui sect. Then you can take advantage of the situation and become an honored guest in Jingguan City. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, then it should be me being impulsive. I can't stand to see women being bullied, and I can't stand to hear Pu Cheng's hair-raising bold words. Chen Pingan handed over the wine pot. Jiang Shangzhen took the wine pot and gently clinked it with him. They both drank a mouthful of wine. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly said, what do you think of Zhu Quan's character? What about Pu Cheng's character? And this Zhuang sect, what's their temper like? Chen Pingan said, I'm fascinated by them. Jiang Shangzhen nodded, and I'm saying if, you want to continue traveling around the North Continent, you must be careful. This place does have people like Zhu Quan and Pu Cheng, but there are also people who seem to be the same as Zhu Quan and Pu Cheng, but are actually much more cunning and sinister than Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen drank slowly. I've suffered 2 great losses in the North Continent. One of them was like this. I almost lost my life and even helped count the money. When I turned around, it turned out that the person who stabbed me was my best friend in the North Continent. That terrible feeling is still fresh in my memory. How should I put it? It was very vexing. The first thought that flashed through my mind wasn't despair or anger. It was that I, Jiang Shong, had done something wrong to make a friend like you do this. Chen Pingan said, I'll be careful. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. With a bitter face, he said pitifully, if I'd known that you had a grudge against that person, I wouldn't have come to the Ghost Valley. Why did I come here? Chen Pingan wanted to laugh, but felt that it would be too unkind. He quickly drank a mouthful of wine, drinking it along with his laughter. Jiang Shangzhen shook his head and thought of something. Let me tell you some bad news. That Yunxiao Palace's natural Taoist seed, Yang Ningxing, left behind the evil seed after he killed 3 corpses. Although the scholar suffered losses on your side, he didn't delay his business. The old Taoist from the small Xuandu temple should have protected him for a while. In the end, he even got a pair of valuable golden fish from the old dragon's lair. They were raised by the old turtle for 1,000 years and lived for at least 1,000 years. It's quite a good opportunity. Don't think that it doesn't matter. For me, Jiang Shangzhen, to say that it's quite valuable, it's really valuable. Looking at this kid's luck, he's in his prime. If you leave the Ghost Valley, she won't be around anymore. Then, you can continue to travel north alone. If you meet that scholar in the Great Yuan dynasty, it'll be even more difficult to deal with him. Chen Pingan said, compared to Jiao Cheng in Jingguan City, these are nothing. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, how did you know about Yang Ningxing's background? How many years has it been since you came to the North Continent? Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, Chen Pingan, do you know how many women I have in the North Continent? Almost every 100 years, 1 or 2 of them would come to the Jade Gui sect to look for me. They would use all kinds of excuses to catch up with me. There was even one who specially came to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. This is the hardest place to lose weight. Therefore, I know everything about the North Continent like the back of my hand. Chen Pingan glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. It's a skill for a man to be liked by many women. However, if a man can focus on one woman, that's a real skill. Jiang Shangzhen waved his hand. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. The only thing in this world that can make me focus on is spending money. Chen Pinggan thought about his trip to the Ghost Valley. In retrospect, he had really risked his life to wander around and pick up scraps. He was earning more money than those wild cultivators. In the end, Jiang Shangzhen was telling him this. Chen Pinggan thought of something and took out the 100-eyed Daotai robe that he had taken from Yang Ningxing. Jiang Shangzhen's mention of the old Taoist from the small Xuanju temple protecting Yang Ningxing was probably referring to Yang Ningxing's strange gaze before she returned to her senses at the edge of the iron chain bridge. At that time, Chen Pinggan felt that something was wrong. It was most likely that Yang Ningxing had already sensed the old Taoist's presence. At that time, Yang Ningxing probably felt that it was a blessing or a curse and was not sure if the old Taoist's original intentions were good or evil. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the robe and nodded. Perhaps it had caught Jiang Shangzhen's eye, so he said slowly, "For the time being, it's slightly better than the green robe you're wearing, but its foundation is much better. Because the black robe in your hand is ugly, but it can grow, just like plants and trees in that world can grow when they encounter rain. It can be considered one of the most valuable spiritual weapons. The one you wore in Tongya continent and the sword in Sui Yu's hand are both the same. However, each of them has a different level, just like how a cultivator can ascend to the ascending realm. Some have the aptitude of a tortoise to reach the Jindan realm at most, while some reach the Yuanying realm and even reach the upper 5 realms. Among the 3, your snow-white robe has the greatest potential. It's a half-immortal weapon, followed by Sui Yu's sword, which has a chance to become the best half-immortal weapon. This robe you stole is at most a half-immortal weapon, but it's slow and consumes a lot. It was an unexpected surprise. He originally thought that this robe was similar to the spring grass robe and the snowflower robe. He did not expect that its rank could go up. In the future, when he roamed the Jianghu, he would cover his face and wear this robe. He reckoned that it would be easier for him to be a wild cultivator. Chen Pinggan took out the 3 talismans from the sleeve of his robe. He smiled and said, "I can only see that it's a secret talisman from the Cloud Palace. I can recognize the seal script, but I don't know its true origin, specific use, or how powerful it is. Can you give it a try? How much is it worth?" Jiang Shangzhen took the 3 golden talismans from the Cloud Palace. The Jade Sky Mansion talisman is a branch of the Mountain Talisman. It's one of the specialties of the Chongxian Bureau. The Jade Clear Light talisman is very imposing and has a large range. However, its killing power is mediocre. If it's only used to scare people, it's very good. Finally, this cloud/talisman is the real good thing. The talisman contains 4 grains of divine light. Even I was a bit tempted. However, a good talisman cannot be used by just anyone. It requires a secret to open the door. This is especially true for the Absolute Decapitation Talisman, which is a secret technique of the Yang clan of Cloudy Palace. Coincidentally, I have a female Taoist elder sister in Cloudy Palace. Of course, our relationship is stronger than gold, and we see each other day and night. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly turned his head to look, his expression strange. Chen Pinggan had no intention of taking it back. He took small sips of wine. "I know that these 3 talisman are definitely not as valuable as your net. Just treat it as something better than nothing." Jiang Shangzhen slapped the 3 talisman onto the railing. He laughed loudly and said, "Save it. Take it, take it. I, Jiang Shangzhen, earn money and spend it without restraint. My heroic nature is not the least bit inferior to that bone pu." Chen Pinggan turned to look at Jiang Shangzhen. "You really don't want it? I've already done my best. I'm not as wealthy as you, Jiang Shangzhen. You've always been itching to break a copper coin into 8 pieces to spend." Jiang Shangzhen lamented, in all honesty. Chen Pinggan took back the 3 talisman pieces with lightning speed and put them away along with the talisman's robe. He smiled and said, "Then I'll be a good person to the end. Tell me in detail how to open these talismans." Jiang Shangzhen didn't show any signs of displeasure. Instead, his smile grew wider. He told Chen Pinggan the talisman's opening door technique in full detail through the ripples in his heart. Chen Pingan then took out a golden lightning whip that he had excavated from the cumulus clouds mountain. It was as long as an arm. "What's the appearance and value of this item?" Jiang Shangzhen said. "This is an item manifested from the overflowing veins of the lightning pool. It's suitable to be refined into a ghost whipping whip. Together with the ghost whipping whip made from the bamboo of the verdant immortal mountain, they are known as the world's two peerless treasures. However, looking at the quality of the lightning pool and the bamboo of the verdant immortal mountain, the lightning pool of the cumulus clouds mountain is still a little inferior. If it were the one at the inverted mountain, you wouldn't need to refine this item to become an innate talisman. As for now, it's just a slightly better innate talisman. Moreover, this item is still a little small. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to bend down and pick it up from the ground." Chen Pingan had a rough idea in his heart. If he had the chance, he would refine the longest lightning vein golden whip into a mountain traversing staff. He would use it for a period of time, and when he returned to the Aquarius continent, he would give it to his first disciple. It was golden and dazzling, and was pleasing to the eye. If the master liked it, how could the disciple not like it? Jiang Shangzhen said with a smile, "What other items do you have in the Ghost Valley recently? Take them out and let me take a look at them for you." Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment. In the end, he took out the few erotic paintings that were hung on the wall of the goddess of the summer's boudoir and handed them to Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen's eyes were playful at first. Finally, when he saw the Taoist couple's cultivation picture full of annotations, he nodded and said, "It's a kind of unorthodox method. Ordinary earth immortals who are proficient in the dual cultivation method can use it as one of the foundations of their sects. It can help a cultivator of the lower 5 realms ascend to the middle 5 realms. It's a convenient method, so this one is worth some money. As for the others, it's usually late at night when I can't sleep alone. They're just for fun," Chen Pingan said in surprise. "This one is so precious." Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, "The Moon Palace's people are just blind. They can't enter the door. They've wasted a Dao opportunity in front of them." This painting is a copy of one of the 12 Taoist couples' cultivation pictures in the mountain. It should be the work of a cultivator who defected from the Maya sect in the central divine continent. If you meet someone who knows the goods, you can easily sell it for 20 or 30 grains of Guyu money. At this point, Jiang Shangzhen sighed in his heart. That He Xiaoyong. He was really a powerful character. His fortune was so deep that it made one's hair stand on end. Therefore, Jiang Shangzhen was originally a little envious of this inexpensive painting in the mountain, but he did not dare to ask Chen Pingan for it or buy it. After Chen Pingan put away these scrolls, he also began to fall silent. Jiang Shangzhen began to change the topic. "Do you know that there's a real Xuanju temple in the Qingming world?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I've never heard of it." For the first time, Jiang Shangzhen showed a touch of fascination. After drinking the wine, he casually ran away with the wine jug. "That's really an immortal cave. The old temple master had a peach tree grotto heaven, his Dao skills were extremely high, and he was known as one of the ancestors." Chen Pingan asked, "Then the small Xuanju temple in the peach forest in the Ghost Valley?" Jiang Shangzhen lowered his voice and said with a smile, "It's equivalent to the Xuanju temple left behind in the vast world. But it's not a proper name. I'm not too clear about the specific inheritance. Back then, I was in a hurry to go to the north of the Julu continent, so I did not enter the Ghost Valley. After all, there are no beauties in the Linen sect. If Xu Quan was more beautiful, I would definitely go to the Ghost Valley." Chen Pingan glanced at the Tianmen Sea of clouds that bordered the Mui Mountain and this place. It had been silent for a long time, but he always felt that the female master had not given up, but was preparing for the final blow. Jiang Shangzhen continued, "The small Xuanju temple is not a big deal, but the big Yuanyu temple is not simple. Before the skeleton beach appeared, the old monk was already an eminent monk whose name shook the entire continent. His dharma was profound. Rumor had it that he was a bodhisattva who had lost in the debate between the 3 religions. He had sealed himself in a temple. And that Pugu. Ha ha ha, the Pugu that you, Chen Pingan, admire so much, is a..." Jiang Shangzhen held his belly and laughed until he almost cried. Actually, it's a woman. I spent a lot of money to buy this secret, and the whole linen sect may not know about it. In the Ghost Valley, only Jiao Cheng knows about it. Chen Pinggan said in a bad mood, "What's wrong with a woman sword fairy?" Jiang Shangzhen stopped laughing and sighed. It's a pity that she fell in love with a monk. This is a headache. Chen Pinggan was surprised and asked in a low voice, "Is it the old monk from the big Yuanyu temple?" Jiang Shangzhen nodded. That's why Pugu died on the battlefield. She risked her life to protect the temple from the disaster of war. But the cause and effect of the world is so mysterious. If she didn't die, the old monk might have already become a bodhisattva. The right and wrong, gain and loss, who can say for sure? Chen Pinggan came to a realization. Through Jiang Shangzhen's words, the reason why the old monk said the 4 words had already floated to the surface. With the addition of Pugu, it became even clearer. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly said, "There's something wrong with your state of mind. If you only sensed danger, according to Chen Pinggan's previous style, you would have been more decisive. In the last trip to Stinky Copper City, even an outsider like me could see that there's something wrong with you." Chen Pinggan nodded. The source is flowing water. If it's not clear enough, the heart will naturally be turbid. Jiang Shangzhen laughed. This is not a small matter. Chen Pinggan said, "Let's take it slow." Jiang Shangzhen asked, "Or do you plan to take the risk and go north to Luzhu?" Chen Pinggan said, "We can take a step back and think about it. But if we walk with both feet, we still have to face difficulties head-on." Jiang Shangzhen said no more. Chen Pinggan asked, "The Xuandu Temple has a peach forest grotto heaven. You also have a cloud cave blessed land. Is it very tiring to take care of them?" Jiang Shangzhen held the back of his head with both hands. "If we go down a dead end, it'll be an endless problem to think of and an endless problem to do." Chen Pinggan nodded and looked into the distance. Jiang Shangzhen crossed one leg. After the 8 mural goddesses left, this place became a low-grade blessed land. But to the hemp sect, it's already an important territory. If it's taken care of well, it'll be equivalent to having another pure jade realm cultivator. If it's not taken care of well, it'll delay 1 or 2 nascent soul cultivators. In the end, it all depends on Zhu Quan's methods. After all the blessed lands and secret realms in the world are bottomless pits if they're taken care of well. They'll need more money than a sword cultivator. Maybe you, Chen Pinggan, will have one in the future. Remember, when you have such a day, don't be a living bodhisattva who saves people. Otherwise, a good thing will become a disaster. In business, it's inevitable to recognize money and not people. Take my cloud cave blessed land for example. At its peak, there were 50 million ants. Take the bamboo forest for example. It welcomed a once-in-a-thousand-years great harvest. Earth immortals appeared like bamboo shoots after a rain. I was so proud of myself that I almost died when I went down for a trip. In a fit of anger, I harvested a lot of them. That's how I have today's family business. Chen Pinggan did not comment. Jiang Shangzhen began to put away his magic treasures. He kept all the items that sealed the doors of the 8 murals into his sleeves. Only the gate of the Sea of Clouds remained unmoved. Jiang Shong really wanted to see Zhu Quan's last saber strike as a parting gift for him when he left the North Continent. Chen Pinggan said, "If I really treat you as a friend one day, won't it be scary?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "Will you feel that it's against your conscience? Will you change too much? Maybe it's a bad thing for you, Chen Pinggan. Maybe this is the pros and cons of different Daos. I, Jiang Shangzhen, seek change and go with the flow. As long as I have an anchor at the bottom of the lake, I don't need to care about the turbulence on the lake. Therefore, the path of Dao cultivation has been quite comfortable. Moreover, I've lived for so long and have seen all kinds of things. I've become more adept at dealing with them. You, Chen Pinggan, are probably immobile. Plus, you're still young. Therefore, when you see good and evil, you feel that you need to be careful. You'll feel that your hands are tied and your feet are tied. Cultivation is, of course, difficult. On the other hand, as long as you can hold on, you'll gain benefits over and over again. You and I can't talk about high and low, good and bad. We have our own destinies. In fact, it's not just you and me. If it were other people, Gao Cheng, Zhu Quan, the old monks, and the old Taoists, it would be the same. I've always felt that there's no distinction between high and low when it comes to cultivation. I've never believed in the path of death. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, from the beginning to the end, your words can't be bought with money. Jiang Shangzhen was quite proud. His expression changed and he said with a smile, then what about the right side of sway? Chen Pinggan was somewhat confused. Jiang Shangzhen's expression was weird. He stretched out his hands and clenched his fists, shaking his thumbs. Nothing. Chen Pinggan rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. What a waste. There was a bang. In the sea of clouds, a saber beam slashed out. A few enchanted treasures that were blocking the door were instantly shattered. Jiang Shangzhen looked up and laughed loudly. Little Quan Er's saber techniques are great. Your big brother Zhu Fei is dazzled and his heart is beating wildly. Chen Pinggan glanced at the enchanted treasures that were completely destroyed. He really felt heartache for Jiang Shangzhen. Wasn't this a waste of treasures? I'm leaving. Little Quan Er, you don't have to send me off. Jiang Shangzhen stood up and rolled up his sleeves. He kept the remaining enchanted treasures. At the same time, he used his intrinsic item, the willow leaf, to split open a mural city door. He transformed into a rainbow and escaped. His speed was as fast as lightning and was comparable to a sword immortal's flying sword. Chen Pinggan was somewhat envious. If he had the ability to escape, he could make another trip to Ghost Valley. Even if he went to Jingguan City for a stroll, nothing would happen, right? Zhu Quan held his saber and landed on the railing. He was aggressive and had a baleful aura. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to pursue Jiang Shangzhen in Mural City. He shouted, Jiang, if you dare to come to my hemp sect again, I'll chop off 3 of your legs. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly popped his head out from the mural door of the goddess. Don't use that saber. How about a hand saber? Zhu Quan held his saber and attacked. After a full hour, Chen Pinggan waited for Zhu Quan to return to the cave abode. The female sect master still had a faint aura of the sea breeze. She must have chased him all the way to the sea. Zhu Quan was a little annoyed. He sheathed his saber and sat on the railing. He stretched out his hand. Chen Pinggan threw over a flask of rice wine. Zhu Quan raised his head and drank. His expression was ugly as he asked, Are you friends with Jiang Shangzhen? Chen Pinggan's face did not turn red. He said righteously, We were once mortal enemies in a blessed land in the Tongyi continent. Back then, his name was Zhu Fei. Zhu Quan glanced at Chen Pinggan and sneered, A man's words are King lies. Chen Pinggan drank to calm himself down. Zhu Quan snorted, To be able to pee in the same pot as Jiang Shangzhen, I think you're not a good person either. Chen Pinggan just drank silently. Zhu Quan said angrily, You admit it. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, No. Zhu Quan's expression softened, If you didn't say that you're focused and can still be considered human, I would have stabbed you. Chen Pinggan smiled bitterly. Zhu Quan said, You only need to travel north. I'll keep an eye on that Jingguan City. If Gao Cheng dares to show his face again, I won't let him lose 100 years of cultivation this time. Don't worry, it's extremely difficult for Gao Cheng to sneak in and out of the Ghost Valley and the Skeleton Beach. The mountain protecting formation of the Linen sect will be half open. Gao Cheng is willing to lose half of his life, but at least if he falls back to the nascent soul realm, you won't be in any danger. You can walk out of the Skeleton Beach without any problems. Chen Pinggan was slightly relieved. Zhu Quan laughed and said, If I were you, I would stand at the archway between the Skeleton Beach and the Gui Ming Valley, scolding Gao Cheng for 3 days and 3 nights. As soon as he shows his head, you can rely on our Mui Mountains Ancestral Mountains godly spirit to escape. As soon as Gao Cheng leaves, you will show your head and go back and forth, angering Gao Cheng to death. Wouldn't that be great? Anyway, it's our Linen sect that's spending the money. Besides, we're more than happy to spend it. Chen Pinggan said, I'd better take an immortal ferry and go around the skeleton beach. After a few thousand miles, I'll disembark. Zhu Quan stared at him. You're not even as good as Jiang Shangzhen? If it were him, he would have gone even further than me to deal with Jiao Cheng after suffering such a big loss. This guy's ability to disgust others is this. Zhu Quan gave him a thumbs up. Back then, there was a sect that had a great enmity with him. As a result, he blocked their path for 10 years, causing all the cultivators below the Earth Immortal realm to not dare to leave the mountain to travel alone. Before Jiang Shangzhen left, he gave them a big gift. Overnight, he erected 7 or 8 steles filled with profanities around the foot of the mountain. Then, he fabricated a story about all the sect's patriarchs and Earth Immortal cultivators, regardless of their gender. The content was extremely filthy, but there was some literary talent. Those erotic little books are still circulating on the mountain. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, why should I compare myself with Jiang Shangzhen? Zhu Quan thought for a while, you're right. Don't learn anything from this pervert. Chen Pinggan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Dealing with this female sect leader was even more tiring than fighting with other people. Outside the peach forest, a white bone ghost in a green robe and holding a sword stood beside 2 steles. It did not enter the peach forest. A skinny old monk in a wide kasaya appeared in front of it. It was the white bone ghost of White Cage City's city lord, Pu Cheng. It said with a hoarse voice, you finally dare to come out and see me. The old monk put his palms together and remained silent. Pu Cheng pressed on the sword hilt. The entire sword was filled with sword aura, like a fog shrouding Pu Cheng. After a moment, Pu Cheng was still holding a sword, but it was no longer a skeleton. It was a woman full of heroic spirit. She said slowly, there are many fears in life. My life is in danger. Because of love, there are worries. Because of love, there are fears. Even if I don't understand Buddhism, how can I not know this? I know that I delayed you from breaking through the last barrier. It's my fault. All these years, I purposely walked in the Ghost Valley as a skeleton, just to make you feel guilty. She used to be so straightforward when she was alive. Now that she was a ghost after death, she was still so decisive. Thinking back to when they first met, a young monk was wandering around. He happened to see a village girl working in the fields. She held a seedling in one hand and wiped her sweat with the other. Under the sunlight, the girl, who was not very pretty, was not only moving, but also shook the motionless Buddhism in the young monk's heart. It was like a dream, like dew and like lightning. At this moment, the old monk looked down and put his palms together. He said softly, Benefactor Pu, you don't have to blame yourself. It's my own inner demons. Benefactor Pu, you only need to concentrate on the great Tao and you can achieve immortality. Pu Cheng smiled sadly, it's always been like this. She turned and left. The old monk chanted and also turned to leave. At the fork of the road between the Great Round Moon Temple and the small Xuanju Temple, the old Taoist appeared out of thin air. The old monk stopped. The old Taoist seemed to want to ask his old neighbor a question. The old monk seemed to have guessed it long ago. He said slowly, that young benefactor once said, to be able to attain this fruit, one must have this heart at the bank of the Black River. Actually, there was something that I did not tell him. To have this heart, one must attain this fruit. The old Taoist asked, why didn't you say it? The old monk smiled, Buddha is on Spirited Mountain. Don't ask for it from afar, and there's no need to ask for it from outside. The old Taoist shook his head and disappeared in a flash. The old monk still stood where he was. He bent down and stretched out his hand as if he was scooping up water. He murmured, when you plant the seedlings in the fields, you will see the sky in the water when you lower your head. An immortal ferry at the skeleton beach did not go straight to the north. Instead, it went to the southeast coast. In the night, Chen Pinggan was reading a book on the art of war under the lamplight. "500. Chen Pinggan put away the book on the art of war and flipped open a book that was similar to the linen sect's Relax collection. It was called Spring Dew in Winter. It was a small book that introduced the heritage of the mountain that the ferry belonged to. It was rather interesting. Which sword immortal of the northern continent had rested at the mountain? Which earth immortal had drunk tea and discussed the Tao at which place? What poems and calligraphy had been written by scholars and poets for the mountain? There were large and small pages. Chen Pingan was standing on a ferry that came from the spring dew garden. Its main source of income was selling rare flowers and rare herbs along the way. Among them, there were 3 kinds of celestial flowers that were almost monopolized by the linen sect's Mui Mountain. It was a large source of income for the spring dew garden. Therefore, the ferry route was between the Bone Beach and the Jiamu mountain range where the spring dew garden was located. Spring dew garden belonged to a farming sect among the 100 schools of thought. Most of them were female cultivators and had a gentle temperament. The Jiamu mountain range was rich in rare trees and flowers. In the southeastern region of the northern continent, it was considered a second-rate power. In addition, it had a wide range of friends and did not make many enemies. Chen Pingan chose this ferry for 3 reasons. First, it could completely bypass the Bone Beach. Second, there were 3 rare treasures in the spring dew garden. One of them was a 10,000-year-old pagoda tree that grew in the Jiamu mountain range. It was dozens of feet tall. Chen Pingan wanted to see if it was different from the pagoda tree in his hometown. Furthermore, at the end of every year, the spring dew garden would have a New Year's banquet. There would be thousands of people doing business there. It was a grand event where celestial money flowed freely. Chen Pingan planned to do some small business there. The spring dew garden book was actually not thin. However, compared to the Relax collection, it was like a long-winded elder in the family. It was somewhat inferior in terms of page count. Chen Pingan actually felt a little regretful that he could not collect similar books in the mountains of the Tongya continent's Fuyang sect. Chen Pingan looked at the small book and began to practice the 6-step stance. In the end, he was almost half asleep while practicing his boxing. He went back and forth between the door and the window. His steps were not bad at all. At dawn, Chen Pingan opened his eyes, stopped his fist stance, and sat back at the table. He waited for a moment until someone knocked on the door from the corridor. Only then did he stand up and go to open the door. It was a ferry steward, a male cultivator rarely seen in spring dew garden. He was an old Jindan cultivator with a gloomy aura. He was far from being comparable to Du Wenxi and Yang Lin of the Linen sect. Although they were in the same realm, there was a world of difference between their levels. This wasn't because of the spring dew garden cultivators' embroidery, but because the Zhuang sect's cultivators were different. Life and death battles were a common occurrence. After Chen Pingan opened the door, the old cultivator apologized. "I'm sorry to disturb your rest." Chen Pingan smiled. "Senior Song, you're too polite. I've also just woken up. According to the introduction in the small book, we should be close to the Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuhua. I'm planning to go out and try my luck to see if I can run into goldenback geese and drumming frogs." The old cultivator smiled. "I'm here for this. I wanted to remind Mr. Chen that we'll enter the Golden Light Peak in about 4 hours. The Jindan Earth Immortal changed the way he addressed Chen Pingan in a more intimate way. Returning the favor, Chen Pingan hurriedly made way. "Senior Song, please come in." The old cultivator smiled knowingly. Between the cultivators on the mountain, if there wasn't much difference in their realms, they could just address each other as fellow Daoist. However, when the cultivators of the lower 5 realms faced the cultivators of the middle 5 realms, or the 3 realms of the Cave Abode, Sea View, and Dragon Gate, they should respectfully address each other as Immortal Masters or Senior. The Jindan realm was a threshold. After all, the rule on the mountain, "Only when one becomes a Jindan cultivator is one of us," was applicable everywhere. Of course, if one was bold enough, he could still address the Earth Immortals of the lower 5 realms as fellow Daoist. It was fine as long as he wasn't afraid of being slapped half to death. As an old Jindan cultivator, there was a reason why the old cultivator addressed the young guest as fellow Daoist. The one who accompanied the young man to the ferry was Pang Lanshi, a disciple of the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Hemp sect. He was a very famous young man. It was rumored that he could become one of the next 10 young people in the North Continent within the next 60 years. If other sects promoted their disciples in such a way, it would most likely be a trick to raise their prestige. They would just treat it as a joke. If they met him face to face, they would only need to respond verbally while cursing him in their hearts. However, the Spring Dew Garden was a regular customer of the Skeleton Beach. He knew that the cultivators of the hemp sect were different. These cultivators didn't boast, they only did ruthless things. If it was only Pang Lanshi who showed up to see the guest off on behalf of the hemp sect, it would not be as scary as the appearance of the sect leader Zhu Quan or Yang Lin of the Mural City. However, the old Jindan cultivator was always on the move. He was not the kind of immortal who would go into seclusion for decades. He had already cultivated a pair of fiery golden eyes. Judging from Pang Lanshi's words and expression at the ferry, he actually admired this foreign wanderer from the bottom of his heart. The old Jindan cultivator had to think carefully. Coupled with the earth-shattering incident at the Ghost Valley and the Skeleton Beach, the old cultivator was not stupid. He figured out what was going on. Jiao Cheng revealed the white bone Dharma form of Jingguan City and personally chased after a golden light that escaped to the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Mount Mori. The two cultivators on the mountain who met by chance were extremely sincere when one of them took the initiative to open the door and invite the other to take a seat. It was not a joke to say that cultivators should not be tainted by the mortal world. The old Jindan cultivator's surname was Song Lanqiao. According to the inheritance of the Hall of Ancestral Masters, he was a cultivator of the Spring Dew Garden with the surname Lan. Since almost all the cultivators in the Spring Dew Garden were female, it was not unusual to have the surname Lan. However, it was strange to have a male disciple. Therefore, Song Lanqiao's master added the surname Qiao to help suppress the smell of women. Chen Pinggan had heard from Pang Lanshi that the Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuhua were Daoist companion mountains. If one was lucky, he could see spiritual birds and strange creatures on the ferry. Therefore, he paid more attention to it. Coincidentally, Song Lanqiao came to remind Chen Pinggan of this matter. It turned out that golden-backed geese would occasionally appear around the Golden Light Peak. They flew as fast as the flying sword of a sword fairy. They would only linger around the Golden Light Peak. Unless one was in the nascent soul realm, ordinary cultivators could not hope to catch them. Moreover, golden-backed geese had a strong temperament. Once they were caught, they would burn themselves to death. Golden-backed geese liked to fly high above the sea of clouds. They especially liked to bathe in the sun. As their backs were exposed to the scorching sun all year round, they could innately absorb the essence of the sun. Therefore, adult golden-backed geese could grow one golden feather. 2 was already rare, and 3 was even rarer. In the southern part of the North Continent, there was a nascent soul cultivator who had been famous for a long time. Due to fate, when he was in the 5 lower states, he was recognized as the master of a golden-backed goose that was covered in golden feathers. That feathered beast's combat power was equivalent to that of a golden core cultivator. When it flapped its wings, it was like a scorching sun rising into the sky. This cultivator liked to launch sneak attacks the most and had blinded countless cultivators below the Earth Immortal level. After he reached the nascent soul stage, he preferred to stay still and not move. He became a 1,000-year-old tortoise that cultivated his body and mind. As for Mount Yuhua, every 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, a snow-white giant frog as large as a hill would appear on the peak of the mountain with a group of its offsprings. They would make incessant drumming sounds like chi trainers absorbing the moonlight. Before and after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the mountain would be filled with frogs croaking. Therefore, Mount Yuhua was also known as the Thunder Mountain. It was not that there were no cultivators who wanted to tame this giant frog. It was just that the giant frog was gifted and proficient in the earth escape technique. It could shrink its huge body to the size of a mustard seed and then hide in the roots of the mountain. At the same time, Mount Yuhua would become as heavy as the 5 mountains of a country. Even a nascent soul realm cultivator would not be able to move the mountain. Therefore, most cultivators went to Mount Yuhua to try to catch a few 100-year-old snow frogs. If they succeeded, they would be considered lucky. Because the ancestor of the snow frogs was very protective, many cultivators in the lower 5 states died on Mount Yuhua. Song Lanxiao told some embarrassing stories about the cultivators on Mount Yuhua and Mount Yuhua humorously. Chen Pinggan listened with great interest. There was once a cultivator who caught a golden-backed goose with a net. However, he was lifted into the sky by several golden-backed geese. The cultivator did not want to let go, but he was pulled into the sky. When he let go, he was pecked by the golden-backed geese. He was naked and did not have any heavy weapons like the Fengsuan tomb with him. He was very embarrassed. The chi trainers on Mount Yuhua booed. It was a female cultivator in the viewing sea state. After that, the female cultivator never went down the mountain to travel. Chen Pinggan asked curiously, "Are there no cultivators who built caves on Mount Yuhua and Mount Yuhua?" Song Lanxiao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "The sun essence on the Golden Light Peak is too hot, especially the sun essence that condenses on the Golden Light Peak. The sun essence flows erratically all year round and there is no order to it. It is not a good place, unless the earth immortal cultivators can barely stay there for a long time. As for Mount Yuhua, it is a good place with feng shui of the 5 elements. It is a pity that the giant frog is the king of the mountain. He has thousands of disciples and thousands of disciples. The giant frog, who has enlightened his apertures early, hates chi trainers the most and does not allow chi trainers to go to the mountain to cultivate." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "There are thousands of monsters in the mountains and lakes. Each of them has their own way of survival." Song Lanxiao seemed to agree with him. He smiled and left. It was necessary to be warm and polite. If he was too polite, he would be at a disadvantage. After all, he was a Jindan stage cultivator. He still needed to maintain his dignity. If he was asking for help, it would be a different story. After leaving the house, Song Lanxiao shook his head. This young cultivator was still too shallow. The golden-backed geese on Mount Yuhua and the giant frog on Mount Yuhua were in the minority after all. How many of the monsters in the mountains were sold for money after they died? For example, the grass spirits and tree spirits in Mount Jamu were sold and died prematurely. It was already a great fortune to be able to be raised in the rich families of the secular dynasties. When the ferry passed by Mount Yuhua, it stayed in the air for 2 hours. However, it did not see any golden-backed geese. Song Lanxiao stood beside the young cultivator and explained that many cultivators who coveted the spiritual birds had been waiting here for many years, but they might not be able to see them more than a few times. Then, the Spring Dew Garden ferry slowly moved forward. It just happened to pass by Mount Yuhua in the night. It did not dare to get too close to the mountain. It circled around Mount Yuhua from 7 to 8 li away. Because it was not the 1st or 15th day of the month, the giant frog did not appear. Song Lanxiao felt a bit awkward. Because the giant frog would occasionally show its head during normal times and sit on the mountain peak to absorb the moonlight, Song Lanxiao simply did not show up this time. He saw the young cultivator with the bamboo hat standing there until the ferry was far away from Mount Yuhua before returning to his house. Song Lanxiao smiled bitterly. This guy's luck was very ordinary. Normally, when the ferry passed by this pair of Dao companions, it was impossible to see the golden-backed geese. Song Lanxiao had been in charge of the ferry for 200 years, but the number of times he saw them could be counted on one hand. However, the chances of the passengers seeing the giant frog on Mount Yuhua were about 50-50. After another 2 days, the ferry slowly rose. The young cultivator took the initiative to find Song Lanxiao and asked for the reason. Song Lanxiao did not hide it. This was a semi-public secret of the ferry navigation, and it was not a taboo. Every stable route that had been opened for many years had many tricks. If it passed by a place with beautiful mountains and rivers, the floating height of the ferry would often be lowered in order to absorb the Reiki of heaven and earth and slightly reduce the consumption of the ferry's immortal coins. When it passed by a lawless place with poor Reiki, the closer it was to the ground, the more immortal coins were consumed. Therefore, it needed to be higher. As for how to take shortcuts in the immortals' territory, it did not violate the rules of the sect and immortals' abode, but it could also be a little molested. This was the specialty of the old ferryman. He paid more attention to the level of his skill in making friends with various forces. Song Lanxiao told the young cultivator everything he knew about these secrets that were not considered taboo. It was a small favor. Anyway, it did not cost him money. Because of this, Song Lanxiao guessed that this foreign traveler was most likely the direct disciple of the ancestor of a big sect who focused on cultivation and did not know about the affairs of the world. Moreover, he did not travel much. Otherwise, he would have known about the superficial inside story of the ferry. After all, the foundation of a cultivation mountain and how far the ferry could travel, whether it was a short distance of tens of thousands of miles, or it could travel half a continent, or it could even cross continents. This was a very direct entry point. When asking for advice, Chen Pinggan took out a pot of immortal wine that he bought from the Skeleton Beach. It was not as famous as the gloomy tea. It was called the Wind-Hail wine, and it was very strong. On this day, Song Lanxiao suddenly left the house and ordered the ferry to lower its height. After half an hour, Song Lanxiao came to the bow of the ferry and stood on the railing. He squinted his eyes and looked down at the mountains and rivers. He could vaguely see a strange phenomenon. The old cultivator could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The ferry was not too high from the ground. In addition, the weather was clear and the view was excellent. The veins of the mountains and rivers under his feet were clear. However, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to see the slightest trace of that strange scene. Song Lanxiao was just watching the show and would not interfere. This could be considered abusing one's position for personal gain. However, even if the Spring Dew Nursery's patriarch, who was in charge of wealth and power, found out, he would only ask Song Lanxiao if he had seen anything new. How could he care about the cost of a few snowflakes? For a gold core cultivator to waste his time on a ferry, it was obvious that he was a pitiful person whose future was cut off. Most people would not dare to offend a ferry manager, especially an Earth Immortal. Chen Pinggan walked to the old golden core cultivator's side and looked at a city covered in black fog. He asked, "Senior Song, why is the city covered in black fog?" "Young Master Chen has good eyesight. Even I find it difficult to see." Song Lanxiao stroked his beard and smiled. "It's a county city in the Silver Screen Nation. There should be a disaster coming, which is why the phenomenon is so obvious. There are only two possibilities. The first is that there are demons causing trouble. The second is that the local god of the mountains and rivers, like Lord Xing Wang, has been conferred a title by the imperial court and has reached the point where his golden body is on the verge of collapse." The Silver Screen Nation seems to have a vast territory, but in the southeastern part of the North Continent, it is truly a small nation. The spiritual energy in the Silver Screen Nation is not rich and cannot produce chi cultivators. Even if there are, they will only benefit others. Therefore, a remote and desolate place like the Silver Screen Nation only has an empty shell. Chi cultivators do not like to wander there. It was obvious that he was treating the young cultivator as a fledgling. Song Lanxiao quickly realized the inappropriateness of his choice of words. However, when he carefully observed the young man's expression and saw that he was still listening attentively, Song Lanxiao heaved a sigh of relief. He was indeed a noble from the ancestral hall of the celestial sect of the other continents. It was fortunate that he was born in a friendly mountain like the Spring Dew Garden. If he had been born in a large mountain in the central and northern parts of the North Continent, once he saw through the other party's identity, he might have teased him for a while. Once there was friction between the two parties and they were both angry, they would definitely find an opportunity to act as the rogue cultivator and destroy the corpse. This was a common occurrence. Song Lanxiao hesitated for a moment and swallowed the reminder that was at the tip of his tongue. The disciples of the major sects were most concerned about their reputation. He should not add fuel to the fire, lest the other party not only did not appreciate his kindness, but also bore a grudge against him. Chen Pinggan surveyed his surroundings and adjusted his bamboo hat. He smiled and said, "Senior Song, I have nothing to do anyway and am feeling a little bored. I will go down and have some fun. I might reach the Spring Dew Garden later. I will look for Senior Song for a drink then. If I leave the ferry later, it might affect the ferry's array formation." Song Lanxiao was stunned for a moment and was a little surprised. However, cultivators usually acted according to their wishes. This old golden core did not say much and only said a few words of good omen. Then, the old cultivator saw that the foreign cultivator with the surname Chen seemed a little awkward. Why did he not ride on his sword? Even if it was too eye-catching, how difficult could it be to ride the wind? Chen Pinggan had no choice but to pat the blade-strengthening gourd. He supported himself with one hand on the railing and flipped over. He casually split open the fairy's array formation and went through it. His body shot out like an arrow. Then, his feet seemed to step on the tip of a green sword light. He bent his knees slightly and suddenly exerted force. His body slanted downwards rapidly. The surrounding ripples shook violently with a loud bang. The golden core cultivator's eyelids trembled. What a guy! It was fine if he was a young sword immortal, but his body was as tough as a golden body martial artist, right? King sword immortal. Chen Pinggan landed on a mountain peak and waved goodbye from afar. Song Lanxiao did the same. After all, he was a polite person and could not be hated. It was difficult for the cultivators on the mountain to part on good terms. Chen Pinggan took out a bamboo box and carried it on his back. The sword immortal was not willing to leave the scabbard. It was obvious that he was angry because he could not fight to his heart's content in the Ghost Valley. As for the sword embryo Chu Yi, whose original name was Little Fengju, Chen Pinggan did not dare to let it leave the blade-strengthening gourd easily. Chen Pinggan took out the string of walnuts and wore it on his hand. Then, he put the 3 Yunxiao Palace talisman into his left sleeve. It was a good thing that he did not meet the golden back goose and the giant frog on the Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuhua. One of the reasons why he had chosen this Spring Dew Garden ferry was because of this. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment and did not hurry to leave. Instead, he found a secluded place and began to refine the longest golden thunder whip in the Jixiao mountain. About 4 hours later, he refined a rough embryo. Holding the mountain traveling staff, he began to walk to the Silver Screen County city, which was about 50 to 60 miles away. Previously, when he parted with Pang Lanshi at the ferry, the young man gave her 2 sets of goddess paintings, which were his grandfather's proudest works. They were priceless. 1 set of goddess paintings was worth 1 grain of Guyu money. It was priceless. However, Pang Lanshi said that Chen Pinggan did not need to pay for it. Her grandfather said that the words Chen Pinggan said in the mansion were very fresh and refined. They were like orchids in an empty valley and did not sound like flattery at all. Chen Pinggan thickened his face and accepted the 2 sets of goddess paintings. He smiled and told Pang Lanshi that the next time he returned to the Skeleton Beach, he must drink and chat with her grandfather. Pang Lanshi was an honest person. She said that her grandfather only had 3 sets of goddess paintings left. She gave 2 to him and 1 to the Patriarch of the Patriarch Hall. She said that if he wanted to use some flattery in exchange for the goddess paintings, it would be difficult for her grandfather. Chen Pinggan said with a sincere face. He said that her grandfather had a clear mind and was familiar with the spirituality of the goddess paintings in the city of murals. It was as if he had the help of ghosts and spirits. From the heart to the brush, from the brush to the paper, the goddess paintings on the paper were vivid and lifelike. It was as if she was connected with her grandfather. Everything came naturally. Pang Lanshi was dumbfounded. However, when Chen Pinggan left on the ferry, the young man was reluctant to leave. The young man wanted to listen to the man's wisdom after drinking. At that time, the great patriarch of the Linen sect was staring at his palm from afar. Pang Shanling nodded and smiled. I like it. The great patriarch held back for a long time, but he couldn't come up with any fancy words. He had to give up and asked, "You believe in such vulgar words?" Pang Shanling raised his eyebrows. "In your Linen sect, do you think I'll listen to such things?" The great patriarch was furious. He scolded the young ranger for being shameless. If he didn't have a proper attitude towards women, he might be the second Jiang Shangzhen. Chen Pinggan only knew that the great patriarch of the Linen sect and Pang Shanling were observing him and Pang Lanshi. As for the great patriarch's anger, he wouldn't know. A young ranger in a green robe carrying a suitcase was walking on the desolate mountain ridge with a walking stick in his hand. He hoped that the little rat demon who guarded the gate of the sheep intestine palace would have endless books in her life. She would be able to travel safely between the Ghost Valley and the Skeleton Beach with her suitcase and return with a full load of books. He hoped that the two monsters on the Iron Chain Bridge would cultivate wholeheartedly without doing evil and achieve immortality. He hoped that the old turtle who went back to the temple to listen to Buddhist scriptures would be able to make up for his mistakes and achieve good results. He wondered if the young girl hiding under the umbrella in the Mirror Treasure Mountain would be able to find a lover who would protect her from the rain. Would the white-bone swordsman named Pu Meng, who was dressed in green and wielding a sword, be able to appear in the world one day as a woman with a relaxed frown and a happy face? Chen Pinggan didn't know if these things would happen. He did not know that in the eyes of the ignorant Pang Lanshi, in the eyes of the little rat, and in the eyes of the scholar Cao Qinglang in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, they had met Chen Pinggan, just like how Chen Pinggan had met a Liang and Mr. Qi when he was young. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,